Chapter 890. The puppet's roar shook everyone's spirits and brought them back to their senses. Tinun, I've lost. Yen Tonghua's shock turned into a deep sigh. Many people sighed in their hearts as well. It was normal for Yen Tonghua to lose. It wasn't that Yen Tonghua wasn't strong enough, but that Lu Ming was too monstrous. He had mastered a formation that could restrain him. After Yen Tonghua admitted defeat, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Lu Ming shouted. Yen Tonghua turned around and said, Is there anything else? Your puppet. Lu Ming smiled and pointed at the 15 puppets. Yen Tonghua was slightly stunned, then he clasped his fists and said, Thank you. Then he waved his hand and put away the puppets, walking down the fighting ring. Well, not bad, not bad. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few old Yun nodded their heads. He had won and even returned the puppet to Yen Tonghua. This proved that Lu Ming was not someone who was greedy for petty gains. He was upright and upright. He had defeated Feng Tai and kept Feng Tai's puppet because Feng Tai had offended Lu Ming in the past and had a grudge against Lu Ming. Since there was a grudge, of course he had to teach Feng Tai a lesson. Tianyun wins this battle. Meng Chong announced, winning loud cheers. Tianyun, I love you. Loud cheers burst out from nowhere. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was from a group of young women. These women's eyes were shining as they looked at the elegant Lu Ming in the fighting ring and shouted loudly. Lu Ming had a delicate appearance. Coupled with his cultivation of martial arts, his temperament was very special and had a different kind of charm. For young women, he was very attractive. At this moment, Lu Ming had displayed his incomparable talent, which naturally attracted the attention of many young women. Lu Ming rubbed his nose with a wry smile and walked down the fighting ring, causing countless young men to cast envious, jealous, and hateful gazes at him. After Lu Ming left the stage, Ji Mai and Meng Jia stepped onto the stage. The crowd quieted down and turned their attention back to the fighting stage. Ji Mai's ranking on the list of top 1,000 talents was higher than Meng Jia's, but that was a few years ago. Now, it was hard to say who was stronger. Countless people were curious to know if Meng Jia could fight with Ji Mai. Without any superfluous words, the two of them made their move. Meng Jia was also a prodigy of the marionette faction. He summoned 15 marionettes at once. Like Yen Tonghua, they were all class 6 10th tier. However, Meng Jia's puppets were much smaller. They were actually puppets with the appearance of large snow-white condors. The snow-white eagle exuded an icy aura. Its wings were like ice blades, dancing in the air and forming a formation that slashed towards Ji Mai. Ji Mai's face was calm. He took a few steps and a formation appeared on the ground. Sharp golden sword radiance shot out from the formation and slashed towards the snow-white eagles. At the same time, inscription talismans appeared around him. His mind power flowed, and the inscription talismans opened. Endless golden light burst out. Boom, boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded in the fighting ring. The wings of the snow-white eagle puppets were like blades, constantly colliding with the golden sword radiance. Swoosh! Ji Mai waved his hand and a row of inscription talismans flew out. After they were activated, the sky was filled with golden sword radiance. It fell from the sky and slashed towards Meng Jia. Meng Jia shouted. With a wave of her hands, 3 puppets flew back to her and formed a protective formation around her. Ji Mai wouldn't be able to break through in a short period of time. For a moment, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. It seems that Ji Mai can't defeat Meng Jia. Yes, the two of them are evenly matched. Meng Jia's strength is not weaker than Yen Tonghua's, but also not stronger. So, will Tianyun get first place this time? It's hard to say. Ji Mai is from the Talisman faction. Tianyun won't be able to restrain him. It's hard to say. Sounds of discussion came from all around. Lu Ming was also watching seriously. He frowned and his gaze fell on Ji Mai. He had a feeling that Ji Mai wasn't so simple. Ji Mai gave him a dangerous feeling. Ji Mai still had a killing move that he hadn't used yet. At this moment, Ji Mai waved his hand and all the inscription talismans that hadn't been activated were put away. The others were stunned. Ji Mai actually put away the inscription talismans. Was he going to admit defeat? Or was he afraid that if he continued to fight, the inscription talismans would be consumed too much? The puppets of the puppet faction could fight a long battle. The talisman faction used inscription talismans. If they couldn't defeat their opponent in one fell swoop, they would suffer great losses. It was normal for Ji Mai to admit defeat. Ji Mai, are you going to admit defeat? Meng Jia asked. Fight. Ji Mai's answer was simple. Then I won't be polite. Meng Jia continued to control his puppet and rushed towards Ji Mai. When Meng Jia's puppet approached Ji Mai's hand was like a sword. He slashed out and a dazzling sword light burst out, as if it could split the sky in half. The sword light accurately struck a large condor puppet. One of the condor puppet's wings was directly cut in half, and the large condor puppet was sent flying far away. At the same time, Ji Mai's palm slashed out again and again. Several eagle puppets were sent flying in succession. They were seriously injured. What a terrifying power! A 6th level 10th stage puppet was so tough, but it was cut in half by the sword light. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Martial skill? No, it's an array. It's using one's body to carve an array. Lu Ming was shocked. His gaze fell on Ji Mai's body. At first, he thought it was a martial skill, but after taking a closer look, he knew it wasn't. At this moment, inscriptions appeared on Ji Mai's skin, forming a mysterious array. It emitted a terrifying aura that was beyond the spiritual sea level. Carving an array with one's body. Many people cried out in surprise. They were extremely shocked. Indeed, Ji Mai is carving an array with his body. It should be a 7th level killing array, the Golden Light 10,000 kill array. Someone from the older generation said, carving an array with one's body. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Carving an array with one's body, as the name suggested, was to carve an array into one's body and merge it with the body. The body itself would become a killing array. It was completely different from the array Lu Ming used to carve true energy eruption arrays on his body to conceal his aura. Lu Ming's arrays were all auxiliary arrays that were temporarily on the surface of the body. After a period of time, when the energy was exhausted, they would naturally disappear. However, carving an array with one's body was different. It was to carve the array into the depths of the body and merge it with the body. The body was the array, and the array was the body. Chapter 891. For example, Ji Mai had inscribed a 7th grade array, the Golden Light 10,000 slaughter array. Even though it was a 7th grade array, the power of this array was still very strong. It was capable of killing spirit embryo realm practitioners. However, it was too difficult and dangerous to inscribe an array with one's own body. How powerful was the killing formation? The slightest carelessness would cause one's physical body to be minced and turned into ashes, leaving not even a corpse behind. No one had expected Ji Mai to be able to inscribe an array with his own body. It should be an incomplete array. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Some of the older generation figures saw through the array. Many people nodded. That should be the case. If it had been a complete formation, Meng Jia's puppet would have been smashed to smithereens with a single sword strike. However, even if it was an incomplete Golden Light 10,000 killing array, it was still extremely powerful. Moreover, it was difficult for a level 6 inscriber to unleash the full power of a level 7 array. If Ji Mai can complete the formation and inscribe the complete Golden Light 10,000 kill formation, his combat strength will be amazing. He will be able to fight against the top 100 talents on the list. That's right. If he can complete the array and become a level 7 inscriber, he will be even more powerful. Many people were discussing. Meng Jia, do you still want to fight? A sharp light flickered in Ji Mai's eyes, as if a sword light was about to appear. I can't believe you managed to inscribe an array with your own body. I'm impressed. I'm no match for you. This battle is meaningless. I admit defeat. Meng Jia directly admitted defeat. Meng Chong announced that Ji Mai had won. Next, Meng Chong announced the second round. Tian Yun against Meng Jia, and Ji Mai against Yen Tonghua. Meng Chong seemed to have intentionally left Ji Mai and Tian Yun for last. I admit defeat in this battle. In the arena, Meng Jia directly admitted defeat against Lu Ming. Her mental strength was on par with Yen Tonghua's. If she were to fight with Lu Ming would definitely seize the puppet in the end. There was no point in fighting this battle. Her final battle would be with Yen Tonghua for the third place. As expected, Yen Tonghua and Meng Jia had the same idea and directly admitted defeat against Ji Mai. He knew that he wasn't a match for Ji Mai, so he might as well conserve his mental power and fight Meng Jia. At this point, Tianyun and Ji Mai had won both of their matches. They had already secured the top 3 spots and secured the spots to enter the observatory. Third round, Yen Tonghua against Meng Jia, Tianyun against Ji Mai. Meng Chong announced. The atmosphere became even more lively. The competition had finally reached its final round. These 2 matches were able to arouse the curiosity in everyone's hearts. Yen Tonghua and Meng Jia were 2 geniuses from the puppet faction, and they were only a few places apart on the list of top 1,000 talents. Who was stronger? Ji Mai and Tianyun, on the other hand, were the main attraction. Ji Mai had actually mastered the extremely difficult and dangerous art of carving formations with his own body. His combat prowess was incomparably powerful. Tianyun, this dark horse, seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The moment he appeared, he was appointed as a Zongzi candidate by the masters of the 2 sects and the various doyens. This shook the entire heaven and earth mountain. Previously, he had displayed terrifying martial arts combat strength. And this time, the inscription talent revealed in the competition was also incomparably shocking. Between Lu Ming and Ji Mai, who was stronger? Everyone was looking forward to it. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the competition began. First, Yen Tonghua and Meng Jia competed for third place. Both of them were puppets, and the battle was extremely fierce. The collision between the puppets was violent, direct, and barbaric. Both of their mind power and spiritual fire were at the early stage of heart attainment. It could be said that they were evenly matched. The 2 of them fought for a full half an hour. In the end, Yen Tonghua was more resilient and won by a slight margin. In this way, Yen Tonghua finally secured third place. Then, the final battle between Tianyu and Ji Mai began. The 2 of them stepped onto the fighting ring and faced each other. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring. Who do you think will win, Tianyun or Ji Mai? It seems like Ji Mai has a higher chance of winning. After all, he has cultivated the Golden Light 10,000 kill array. It's extremely powerful and unstoppable. I don't think so. Tianyun has many tricks up his sleeve. He's good at many arrays, and his mind power is incomparably strong. Who knows if he has any other tricks up his sleeve? That's true. This battle is going to be interesting. Gradually, the surrounding voices quieted down. Everyone stared at the 2 people on the fighting ring. Tianyun, I won't hold back in this battle. Be careful. Ji Mai reminded. That's exactly what I wanted. Go all out. Lu Ming smiled faintly as he stared at Ji Mai. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura emanated from Ji Mai's body. Inscriptions began to appear on his skin. Ji Mai waved his hand, and a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand, and 12 puppets appeared. They roared as they charged towards Ji Mai. Bang! A Class 9 giant wolf puppet was sliced in half by the sword light. However, the other puppets didn't stop there and continued to attack. At the same time, Lu Ming stepped forward and waved his hands, starting to inscribe an array on the ground. Ji Mai waved his hands continuously, and streaks of sword gleams flashed. Lu Ming controlled the puppets to pounce and defend against the sword gleams. Among the 12 puppets, 6 of them were Class 9 giant wolf puppets. They were quickly sliced in half and turned into scrap metal. The other 6 were also severely injured. However, they managed to block the attacks for 10 breaths of time, which bought Lu Ming enough time to inscribe an array. A large array appeared around Lu Ming. Sword chi whistled and thunder rumbled. Endless sword chi bombarded Ji Mai. It was a top-class 6 array, sword roar thunder array. Many people were shocked. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to inscribe a top-class 6 array in 10 breaths of time. Break for me. Ji Mai shouted and waved his hands. The inscriptions on his body glowed and emitted a terrifying aura. The sword light collided with the sword roar thunder array. At the same time, Lu Ming continued to inscribe an array. Although the sword roar thunder array was strong, it couldn't resist Ji Mai. Soon, the array was broken by Ji Mai. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's other array appeared. Countless lush vines wrapped around Ji Mai. Another top-class 6 array. Ji Mai's sword light flashed, and endless sword chi slashed at the vines. However, the vines were too tough and couldn't be cut in half. By the time Ji Mai broke through this array, Lu Ming had finished inscribing the other 2 top-class 6 arrays and was waiting for him. Too fast. Tianyun's inscribing speed is too fast. That's right. His use of spiritual fire isn't as simple as the early heart transcendent stage. It feels even more terrifying than the middle heart transcendent stage. It can't be. Could it be that he's already reached the late heart transcendent stage? That's a realm that only top-class 7 inscriptionists can reach. Chapter 892. 10,000 Golden Light Kill. Ji Mai roared as the inscriptions on his body shone even brighter. Even his eyes were filled with sword chi. At this moment, his entire being seemed to have transformed into a killing formation. Endless sword light burst out from his body as if every inch of his skin could burst out with sword light. He was like a moving 7th grade formation, crushing towards Lu Ming. Boom, boom. A terrifying explosion sounded as the 2 6th grade formations that Lu Ming had laid down were destroyed by Ji Mai in an instant. Lu Ming retreated quickly, his hands and feet not stopping at all as inscriptions continued to spread out. Another 6th grade formation appeared, but Ji Mai strode forward, destroying everything in his path. His sword chi was incomparably powerful. At this moment, Ji Mai's battle power was no weaker than a martial arts practitioner at the 1st level of Spirit Embryo Realm. The 6th grade formation was destroyed in a few breaths' time. Tianyun is going to lose. The 6th grade formation can't stop him at all. That's right. The time he took to inscribe the formations was less than the time Ji Mai took to destroy them. He's already at a disadvantage and won't be able to hold on for much longer. It's a pity that Tianyun didn't make sufficient preparations before participating in the competition. Didn't you notice? He didn't prepare any puppets or inscription scrolls. That's true. If he had made sufficient preparations, he might have been able to fight. The others, such as the puppet faction, would have prepared many puppets before participating in the competition. The talisman faction would also inscribe many inscription scrolls, but Lu Ming didn't seem to have any. Lu Ming was indeed unprepared. He did have a few inscription scrolls, but the most powerful one was only at the 6th grade and 9th grade, so it wasn't very useful. Bam! Ji Mai destroyed yet another grade 6 grand formation. Tianyun, admit defeat. You're not my match. Ji Mai's voice rang out. Is that so? That's exactly what I wanted to say. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and suddenly stopped inscribing inscriptions. Many people in the surroundings were stunned. They didn't understand why Lu Ming suddenly stopped. From his words, it seemed that he wanted to tell Ji Mai to admit defeat. What was going on? This guy. The eyes of some senior figures at the domain enlightened spirit god realm flickered successively, and they seemed to have discerned something and were extremely surprised. Let's see what else you have up your sleeves. Ji Mai strode forward, charging towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming took a light step forward. On the fighting platform, a bright light shone as a huge array appeared. Amidst the resplendent light, countless pillars of fire rushed out. Pillars of fire intertwined with each other, forming a huge cage that trapped Ji Mai within. Sword light burst forth from Ji Mai's body, slashing at the pillars of fire. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard, but the pillars of fire remained motionless. He couldn't cut it. A 7th grade formation. Ji Mai's face paled. 7th level array formation. It's the 7th level array formation, Heavenly Flame Prison. Someone roared as he recognized the array formation. My God! When did Tianyun inscribe a 7th level array formation? He must have inscribed it when he was inscribing the 6th level array formation. Amazing, too amazing! He actually inscribed a 7th level array formation along with the 6th level array formation. He used those 6th level arrays to obstruct Ji-mai and perfected the 7th level array formation step by step. It's too terrifying. Many people in the surroundings roared and were extremely shocked. It was already an extraordinary feat for a 6th level inscriber to be able to inscribe a 7th level array formation. However, Lu Ming had done it in the middle of a battle. He'd completed it step by step in a battle against a formidable opponent like Ji-mai in an extremely short amount of time. It was extremely shocking. This was the complete 7th level array formation, Heavenly Flame Prison. However, Ji-mai's array formation wasn't complete, so it was difficult for him to bring forth its full might. It was utterly impossible for him to break Lu Ming's array formation. What do you think, Ji-mai? Lu Ming stood outside the array formation as his voice sounded out. The light around Ji-mai's body dimmed as he let out a long sigh. I admit defeat. He knew that Lu Ming had shown him mercy. If Lu Ming had inscribed a 7th level killing array, he would have been defeated. The Heavenly Flame Prison was merely a trapping array to trap him. Thank you for letting me win. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Then, with a wave of his hand, the inscription disappeared and the fire pillar disappeared. Tianyun wins this battle, Meng Chong announced. Following Meng Chong's announcement, the square was in an uproar. Obviously, this result was completely out of everyone's expectations. Before the start of the competition, no one had expected this result. High up in the air, Bai Shijin stood up from his seat and pressed his hands in the air. All the voices in the square quieted down. Now, this seat announces that the first place of this year's competition is Tianyun. Bai Shijin's voice was like a hurricane, spreading throughout the square. Tianyun. In a certain area, a group of beautiful women were screaming loudly, their faces flushed with excitement. Also, Tianyun is a candidate for Zhongzi. Do you have any objections? Bai Shijin's voice was heard again. The square suddenly fell silent as all eyes gathered on Lu Ming again. Their eyes were a little complicated. Tianyun was such a genius. What objections could they have? This time, he had used his strength to prove himself. Not only was he a genius in martial arts, but even his inscription Dao was so terrifying. How many people in the world could be like him? Tianyun Zhongzi. Suddenly, a loud shout resounded throughout the square. It was by Qi Shui. She raised her hand and shouted, Tianyun Zhongzi. Tianyun Zhongzi. In a certain area, a group of women screamed loudly. This time, the shouts were getting louder and louder, and gradually, the others, be it some young male disciples, some female disciples, or even some of the older generation, all began shouting Tianyun Zhongzi's name loudly. Among the crowd, Rising Sun, Feng Tai, and the others had a complicated look. Before the competition, they were prepared to humiliate Lu Ming ruthlessly in the competition to get revenge for being beaten up by Lu Ming. However, what happened in the end? In the first 3 rounds of the competition, not only did they fail to humiliate Lu Ming, but they were also humiliated by Lu Ming. In the end, the halo around Lu Ming became even brighter and more dazzling. Compared to him, they were like fireflies. There was no way they could compete with him. Tianyun Zhongzi. They smiled wryly and shouted along with the crowd in the end. Lu Ming looked around. At this moment, his eyes and heart were calm. He was well aware of his goal. Currently, he had only obtained the initial approval of the Talisman Puppet Sect. However, it was only the initial stage. He still had a long way to go if he wanted to earn their support, especially the elders in the sky. His goal was to win the Battle of Luck. Coming first in the Battle of Luck was his goal. Chapter 893. In the sky, Bai Shijin's lips curled into a smile. This guy seems to think highly of Lu Ming. On the side, Du Songjue's eyes flashed. He knew that Bai Shijin was building momentum for Lu Ming, but he did not refute or stop him. All right. At this moment, Bai Shijin's voice was heard again, and the scene quieted down. Now, I announce the results of this competition. First place, Tianyun. Second place, Ji Mai. Third place, Yen Tonghua. Bai Shijin announced, but then his tone changed and he said, "Originally, we planned to let 3 people enter the observatory this time, but because there are many geniuses this time and the quality is very high, and the battle of Providence is near, the elders and I have decided to increase the number to 5. Other than Tian Yun, Ji Mai, and Yen Tonghua, Meng Jia and Hu Ming can also enter the sky observation platform. Alright, the competition is now over. You all can rest for a while and enter the sky observation platform tomorrow." As soon as Bai Shijin's voice fell, the competition ended. Meng Jia and Hu Ming were naturally overjoyed. The others also looked at them enviously. "Tun Yun, I didn't know you were so powerful." Bai Qi Shui looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Let's go." Lu Ming pulled Bai Qi Shui's little hand and flew in the direction of Cloud Peak residence. Because in one direction, a large group of young women was flocking towards Lu Ming. That momentum made Lu Ming run away. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the two slowed down. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that his hand was holding a soft and cold little hand. He turned his head and saw Bai Qi Shui looking at him with big eyes and a blush on her smiling face. Lu Ming hurriedly let go and said, "Sorry, I was in a hurry just now." "In a hurry or taking advantage of me?" Bai Qi Shui smiled. Lu Ming was embarrassed and coughed a few times. "Why are you running so fast? Isn't it great to have so many beauties chasing after you? You must be secretly pleased with yourself, right?" Bai Qi Snow teased. "No, I already have someone in my heart." Lu Ming smiled. Xian Yanqing's figure flashed in his mind. He wondered how she was doing. She should have returned to the Central Continent ancient sage dynasty. Is that so? Hearing Lu Ming say that he already had someone in his heart, Bai Qi's snowy face slightly stiffened. A sliver of disappointment and sadness faintly appeared in her eyes, but it only lasted for a moment before a smile once again appeared on her face. "She must be very beautiful to be able to catch your eye, right?" "Yes, very beautiful," Lu Ming said with a smile. Then he looked at Bai Qi Shui with a smile and teased, "What? Don't tell me you've fallen for me? Go away, don't flatter yourself." Bai Qi Shui's face instantly turned red. Then she glared at Lu Ming and said, "You want me to fall for you? You're still far from it. If you're a genius like Lu Ming, then that's more likely." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ming could not stop coughing. "What's wrong with you?" Bai Qi Shui asked. "My throat is uncomfortable, nothing." Lu Ming spouted nonsense. "No way, your martial Dao is so strong, how can your throat be uncomfortable?" Bai Qi Shui was surprised. "It's nothing, let's go back to Cloud Peak residence first." Lu Ming changed the topic and walked towards Cloud Peak residence. The next day, Lu Ming came to the top of a mountain. There was a huge altar at the top of the mountain. Ji Mai, Yen Tonghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming were with him. In addition, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few other founding elders were also there. "Now, we'll open the passage to the observatory. You guys can go and cultivate, but you only have a month. After a month, you'll be teleported back. So, during this month, you have to make the best use of your time to cultivate," Bai Shijin warned. Lu Ming and the others nodded. They knew in their hearts that to open the passage to the observatory and maintain it for a month, it would consume a lot of origin stones. Moreover, the more people entered, the more resources would be consumed. Therefore, the quota to enter the observatory was extremely precious. Before this, only 13 Zongzi candidates of this generation of youths had entered the Zongzi realm. In the past, only 3 people in each generation could enter because the consumption was too great. Now that it was the War of Fortune, and this generation was the Golden Age, more people were allowed to enter. Then, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the 3 founding elders, a total of 5 people, surrounded the huge altar and began to inscribe inscriptions. Countless origin stones flew out of their hands and were devoured by the altar. Buzz. Moments later, the altar shone brightly as inscriptions intertwined. A huge vortex suddenly appeared above the altar. "The passage is open, quickly enter," Bai Shijin shouted. Lu Ming's group of 5 did not dare to delay. They stepped onto the altar and rushed into the vortex. Of course, Dandan did not follow. Lu Ming threw him into the Cloud Peak residence. The world spun, and in the next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing on a platform. The platform floated in the air, about 2 meters wide. Lu Ming looked around and realized that he seemed to be in the middle of the universe. There was a boundless starry sky in all directions, and below him was also a vast starry sky. There was only one platform floating in the air. On the left and right sides, Lu Ming saw 2 platforms. Ji Mai, Meng Jia, and the other 3 were on one platform, looking around in amazement. In front of them was a vast river that seemed to cross the entire starry sky, stretching from one end of the universe to the other. This is the law of inscription. Lu Ming was shocked. This was not the first time he had seen the law of inscription. In the past, he had only seen it in a meditative state through the spiritual force cultivation method. But now, it seemed like he was very close to the law of inscription. With a single thought, he could feel the vast inscription energy in front of him. Lu Ming's spiritual force fire throbbed violently. Sky observation platform, as expected of the sky observation platform. He could actually observe the law of inscription at such a close distance. At such a close distance, how fast would he be able to absorb the inscription energy? At this time, Ji Mai's group of 4 was already sitting cross-legged, circulating their spiritual force cultivation method to absorb the inscription energy. Rich inscription energy continuously poured into Ji Mai's group, turning into 4 pillars of light that enveloped them. Such rich inscription energy! Lu Ming exclaimed. Without further delay, he also sat down cross-legged and circulated the underworld god observation method. Buzz! In an instant, he felt a connection with the law of inscription. A resplendent pillar of light descended from the law of inscription, enveloping Lu Ming within. Ji Mai, Meng Jia, and the other 3 opened their eyes, looking at Lu Ming in shock. They realized that the light pillar formed by Lu Ming's inscription energy was more than 10 times stronger than theirs. What kind of cultivation method is he practicing? Why is it so terrifying? The 4 were astounded. The spiritual force cultivation method they practiced was already the best in the Talisman Puppet sect, but Lu Ming's cultivation method seemed to be even more shocking than theirs. Chapter 894. Lu Ming had no other distractions. He focused on activating the underworld god visualization. He could feel that there was a constant influx of rich inscription power above his head, transforming into mental fire. The mental fire in his sea of consciousness was constantly strengthening. Lu Ming had already ignited 5 blue spirit lamps, and the 5th one had already reached its peak. The flames were intense. Now, not long after, Lu Ming's spiritual fire was growing stronger and stronger. Then, the 6th spiritual lamp emitted a small blue flame. The 6th blue spiritual lamp was lit. Cultivating on the observation platform was too fast. It only took a few hours, which was comparable to half a month of cultivation for Lu Ming. Cultivation continued. Lu Ming could feel that his spiritual fire was growing stronger. Time passed day by day, and the 5 of them were immersed in cultivation. Not only them, but all the young geniuses and sky prides in the entire Eastern Wilderness and even the entire Divine Wilderness continent were immersed in cultivation. The Battle of Providence was approaching, and everyone was doing their best to improve their strength. As for the various major forces, they had also opened up a lot of resources. Everyone was improving rapidly. Especially the sky prides who were ranked at the top, their improvement was even more shocking. The strong were getting stronger. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. The other 4 also stopped cultivating and opened their eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy and satisfaction. Obviously, they had all made great progress in the past month. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he found that 9 blue spiritual lamps were burning fiercely in his sea of consciousness. His spiritual power was surging and exuberant. In a month, a total of 4 spiritual lamps had been lit, which was really shocking. One had to know that it was very difficult to light up after 6 lamps for each level. He wondered what Ji Mai and the others had achieved, but he guessed that they must have gained a lot. At this moment, a strong tearing force pulled the 5 of them. In an instant, the 5 of them disappeared, and the platform they were sitting on disappeared without a trace. Buzz. With a flash of light, he found himself back on the altar. Bai Shijin and the others were standing around him. Alright, it's been a month. I'm sure you've all gained a lot. Go back and digest it, Bai Shijin said with a smile. Subsequently, Lu Ming and the others bid their farewells to Bai Shijin's group and returned to their respective homes. Lu Ming returned to Cloud Peak residence and discovered that in the courtyard, Bai Qi Snow was inscribing inscription symbols. After a while, Bai Qi finished carving and found Lu Ming. How is it? You must have gained a lot from your trip to the Sky Observatory. Bai Qi Snow revealed a hint of envy. Which disciple of the Talisman Puppet sect wasn't envious of being able to enter the Sky Observation platform? It's alright. Do you have any questions about your cultivation during this period? Lu Ming said. Yes, Master has been very busy recently and has no time to guide me. I can only rely on you. Bai Qi Snow giggled and immediately voiced out some of her doubts. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment before explaining his understanding. The two of them began to discuss. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to his room and began to think about the direction of his cultivation. There were only 3 months left before the Battle of Providence. Right now, his path of inscription and refinement had already reached a sufficiently high level. It was very difficult for him to improve greatly within a short period of time. In the remaining time, Lu Ming had to spend all his efforts on martial arts. I need to find a place with many demonic beasts. I can hunt them and devour their blood essence to improve my bloodline. I can also borrow the power of the demonic beasts to temper my intent realm and comprehend martial arts techniques. Lu Ming pondered. Then he took out a portion of demonic beast blood essence and began to devour and refine it. The last time he bought a batch of blood essence, he had not refined it yet. This time, he used all of it to improve the 9 Dragons bloodline. After the 9 Dragons bloodline awakened the 9 Dragon Claws, the amount of blood essence required was shockingly high. After refining 50 portions of level 6 7th tier demonic beast blood essence and 50 portions of level 6 8th tier demonic beast blood essence, the 9 Dragons bloodline only improved by 1 level to level 2 of the divine level. After the 9 Dragons bloodline leveled up, another dragon force was born in his bloodline. There were a total of 2 dragon forces. At this time, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming walked out of his room and asked Bai Qi Shui if there was a suitable place to cultivate. Bai Qi Shui pondered for a moment and indeed thought of a suitable place. The Ferocious Beast's Secret Realm. This was a secret realm controlled by the Talisman Puppet sect. It was considered a mid-sized realm. There were primeval forests everywhere, nurturing countless demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were very primitive. They might not have come into contact with humans, so they could not speak human language and could not transform into human form. They retained their most primitive beast form. This was undoubtedly very suitable for Lu Ming to cultivate. Lu Ming bade farewell to Bai Qi Shui and headed for the entrance of the Ferocious Beast's secret realm. There were many people at the entrance. Many disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect, and even the older generation entered to hunt demonic beasts. After all, an inscription master required various materials. In the Ferocious Beast's secret realm, not only could one obtain materials from killing demonic beasts, one could also obtain blood essence. Tianyun, it's Tianyun Zongzi. Tianyun Zongzi. When Lu Ming arrived, many people hurriedly greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. With Lu Ming's identity, it was natural for him to enter the Ferocious Beast's secret realm. What came into view was an endless mountain range and an endless forest. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard from afar. It was a wild scene. This is a good place. It's very primitive. It should be a secret realm that has just been developed. I can smell the fragrance of countless spiritual herbs. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder. Her breasts were contracting and her small eyes were shining. In the surroundings, people flew forward continuously, disappearing into the desolate mountain. Let's go! Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew towards the wild mountains. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to fly deeper. According to Bai Qi Shui's introduction, The ferocious beast mystic realm was indeed a mystic realm that the talisman puppet sect had discovered not long ago. It had not been 10 years and there was limited development. The deeper he went, the stronger the strength of the demonic beasts. There were even many existences above the spiritual embryo realm. Soon, Lu Ming was 1,000,000 miles deep. He could already see the figures of others here. A giant lizard that was 7 to 8 meters tall and more than 30 meters long rushed out from the forest and pounced towards Lu Ming. A ferocious aura spread and emitted a powerful aura. Peak 9th level spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming smiled and condensed a long spear in his hand. With a swing, the long spear shot out with 4 types of realm of heaven and earth surrounding it. Puchi. The long spear directly pierced through the head of the giant lizard, leaving a bowl-sized bloody hole. The giant lizard roared and its huge body smashed heavily into the forest, crushing a large area of ancient trees. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and opened its mouth, aiming at the giant lizard. A terrifying devouring force erupted. Chapter 895. Under the devouring of the 9 dragons' bloodline, the giant lizard's corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, the giant lizard turned into a dried skeleton. All of its blood essence, demonic energy, and life essence were devoured and robbed by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming felt that there were various kinds of energy in the 9 dragons' bloodline. How could this be? It actually devoured all of the energy of a giant lizard. This is too overbearing. Could it be because of the complete awakening of the 9 dragons' bloodline? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Since his 9 dragons' bloodline was promoted to the divine grade and transformed into the 9 claws form, this was the first time he devoured a demonic beast's corpse. Previously, he only bought blood essence and devoured it. Previously, he only felt that the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline had greatly increased, but he did not expect it to be so overbearing. Lu Ming, it seems that you have fully displayed the 9 dragons' talent. Dandan said. The 9 dragons' talent? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, the 9 dragons' strongest talent is to devour everything. All kinds of energy will be devoured and turned into one's own. It is extremely terrifying. Dandan explained. Devour everything and turn it into one's own. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to refine the bloodline. All kinds of energy in the 9 dragons' bloodline began to be refined by Lu Ming. Among them, the blood essence was still turned into bloodline power and absorbed by the 9 dragons' bloodline. The other kinds of energy such as blood essence, life essence, and demonic energy were all refined into true yuan and poured into Lu Ming's spirit sea. Immediately, Lu Ming's true yuan increased by a little. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. This was too overbearing. The other kinds of energy were all turned into true yuan and blood essence to enhance the bloodline power. Not a single bit was wasted. In this way, wouldn't he even save on the ores when he cultivated in the future? Haha, I didn't expect the complete awakening of the 9 dragons' bloodline to have such a heaven-defying ability. Let's try hunting demonic beasts again. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His figure flickered as he began to hunt for demonic beasts. After killing several demonic beasts in a row, the result was the same. Whether it was their blood essence, demonic chi, or life essence, they were all devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and turned into his own energy. Amazing! If I wasn't trapped by the concept of heaven and earth, my cultivation would simply advance by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before continuing onward, searching for powerful demonic beasts to hunt. Not long after, they went a few 100,000 miles deeper. Roar! With a loud roar, space trembled as a giant staff smashed toward Lu Ming. No, it wasn't a giant stick. It was the trunk of a giant elephant. This mammoth was as big as a mountain and covered in fur. When it swung its trunk, space trembled, causing Lu Ming to feel immense pressure. Level 7 Demon Beast. This was a 7th grade demonic beast that was equivalent to the spirit embryo realm. The sound of a dragon's roar could be heard and Lu Ming instantly unleashed a surge of dragon power. Dense scales appeared on Lu Ming's skin. Boom! With a punch, he circulated the suppressing hell-heaven skill. When the fist and the mammoth's trunk collided, an earth-shattering boom erupted. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging toward him as his body involuntarily flew backward. However, the mammoth's trunk was also sent flying by him. The mammoth's roar was earth-shattering. Level 1 of Level 7. It's equivalent to Level 1 of Spirit Embryo Realm. I can fight it. Lu Ming stopped in midair as his eyes shone brightly. This mammoth had immense strength, but it wasn't ridiculously strong. Lu Ming could fight it. Swoosh. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps and rushed toward the mammoth like a stream of light. The mammoth roared and swung its trunk at an astonishing speed, whipping toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shifted as he continuously changed his position in midair. He successfully dodged the mammoth's attack and appeared on top of its head, stomping down on it. Bam! With this stomp, Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and the suppressing hell-heaven skill to the extreme. It was equivalent to an upper-grade half-god martial technique. With Lu Ming's stomp, it landed on the mammoth's head. Boom! With a violent roar, the mammoth's head caved in, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The mammoth wailed and whipped its trunk wildly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body moved and flew up into the sky. What a strong defense! Lu Ming exhaled deeply with a grave look in his eyes. This mammoth's defense was terrifyingly strong. Under his all-out attack, a 10,000-meter-tall mountain would crumble in an instant. It could sink the ground within a 100-mile radius. However, when it landed on the mammoth's head, it didn't instantly kill it. The mammoth roared and its eyes were bloodthirsty as it charged toward Lu Ming crazily. As it stepped on the ground cracked and countless ancient trees collapsed. It was a scene of doomsday. Whoosh! The mammoth swung its trunk and a gale swept up. A huge gully appeared on the ground as if a valley had appeared out of nowhere. Lu Ming took a step and dodged the mammoth's trunk before rushing toward its head. This mammoth had boundless strength and astonishing defense. However, its weakness was that it was relatively slow. However, its speed was slow compared to Lu Ming. If it was any other person in the spiritual ocean realm, they would have been smashed into pieces by the mammoth's trunk. Lu Ming appeared on the mammoth's head and stepped out once again. The moment he stepped out, a dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming exploded with another burst of dragon force. With the 2 bursts of dragon force in his body exploding, Lu Ming's attack power reached an astonishing level. Bam! This time, the mammoth's head exploded and a huge hole appeared. The mammoth wailed and fell to the ground. Not long after, it stopped breathing. A mammoth that was equivalent to the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a breath and felt that there was only half of his vital essence left in his body. He revealed a bitter smile. Hell-suppressing heaven skill, when used at full power, exhausted a terrifying amount of vital essence. Just 2 strikes and half of the vital essence in his body had been extracted. My battle power on the martial path isn't any weaker than a martial arts practitioner at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Of course, that's only compared to normal martial arts practitioners. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The reason why he was able to kill the giant elephant in 2 moves was mainly because the speed of the concrete elephant was relatively slow. That was why he was able to hit its vital points twice in a row. If it had been someone else with faster speed, it would not have been so easy to kill it. Lu Ming was very clear about this point. Devour! Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and the power of devouring burst out, enveloping the mammoth. The mammoth's body that was as big as a mountain started to shrivel rapidly. What astonishing energy! Find a place to refine it. After devouring the mammoth's energy, Lu Ming's figure flashed and found a cave. He laid down a formation and started to refine it. Whoosh whoosh, billowing energy continuously poured into Lu Ming's body. The vital essence that he had expended was quickly recovered, but the energy was still pouring in continuously. It's too dense. I'm stuck at the concept and my cultivation can't break through. What should I do? Chapter 896. Physical body. Yes, let's try my physical body. Suddenly, Lu Ming had an idea. His physical body had been stuck at the peak of grade 7 for a long time, and he had been neglecting his cultivation. Now was a good time to try and see if the energy could improve his physical body. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming activated the myriad spirit battle body. Suddenly, the energy seemed to have found a vent and seeped into his physical body. Lu Ming's physical body began to wriggle and expand, and his bones made cracking sounds. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was becoming stronger and stronger at a rapid pace. It was beginning to improve. Half an hour later, the energy of the giant elephant was completely refined. Grade 8 physical body. Lu Ming smiled. As expected, the energy he devoured could also improve his physical body. How much should he save in the future? In the future, he could use the resources to buy other things, such as spiritual liquid and cultivating the tree of enlightenment. Lu Ming was about to laugh out loud. Legend has it that one of the basic conditions to break through to the martial emperor realm is to have a body at the peak of grade 9. Lu Ming had an idea. Many spiritual god realm experts would try their best to cultivate their physical body because it was impossible to break through to the martial emperor realm without a body at the peak of grade 9. Of course, Lu Ming was still far away from that. Now was not the time to think about it. It was enough to improve his physical body. The 9 dragons' bloodline did not improve. After refining the blood essence of the giant elephant, the 9 dragons' bloodline did not improve. It was the blood essence of a grade 7 demonic beast. Now, Lu Ming needed a huge amount of blood essence to improve his bloodline. If he were to buy it, he would not be able to afford it. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and the tree of enlightenment appeared. Lu Ming sat in front of the tree of enlightenment and began to comprehend the realm of heaven and earth. Just like that, Lu Ming began his days of hard cultivation in the ferocious beast forest. Once he had an inspiration, he would stop cultivating. After a few days of cultivation, he would go hunting demonic beasts to hone his martial skills. The dandan would wander around the mountains in search of spiritual herbs. Time flew by in a blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 2 months and 20 days since Lu Ming entered the vicious beast's secret realm. There were only 10 days left before the Battle of Providence. Crash! A figure flew out of a clear lake and stood on the shore. Then, he sent out his quintessence, and not a single drop of water remained on his body. Then, he changed into a blue close-fitting robe. Suddenly, an elegant and graceful young master appeared on the shore. This person was, of course, Lu Ming, who had been cultivating in the ferocious beast's secret realm for nearly 3 months. Now, Lu Ming was already 22 years old. His face was chiseled, and he was much more mature than before. He looked even more determined. It's time to go out. The Battle of Providence is finally coming. Lu Ming clenched his fists and felt the surging energy in his body. His eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Dandan landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Its mouth was filled with the fragrance of herbs. It said, this seat has recovered a little. When this seat recovers a little more, watch how I'll torture those so-called outstanding talents. Also, that martial monarch D will be blown to death by this seat. Dandan even burped as it spoke. During this period of time, this fellow had found many high-grade spiritual herbs. He had been eating spiritual herbs every day and had been living a very comfortable life. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and headed for the exit of the ferocious beast forest. When Lu Ming came out of the ferocious beast forest, his expression changed. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman. Fatty is here. I nearly forgot. Lu Ming smiled. The moment he came out, he received a message from Fatty. It looked like he was blocked in the secret realm earlier. Immediately, Lu Ming flew out of the Yin and Yang mountain. At the edge of the Yin and Yang mountain, there was a huge array platform. This place was guarded by the experts of the Yin and Yang mountain, who kept the array running smoothly at all times. Seniors. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Oh, it's Tianyun Zongzi. Are you going out? An old man opened his eyes and said, I have a few friends who are participating in the Battle of Providence. I want to bring them in. Lu Ming arrived. Alright, take this token with you. You can freely enter and exit the Great Formation of the Two Elements Mountain. However, this token has restrictions. At most, You can bring in strong practitioners of the spirit embryo realm. Stronger practitioners will be blocked. A token flew out of the old man's hand and Lu Ming caught it. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming thanked him and stepped out. When he walked out of the Yinyang mountain, there was suddenly a layer of ripples in the space that was originally normal. Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped out. He flew forward and came to a small city thousands of miles away. He saw Fatty and of course, Ruan Tingting. Lu Ming, I finally see you. We arrived 5 days ago and have been sending you messages, but there was no news. Fatty laughed when he saw Lu Ming. He wanted to give Lu Ming a bear hug, but he was almost kicked out by Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Ruan Tingting walked over and greeted him with a smile. Tingting. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. He realized that both Fatty and Ruan Tingting's auras were much stronger than before. They were much stronger than they were half a year ago. This was especially so for the Fatty. Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura from him. This aura was hidden in the depths of the Fatty's body. Lu Ming could also sense a trace of it with his sensitive spiritual senses. This aura seemed to be able to destroy everything and was extremely sharp. It seemed that both Fatty and Ruan Tingting had made great progress under the guidance of the demonic sky divine emperor. After all, they were taught by the divine emperor himself. How many people in the world could do that? Fatty, you've awakened your third bloodline? Lu Ming asked. Yes, I've awakened it. Hee, Lu Ming, I'm not afraid of you now. Fatty grinned. Oh, what level is it? Lu Ming asked. It's a secret now. When the Battle of Providence starts, I promise you'll be shocked. Fatty chuckled with a mysterious look. Go away. Ruan Tingting said with disdain. Lu Ming also pointed his middle finger at Fatty. Tingting, you've also awakened a divine bloodline, right? Lu Ming looked at Ruan Tingting. He could also feel a powerful aura from Ruan Tingting's body. Yes, I was lucky enough to awaken it with the help of Senior Demonic Sky. Third level divine bloodline. Ruan Tingting said, and then a trace of aura flashed from her body. 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Ruan Tingting's cultivation had actually reached the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The demonic sky divine emperor's methods were indeed unpredictable. In just half a year, not only did Ruan Tingting successfully awaken a 3rd level divine bloodline, but her cultivation also broke through to the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Half a year ago, Ruan Tingting's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. The speed of her progress could be said to be extremely shocking. This was the method of the divine emperor. It was difficult to predict. Chapter 897. Lu Ming was happy for them. After all, they were friends. Let's go to Liangyi Mountain, Lu Ming said. Then, the three of them headed towards Liangyi Mountain. They arrived at Liangyi Mountain after a while. With Lu Ming's token, the three of them entered Liangyi Mountain easily. Lu Ming returned to the array platform and returned the token to the old man. Then, he flew towards Yun Peak residence with Fatty and Ruan Tingting. Hey, you're keeping a mistress in your house? As soon as they arrived at Yun Peak residence, Fatty yelled when he saw Bai Chi Shui. He did not call Lu Ming by his real name as he knew that Lu Ming was using a fake name. Get lost. Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked. Bai Chi Shui's face turned red. Fatty was stunned when he saw Bai Chi Shui's shy expression. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with admiration and said, Brother, I'm impressed. I really admire you. You have beautiful women accompanying you wherever you go, and you're even living together. But you're too much of a playboy. How can I be worthy of Miss Xie? Look at me, I'm so devoted. I only have Tingting in my heart. After saying that, he blinked his small eyes and looked at Ruan Tingting ingratiatingly. Get lost. Go away. Ruan Tingting said in disdain. Lu Ming gave a flying kick and the fatty's fat body was sent flying. He landed on his face like a dog eating shit. Chi Shui, these two are my friends, Fatty Kong Jin and Ruan Tingting. Lu Ming introduced them to Bai Chi Shui. They were all young people, so they got familiar with each other after playing around for a while. Lu Ming arranged a courtyard for Fatty and Ruan Tingting on a mountain peak near Yun Peak residence. Liangyi Mountain became lively in the following days. The Battle of Providence was approaching. Almost all the elites had come out of seclusion and adjusted their mentality to prepare for the Battle of Providence. Even the other 13 Zongzi candidates had come out of seclusion. Days passed. 2 days before the Battle of Providence began, Bai Shijin sent someone to invite Lu Ming to meet him. When Lu Ming arrived at the Talisman Puppet Sect's meeting hall, he noticed that Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and other eminent elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect were all present. In the middle of the hall, there were 13 youths. There were both men and women among the 13 youths, and all of them had extraordinary bearings. It was obvious that they were giants among men. As soon as Lu Ming entered, the gazes of the 13 young men and women all turned to look at Lu Ming. Some were curious, some were peaceful, some were friendly, and some were not. They should be the other 13 Zongzi candidates. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he curiously sized up the other party. These 13 people were ranked in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Every one of them was extraordinary and stood at the peak of the eastern wilderness and the endless domain. Tianyun, you're here, Bai Shijin said with a smile. Tianyun pays his respects to the seniors. Lu Ming bowed in front of the mountain. Well, get to know each other. He said. Bai Shijin nodded. Junior brother Tianyun, I've heard a lot about you. A young man stepped forward with a gentle smile on his face. This young man had a head of silver hair that cascaded down to his waist. He was very handsome and always had a gentle smile on his face, which made it easy for people to have a good impression of him. A mysterious aura was emitted from his body all along, as if he was not a mortal and did not belong to the mortal world. The strangest thing was his eyes. His eyes were silver in color, and they were double pupils. Each of his eyes had double pupils, making him look incomparably sinister. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he thought of someone. Silver-haired heavenly eyes, illusion. He was ranked 8th on the list of top 1,000 talents, and the only genius from the Talisman Puppet Sect to make it to the top 10. He was known as a peerless genius and the top inscriptionist among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. He was extremely talented, and it was said that his heavenly eyes could see through all formations and inscriptions. It was extremely magical. Cough, cough, cough. Before Lu Ming could speak, Bai Shijin coughed and said, Huanzhen, don't call Tianyun junior brother. You can call each other by their names. Huanzhen and the other Sky Prides looked at Bai Shijin in surprise. Bai Shijin's face was slightly red, and the other founding elders were a little embarrassed. Lu Ming was amused. He understood what Bai Shijin and the rest meant. Lu Ming was his master. He was Lian-song and his seniority was very high. Even Bai Shijin had to address him as martial uncle. But now Huanzhen called Lu Ming junior brother. Wasn't that taking advantage of Bai Shijin? He knew Lu Ming well, but Huanzhen and the others did not. They all looked at each other. Well, you young people get to know each other quickly. Let's talk about business. Bai Shijin coughed and changed the topic. The Battle of Providence is about to begin. But you should know that our Talisman Puppet Sect is the weakest among the 4 superpowers in the eastern wilderness. The number of geniuses is decreasing year by year, while the other superpowers, such as the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse Sect, are getting stronger and stronger. In the past 1,000 years, my Talisman Puppet Sect has always been at the bottom in every battle of Providence and has been ruthlessly suppressed. The amount of Providence we obtain has become increasingly less and the strength of our sect has also become increasingly weaker. Therefore, this time, the first thing you must do is to be united and not fight amongst yourselves. Your strength is already weak to begin with. If you still fight amongst yourselves, the final result is very likely to be complete annihilation. Bai Shijin's eyes were bright as he warned them seriously. We will remember. Huanzhen, Lu Ming, and the others solemnly replied. Bai Shijin nodded his head in satisfaction and continued. The Battle of Providence occurs once every 20 years, but the area you enter each time is different. It is truly incomparably mysterious, but there is a common point. Every time, there is a great opportunity, and when you obtain the opportunity, you will also obtain providence. This is your chance. If you can obtain a great opportunity, you may be able to suppress the geniuses of your generation, dominate the eastern wilderness, and lead the talisman puppet sect to rise. Bai Shijin's voice was filled with temptation, causing all the young people present to clench their fists tightly, filled with anticipation. However, Bai Shijin's voice immediately changed as he said, "However, the Battle of Providence is also known as the burial ground of geniuses. Every time, there will be a large number of geniuses who will die in it. However, this world is so cruel. The strong will become stronger, and the weak will only be stepped on. So you must be mentally prepared." However, the 14 people including Lu Ming all had resolute gazes and did not waver. They were all peerless geniuses. Since they had embarked on the path of cultivation, they would bravely advance until they reached the peak. There was no reason for them to retreat. They were filled with confidence in themselves. "Good, it's good that you are confident." Du Songjue, who had not spoken until now, opened his mouth. "I have one more thing to tell all of you." Du Songjue pondered for a moment and continued. "Master Liao Tsang once said that the world we are in is called the Yuan realm. The Yuan realm is vast and boundless, and no one knows how wide it is. Not to mention Emperor realm experts, even those stronger than that do not know its boundaries." Chapter 898. Du Songjue's words caused the hearts of the young people present to tremble, and they were all dumbstruck. Our divine wilderness continent is just a drop in the ocean. There are many other continents like the divine wilderness continent overseas, and some are even hundreds or thousands of times bigger than the divine wilderness continent. A young man exclaimed, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Huan Zhen and the others were the same. They were too shocked. In the past, they thought that the divine wilderness continent was the center of the world. Although they knew that there might be other continents overseas, they thought that having 2 or 3 similar continents was already shocking enough. But Du Songjue used the word many, and the fact that there were hundreds or thousands of times bigger than the divine wilderness continent was unbelievable. The divine wilderness continent was vast and boundless. There were hundreds of regions in the eastern wilderness. It was vast and boundless. The southern underworld, the northern plains, and the western desert were also vast and not smaller than the eastern wilderness. The middle continent was said to be even more vast and full of outstanding people. There were so many other continents overseas. Everyone was stunned. Right now, Lu Ming was the only one who was slightly better. The mid-autumn moon might have been taken away by people overseas. He had once entered a small island in the heavenly realm by chance and widened his horizons. He knew that the world was vast beyond his imagination. That's right. If you're not an emperor, it's difficult to leave the divine wilderness continent and go overseas, so we don't know. Master Liao Tsang once said that the War of Providence doesn't only involve the divine wilderness continent. According to Master, the entire Yuan realm and other continents will have a War of Providence. Du Songjue said again. This time, even Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Not only the divine wilderness continent, but also the other continents overseas would have a War of Providence. That was too shocking. What was the reason for it? How could it be carried out in such a vast area at the same time? Or rather, were the wars of providence all connected? Was it the natural operation of the heavenly Tao, or was it controlled by someone? If it was controlled by someone who had such terrifying power to control the vast territory of the Yuan realm at the same time. At that moment, Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. Master once said that if you stand out in the War of Providence and achieve a certain result, you'll have unexpected gains. Du Songjue said, a certain result? What result? Lu Ming and the others were surprised. This, I don't know either. Master didn't explain it in detail back then, but it seems like it's extremely difficult to reach that standard. In short, you just have to do your best. All right, I've said what I needed to say. You can go now. Prepare yourself. Lu Ming, Huan Zhen, and the rest nodded and left the hall. After Lu Ming left the main hall, he flew directly to Baibao Pavilion to purchase some items before returning to Cloud Peak Residence. Big Brother Yen. Near Cloud Peak Residence, Lu saw Yen, and, after not seeing each other for half a year, Yen Kuangtu finally appeared. Yen Kuangtu smiled. At this moment, Yen Kuang-tu's body flashed, and the figure of Supreme Nine Sons appeared. Lu Ming bowed. He was happy for Supreme Nine Sons. Lu Ming, how's the preparation for the War of Providence? Supreme Nine Sons smiled. It's going well. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, with your current cultivation and combat strength, it's still very difficult for you to stand out. However, the Battle of Providence will last for a year. That's enough time for you to rise up. Therefore, you have to make good use of this year's time. Only then will you be able to surpass everyone else in the Battle of Providence. Supreme Nine Sons said. For example, Supreme Nine Sons and Yen Kuang-tu had participated in the War of Providence back then and obtained great opportunities. Lu Ming nodded seriously. He knew that his current battle strength and cultivation were more than enough to deal with ordinary sky prides. However, there was still a gap between him and the top 100 geniuses on the list of 1,000 geniuses. Lu Ming, we just came back to see you. We won't see you off in the War of Providence. Master's recovery has reached a critical moment. We'll set off again soon and leave Inyang Mountain. Yen Kuang-tu said. There's no need to see me off. Senior Nine Sons' recovery is more important. Lu Ming nodded quickly. Then the three of them chatted for a while. Supreme Nine Sons and Yen Kuang-tu mainly talked about their experiences in the War of Providence, hoping that it would be helpful to Lu Ming. They chatted for 2 hours before Yen Kuang-tu and Supreme Nine Sons left. Lu Ming returned to Yun Peak residence. Time flew by. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The War of Providence finally arrived. There was a huge boulder behind Inyang Mountain. On the boulder, there was a huge round stone covered with mysterious carvings. The stone gave off a heavy and ancient feeling. In the past, this place was forbidden to the Talisman Puppet sect. Other than some elders, ordinary people were not allowed to enter. However, there were now thousands of people gathered here. Upon reaching this place, Lu Ming realized that this was the place to participate in the Battle of Providence. The entrance to the War of Providence was in a very mysterious place. No one could enter from other places. They had to go through a special passage. The Talisman Puppet Sect, Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Monster Valley all had this special passage. Usually, this passage was useless and had no effect. Only when the War of Providence started, this passage would automatically activate. Whichever force you entered through the passage represented which force you participated in the War of Providence. Your future achievements would be credited to that force and luck would descend. This time, the Talisman Puppet Sect sent thousands of people to participate in the War of Providence. Other than some true geniuses, they also selected many experts with high cultivation from the younger generation. After these young experts entered, they could assist those geniuses. Moreover, who knew who would be lucky enough to obtain a great opportunity and gather great luck? No one could be sure. Therefore, there were more or less benefits to having more people enter. Lu Ming, Fatty, Ruan Tingting, Bai Qi, and Shui stood together. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and some elders stood in front and stared at the huge round stone. Legend had it that when a force became an overlord and a ruler was born, the ancient city of Providence would fly out such a stone and descend on that force. It meant that the force was qualified to send people to participate in the War of Providence. When a force was completely weakened, this stone would automatically fly away. This also meant that the force had completely declined. Buzz. Suddenly, the round stone shook. The carvings on it started to flicker with light. A mysterious aura circulated. Chapter 899. All right, everyone, follow me. Bai Shijin shouted and stepped into the vortex. Swoosh, swoosh. Many figures flew up and stepped into the vortex. With a flash of light, the people who stepped into the vortex disappeared. Let's go! Lu Ming and the rest followed the crowd. They flew into the vortex and disappeared. Finally, Du Songjue and a few other doyens also stepped in. With a flash of light, Lu Ming and the rest found themselves on a huge platform. It was a huge platform made of stone. There were patterns on it, and behind it was a huge wall that blocked the way out. There was a vortex above their heads. This was the spatial tunnel that they had used to enter. After Lu Ming and the rest went to participate in the battle, Bai Shijin and the rest went out from there. The direction in front seemed to be empty. It was an endless abyss, and there was a huge door of light on the other side of the abyss. That's the entrance to the Battle of Providence. Bai Shijin's voice rang out as he pointed at the door of light on the other side of the abyss. Lu Ming was surrounded by disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect. They had gathered together. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest had also entered. The people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Demon Valley have also arrived. Fatty said softly from the side. Lu Ming looked over. He saw the people from the other three forces on the platform. Like the Talisman Puppet Sect, all the forces had gathered together. So many people. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He found that there were more than 10,000 people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Heavenly Corpse Sect also had close to 10,000 people. The Sky Demon Valley had fewer people, but there were still more than 3,000 people. How could this be? How could there be so many geniuses in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was considered a supreme talent. The previous list of top 1,000 talents and the recent rising supreme talents added up to less than 800 people. Including some young experts, there were at most 3,000 to 4,000 people. How could there be so many people? Tian Yun, I heard that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse Sect don't have that many supreme talents and young experts, but they will train a group of men of sacrifice. Bai Qi Shui said softly. Death warriors? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right, loyalists. Do you see that group of black-robed people behind the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and carrying all kinds of weapons? The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace uses a special method to bring out the full potential of some young people. Before the age of 30, their strength will soar crazily and enter an extremely powerful realm. But the consequence is that those young people's potential will be completely exhausted, and their lifespans will be greatly shortened. Their minds will become numb, and they will only know to obey orders without fear of death. Their goal is to participate in the Battle of Providence and assist the other geniuses to obtain opportunities and providence. Bai Qi Snow explained. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. For the sake of the War of Providence, these major factions could be said to have exhausted all their means. Look, those people from the Heavenly Corpse Sect who are wrapped in blood-red robes are also death warriors. Our Talisman Puppet Sect cultivates the Tao of Inscription. We don't have such an outrageous secret technique, so we won't do it. The Heavenly Demon Valley's demon tribe is very arrogant and won't do it either. Therefore, there are very few of them. Bai Qi Snow said. Lu Ming nodded. He understood. These death warriors were nothing more than young people who were cultivated with a secret technique. Their bone ages were below 30 years old, and they were used to participate in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming stood in the crowd and scanned the three major factions. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace area, he saw the 6 great ancient families and the 6 supreme martial artists. In each faction, there were dozens of young men and women who had extraordinary auras and unfathomable strength. Needless to say, these people were all at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, or at the same level. Lu Ming was sizing them up, and they were sizing them up too. Haha, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, I didn't expect the Talisman Puppet Sect to still dare to participate in the Battle of Providence. Aren't you afraid that this generation of young people will die? A burst of laughter suddenly sounded from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and recognized that it was the Wang family head, a supreme martial artist who had almost been killed by Lu Ming with the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Wang Xingtian. Bai Shijin's face darkened and he snorted coldly, not saying a word. Well, the Talisman Puppet Sect is getting worse with each generation. If this generation of people die in there, you old fellows won't be able to hold on for long. The Talisman Puppet Sect will be destroyed sooner or later. The Wang family head, Wang Xingtian, continued to sneer as his gaze swept across the Talisman Puppet Sect. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He retracted his aura and moved, wanting to use the figures of others to block his body. But in the next moment, he realized that a cold gaze had landed on him. It was Wang Xingtian's gaze. At this moment, Wang Xingtian's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you? I didn't expect you to run to the talisman puppet sect. Wang Xingtian shouted angrily. Back then, during the Battle of Nine Dragon City, he was almost smashed to death by Lu Ming using the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. A prime of his generation had ended up in such a state and he had lost all his face. He hated Lu Ming deeply. With his cultivation, even if Lu Ming changed his appearance and retracted his aura, he would still be able to see through him with a single glance. Following Wang Xingtian's voice, everyone from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace looked over at the talisman puppet sect. Lu Ming, who in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace didn't know this name. Not only the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, but the other factions also looked over. What? Lu Ming? Lu Ming is among us? Most of the people from the talisman puppet sect were shocked as they sized each other up. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others' faces darkened. Little bastard, don't think you can hide from me by hiding in the crowd. You're actually in the talisman puppet sect? Let's see how you'll die. Wang Xingtian sneered. The other 5 supreme beings' eyes turned cold as they looked at Lu Ming. They had also lost face in the battle that day. 6 supreme beings had joined forces, but they still couldn't take down a junior like Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Who's Lu Ming? Bai Qi Shue's eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings. Hide? Why should I hide? What can you do to me here? Lu Ming spoke. His clear voice resounded throughout the entire place. After saying this, he strode out and arrived outside the crowd. This place was the entrance to the Battle of Providence. It was extremely mysterious and had a strong suppressive effect. The older one was, the stronger the suppression. For example, Wang Xingtian, a supreme being who had lived for thousands of years, could only display the cultivation of the spiritual embryo realm. What did he have to fear? This was something that everyone knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here openly. Yen Kuangtu and Supreme Nine Sons wouldn't be at ease and didn't follow him. Once they entered this place, those experts wouldn't be able to display much of their strength. Lu Ming didn't want to be discovered at first, as he only wanted to avoid some trouble. However, since he was discovered, he might as well stand out. At this moment, everyone's eyes were gathered on Lu Ming. Tianyun? You're Lu Ming? Bai Qishue widened his eyes and was dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 900. It was no wonder that Tianyun was so powerful and his martial arts cultivation was so profound. It turned out that he was Lu Ming. Bai Qi could not help but recall that she often praised Lu Ming in front of him. She even said that if she wanted to find someone she liked, she should find a peerless genius like Lu Ming. Wasn't she saying it in front of Lu Ming himself? Upon thinking of this, Bai Qi's face flushed red and she felt extremely shy. This bad guy, he didn't tell me. Bai Qi's face was as red as an apple. The other young people in the talisman puppet sect also looked at Lu Ming in astonishment before they came to a realization. It turned out that Tianyun was Lu Ming. No wonder his talent was so high and so powerful. He was actually the Lu Ming who caused the great battle in Nine Dragon City, the one who pulled out the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, the one who fought against the primes, and the one who caused Martial Monarch De to intervene? No wonder. In that case, everything would make sense. Since Tianyun was Lu Ming, it would be normal for him to create those records and surpass everyone in the Talisman Puppet Sect competition to obtain first place. It was because he was Lu Ming. Little bastard, I'll kill you now. Flames danced on Wang Xingtian's body as a powerful aura burst out. However, his aura was severely suppressed and he only had the aura of the spiritual embryo realm. Wang Xingtian, this is not Nine Dragon City. Bai Shijin stepped forward and blocked Wang Xingtian. Mental energy spread out from his glabella. Bai Shijin, your talisman puppet sect dares to go against my Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Are you courting death? Wang Xingtian shouted with cold killing intent. He, Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace has been annexing my talisman puppet sect's territory. Haven't you always been going against me? Bai Shijin sneered. You? Wang Xingtian's face turned ugly. If they were outside, he would have attacked immediately. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had more primes than the Talisman Puppet Sect, and they were more than enough to defeat the Talisman Puppet Sect. However, in this place, he was unable to display the strength of a prime. Even an ordinary elder of the Talisman Puppet Sect would be able to block him. If they were to fight, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace might suffer a great loss. Good, very good. Talisman Puppet Sect, let's see how many people from your Talisman Puppet Sect can come out alive in this battle of karmic luck. Wang Shengtian said coldly. Then he instructed the Sky Prides of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and shouted, "Everyone from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, listen up. In the Battle of Providence, if you encounter anyone from the Talisman Puppet Sect, do not show mercy. Kill." The geniuses of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace replied loudly, their eyes filled with killing intent. Also, pay special attention to Lu Ming. If you see him, you must kill him without mercy. I will reward whoever kills him handsomely. Wang Shengtian said. We must kill Lu Ming. The Sky Pride of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace replied. A cold killing intent spread out towards Lu Ming. Some powerful geniuses had unfathomable gazes. Are you Lu Ming? At this moment, a loud roar came from the direction of the Sky Monster Valley. A burly man in red armor looked coldly at Lu Ming. That's the supreme being of the Flood Dragon tribe. Someone recognized the burly man. My nephew, Aoqun, was killed by you. Good, very good. The Flood Dragon supreme being turned around and looked at the Sky Prides of the Sky Monster Valley. He shouted, "This kid killed my nephew. If you see him in the Battle of Providence, kill him without mercy. I will reward whoever kills him handsomely." Ah, he's mine. I must kill him. Instantly, the Sky Prides of the Sky Monster Valley looked at Lu Ming with killing intent in their eyes. Before the Battle of Providence had even begun, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Sky Monster Valley had already targeted Lu Ming. All of them wanted to kill Lu Ming. As for the Heavenly Corpse sect, they were waiting to watch a good show. Bai Qi, Shui, Ruan Tingting, Fatty, and the others looked at Lu Ming with worried expressions. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others looked solemn. They had not expected things to turn out this way. This battle would be very difficult for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze was calm. He recalled that he had killed Aoqun, a Sky Pride of the Flood Dragon Supreme Being, during the Three Great Forces exchange in Nine Dragon City. His gaze swept across the people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Sky Monster Valley as he said, "Since you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me." His voice was also very calm, but it revealed a strong sense of confidence, as well as a sharp killing intent. Shameless boasting. Who do you think you are? How dare you say that you will kill us? A young man from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He recognized this person. Jiang Taichong. Back then, he had won the Battle of the Heavenly King list, but he had been stopped by this person. This person was ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Just a clown. Another voice rang out from the crowd of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Soon after, a young man walked out with a woman in his hand. Wang Yan. Lu Ming also recognized him. After the Battle of the Heavenly King list, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong had stopped them. At that time, the two of them were high and mighty, looking down on Lu Ming and the others. They said that the Battle of the Heavenly King list was just a child's game and did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Now, they also did not take Lu Ming seriously. Wang Haoxian. What made Lu Ming's eyes flash was that the person Wang Yan was holding was Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian's face was pale. Lu Ming, when you were in Nine Dragon City, Wang Haoxian seemed to be very close to you. This bastard dared to betray the Wang family. Although he has been punished, it is far from enough. Do you see this? Wang Yan pointed at a collar around Wang Haoxian's neck and said to Lu Ming. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but he did not speak. This collar will explode at any time. At that time, this bastard will be crushed into pieces. This time, in the Battle of Providence, I will crush this bastard in front of you. Wang Yan said coldly. Killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he said coldly, Wang Yan, I will kill you in the Battle of Providence. Ha, you are indeed an adulterous couple. You want to kill me? There is no need to wait until the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming, I will make sure you can't enter the Battle of Providence. Wang Yan sneered. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene became very heavy. The path is going to be cleared. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look at the abyss. If they wanted to enter the light door on the other side of the abyss and participate in the Battle of Providence, they would have to cross the abyss. However, the abyss had a terrifying suction force and it was impossible to fly. If anyone tried to fly, they would definitely fall into the abyss and die on the spot. They could only wait for the path to be cleared and walk forward. At this moment, everyone saw that in front of the abyss, there were many stone platforms floating in the air and flying over. The stone platforms were only about 1 meter in radius and were separated from each other. They floated in the air above the abyss and extended to the other side, forming many paths. They would have to fly from these platforms to the other side. Soon, the paths were formed and the air above the abyss was filled with platforms. There is only 1 hour left. After that, the platforms will collapse and the path will end. Someone said, the beginning of every Battle of Providence was similar. It was just that the world behind the light door was different every time. For a moment, the 4 factions did not move. Lu Ming, I will kill you on this path. Wang Yan licked his lips with killing intent. Chapter 901. Take turns. The weak will go first. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue began to instruct. Someone from the Talisman Puppet sect started to move. Inscriptions flashed as they leaped onto the floating round platform. Then, they jumped onto another round platform and moved forward. The people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley also moved. However, like the Talisman Puppet sect, they also moved in batches. The weak would go first while the strong stayed behind to restrain their opponents. If the 4 forces swarmed forward, there would definitely be a huge battle. Now was not the time for a showdown. Even if they killed their opponents now, there would not be much benefit. The showdown would only begin after entering the light door. The people from the 4 forces moved forward one after another. The people in front had already crossed the abyss and rushed into the light door, disappearing. Lu Ming did not move. Many people from the Sky Demon Valley and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were staring at him with murderous intent. Time passed quickly. More and more people entered the door of light. Soon, half an incense stick's time had passed. Suddenly, a horrified roar came from the abyss. Everyone looked over and saw a young man standing on a round platform. His face was filled with horror. His body seemed to be under a terrifying pressure and was crumbling inch by inch. Gu Huaxiu. Lu Ming's expression changed as he recognized the young man. Before Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing went to the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution to obtain the Heavenly Demon Fruit, they met Gu Huaxiu in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. At that time, Gu Huaxiu seemed to have been possessed by someone. They had even joined forces to fight the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution's ancestor. After not seeing him for a while, Gu Huaxiu had reached a shocking level. The aura he emitted seemed to be in the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. However, at this moment, he was under a terrifying suppression. He roared as green light spread out from his body. Above his head, an illusory figure appeared, struggling crazily. However, there seemed to be a terrifying force in the air that blasted towards him. No! The illusory figure let out a horrified roar. In the next moment, it collapsed with a bang. As the illusory figure collapsed, Gu Huaxiu's body also turned into ashes, disappearing forever. A mere spiritual god wants to possess someone to participate in the Battle of Providence? You're courting death. In the Heavenly Corpse sect, an old man sneered. Within the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, the few primes were laughing coldly. With their cultivations, they were naturally able to notice with a single glance that Gu Huaxiu had been possessed by a domain-enlightened spirit god. However, the Battle of Providence had an age limit. Not only was there a limit to one's bone age, there was a limit to one's soul as well. If one tried to impersonate someone, it would be impossible to do so. One would be found out and killed immediately. Otherwise, overlord forces like the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect would have plenty of spiritual gods. They were fully capable of seizing the bodies of young spiritual gods and entering the battle of providence. However, they didn't do so, which was enough to explain everything. If he wanted to use a young body to sneak in, he would be courting death. Therefore, Lu Ming did not bring Dandan with him. This was just a small interlude. The four factions continued to move forward. Time was running out. Wang Yan continued to stare coldly at Lu Ming. Humph, could it be that Lu Ming is scared and doesn't plan to participate in the Battle of Providence? A powerful supreme talent from the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace said coldly. Given his talent, he will probably participate. Otherwise, he will never be able to compete with the other supreme talents in the future. Another person said, Humph, time is running out. I'll make a move first. A powerful supreme talent couldn't help but make a move. Lu Ming remained motionless. In the Sky Monster Valley and the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace, many supreme talents looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent and made a move. Lu Ming is mine. I'll definitely kill him. You guys make a move first. Wang Yan looked at the other supreme talents and said, All right, I'll leave him to you then. More supreme talents from the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace made a move. Their figures were like lightning as they flew toward the light gate on the other side of the abyss. Some of the 13 Zongzi candidates from the Talisman Puppet sect also made a move. No, Lu Ming, take care of yourself. Huanzhen looked at Lu Ming and stepped forward. Fatty, you guys make a move first. Lu Ming looked at Fatty, Ruan Tingting, Bai Qi, and Shui. No, we have to make a move together. Fatty said, You guys make a move first. They can't do anything to me. If we make a move together, we'll all be in danger. Lu Ming said. In the end, Fatty and the rest had no choice but to make a move first. There were people rushing into the light gate and disappearing. 30 minutes was almost up. All the supreme talents from the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Monster Valley had already entered. Wang Haoxian was also brought in by the Wang family. Lu Ming was the only one from the Talisman Puppet sect. In the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace, only Wang Yan and a dozen men of sacrifice with long swords were left. They stayed behind to deal with Lu Ming together. Apart from them, there were a few big shots left. Little bastard, let's see how you'll die. Unless you don't make a move. Wang Shengtian sneered. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest looked worried. The atmosphere of the place instantly turned heavy. Time passed rapidly, and the time it took an incense stick to burn was almost up. Wang Yan waved his hand, and a few men of sacrifice rushed forward. There were 9 men of sacrifice remaining beside him. His eyes flickered, and he was ready to make a move at any time. If Lu Ming did not make a move, he would not stay here to accompany Lu Ming and miss out on the opportunity. Let's go! In the end, Wang Yan could not help but rush into the abyss. Bang! All of a sudden, one of the round platforms exploded. Time was up. Once the time was up, the round platform would explode. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. His figure rushed toward the round platform at lightning speed. The moment Lu Ming made his move, the 9 men of sacrifice also made their move and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped on a round platform and his figure moved forward at high speed. Just as he stepped on the round platform crumbled. Lu Ming rushed forward, racing against the speed of the round platform's collapse. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming was halfway to the abyss. Lu Ming die. At this moment, Wang Yan, who was rushing forward, suddenly turned around and punched at Lu Ming. This punch was extremely terrifying. It emitted a terrifying heat that seemed to be able to burn everything. Level 3 Essence of Heaven and Earth, Complete Spiritual Sea Realm. In an instant, Lu Ming sensed Wang Yan's strength. Wang Yan was ranked 98th on the list of top 1,000 talents. It was said that he had awakened a level 5 divine bloodline. Coupled with his cultivation at the complete spiritual sea realm and level 3 essence of heaven and earth, this punch was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming did not hesitate to unleash his dragon power. He unleashed 3 streams of dragon power at once. His body was covered with a layer of scales. He activated the Purgatory Heaven skill and punched out. Boom! With a violent tremor, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing toward him. His body shook violently, and his body was blocked and he retreated. He retreated into the void. A terrifying gravitational force came from the abyss, trying to tear Lu Ming down. Chapter 902. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a true yuan ribbon shot forward, wrapping around a round platform. With a pull, his body flew forward. As for Wang Yan, after exchanging a punch with Lu Ming, he borrowed the force and flew forward. "You guys, kill him." Wang Yan's voice rang out as he ordered the men of sacrifice. He didn't dare to stay any longer, or else he would fall into the abyss. Shua! Shua! The men of sacrifice who set out first turned back and charged at Lu Ming. The other men of sacrifice did the same. The strength of these men of sacrifice was extremely terrifying. They were all at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. They weren't afraid of death and only knew how to follow orders. Shio! A terrifying sword light burst out and slashed at Lu Ming's true yuan ribbon, while the other sword lights slashed at Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming was caught in a sure-death situation. Wang Shengtian and the others all smiled. "Ha, Lu Ming, go to hell." In front of him, Wang Yan laughed heartily. His figure was like lightning as he instantly dashed across the abyss and into the light door. The round platform that Lu Ming tied with his true yuan ribbon also collapsed. And in front of Lu Ming, there were still a few men of sacrifice. "You're courting death." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. On the 9 dragons bloodline, there were 4 golden chakras that were extremely dazzling. In the next few months, Lu Ming cultivated in the ferocious beast's secret realm and used the blood essence of the beasts he hunted to upgrade the 9 dragons bloodline. He didn't upgrade the suppressing prison steel bloodline for the time being. The main reason was that if the suppressing prison steel bloodline was upgraded to the 4th level of the divine tier, the power of the suppressing prison heaven skill would be equivalent to a true low-tier divine tier martial skill. With his current true yuan, it was impossible to use it. The suppressing prison heaven skill was equivalent to the peak of the upper-tier demigod tier martial skill. The consumption of true yuan was already terrifying. There was no need to upgrade it for the time being. The devouring ability of the 9 dragons bloodline, which had reached level 4 high god realm, was extremely frightening. With a loud roar, the devouring ability of the 9 dragons bloodline burst forth, enveloping the dozen or so men of sacrifice. Suddenly, under everyone's shocked gazes, the blood essence, blood, and true yuan of the death warriors were completely devoured, turning them into a dozen dried-up corpses. Then, he took a step forward and a formation appeared in the air. Lu Ming stepped on the formation and his body shot forward like a rocket. After flying for a while, he took another step and another array formation appeared in the void. Lu Ming repeated the same trick. He stepped on the array formation and continued to move forward. After a few times, Lu Ming crossed the abyss and flew to the other side, arriving at the gate of light. At this time, all of the round platforms in the sky above the abyss had collapsed. Lu Ming slowly turned around, looking at Wang Shengtian and the others. "I'll kill every single member of the Wang clan that I see. Also, the others better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill them all as well." After saying this, Lu Ming turned around and stepped into the gate of light, disappearing from sight. That damned bastard. He can actually carve a formation in the void. How is that possible? Wang Shengtan was enraged, his eyes filled with disbelief. Carving a formation in the void was something that only a level 7 inscription master could do. How could Lu Ming be a level 7 inscription master? How could his inscription Dao be so strong? How terrifying would the combination of such a formidable Dao of inscription and a formidable cultivation in the martial Dao be? He couldn't help but worry for the Wang clan's geniuses. This time, it's still unknown who will kill who. Bai Shijin sneered. Wang Shengtian looked at Bai Shijin with a cold gaze and said, "Your talisman puppet sect is really bold to protect Lu Ming and even give him resources for his cultivation. Just wait for the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's revenge." Without the help of the talisman puppet sect, he didn't believe that Lu Ming's inscription Dao could reach such a level. "I'll keep you company." Bai Shijin was extremely tough. After saying that, he moved and left through the teleportation vortex. Du Songjue and the rest did the same. After that, the people from the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace, Sky Corpse Sect, and Sky Demon Valley left through the teleportation vortex and returned to their respective sections. The Battle of Providence would last for a year. In the end, if the ancient city of Providence could appear, the final battle would be held and the final ranking would be determined. Providence would then descend from the ancient city of Providence. Now, the people outside had to wait. Lu Ming stepped into the light door. In the next moment, he realized that he had appeared in a forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky. At a glance, they were all trees that could only be hugged by a dozen people. What a rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Also, the intent realm I can sense here is so clear. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock when he sensed it. He realized that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was unimaginably rich. It was almost tangible. The milky white mist in the surroundings was formed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. A casual breath of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was equivalent to the sum of the spiritual chi of a supreme-grade spiritual crystal. Moreover, the intent realm here was also very clear. It was dozens of times clearer than the outside world. Cultivating in such an environment would allow one's cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. This was simply a sacred place for cultivation. It was no wonder that everyone wanted to participate in the Battle of Providence. Even if there were no other opportunities, just cultivating here for a year was a great opportunity. Let's refine the blood essence energy first. Lu Ming immediately waved his fingers and engraved a large array around him. His fingertips emitted a blue spiritual fire. Lu Ming was still a level 6 inscriber and had not broken through to level 7. When he was at the observatory, he had lit up 9 blue spiritual lights. A few months later, he had successfully lit up the 10th blue spiritual light. He was now at level 6 and had attained perfection. All 6 levels were at perfection. How strong was his spiritual fire? How strong was his spiritual power? It was even stronger than some inscribers who had just broken through to level 7. Therefore, when Lu Ming was at level 6, he could perform an array in the void and engrave the array in the void. This was not something that Wang Shengtian had expected. He had thought that Lu Ming was a level 7 inscriber. In an instant, a huge illusory array was engraved. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence and vital essence of the men of sacrifice that he had just devoured. However, as soon as he refined them, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. There was shock in his eyes. This time, he realized that the 9 dragons bloodline had not only devoured blood essence, vital essence, and blood, but also intent runes. Yes, the 9 dragons bloodline had devoured the intent runes of the men of sacrifice. There are wind intent, fire intent, and water intent. Can the 9 dragons bloodline devour intent runes and refine them for its own use? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart began to pound. If that was the case, it would be too heaven-defying. Intent runes were different from blood essence, vital essence, and other energies. Intent runes were comprehended. How could they be devoured and refined? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. Let's try and find out. Chapter 903. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. In addition to shock, there was also ecstasy in his eyes. He could really refine them. Lu Ming discovered that in addition to blood essence, blood, true essence, and other energies, he could also refine concept runes. Although the concept rune could not be completely refined and a large part of it would be lost in the refining process, there was still a part of it that was integrated into Lu Ming's own concept rune. In an instant, Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept improved by leaps and bounds and increased rapidly. This feeling was incomparably mysterious and difficult to describe in words. After refining the concept runes of more than 10 men of sacrifice, his wind and fire concepts improved by a large margin. And because he did not comprehend the concept of water, Lu Ming let those water concept runes dissipate. Lu Ming's mood at this moment could be described as ecstasy. If he could even devour concept runes and use them for himself, then wouldn't his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds in the future? Haha. Lu Ming could not help but laugh out loud. So what if he comprehended many concepts? The more he comprehended, the faster his cultivation would be. Lu Ming's heart began to become active. He pondered if he should comprehend other concepts. Otherwise, it would be a waste to devour them. Forget it, I'll look at them later. It's not wise to comprehend new concepts now. It will hinder my cultivation speed. I'll consider it after the battle of providence is over. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Now was not the time to be impulsive. There were great opportunities in the battle of providence. Moreover, in such an environment, others' cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. If he comprehended new concepts now, even with the 9 dragons bloodline, his cultivation would not advance for a period of time. In the battle of providence, it was unwise to fall one step behind and keep falling behind. What is this place? Immediately, Lu Ming observed. He flew up into the air and looked around. All around him were endless mountains and ancient trees that towered into the sky. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. There are quite a lot of spiritual herbs here. After flying for a while, Lu Ming discovered a few stalks of spirit herbs growing on a cliff. There were a total of 3 stalks. They were the 6th grade high-grade spirit herb, the origin returning grass. Lu Ming flew down and with a wave of his hand, his true essence swept out and plucked the 3 stalks of origin returning grass. As soon as Lu Ming plucked the origin returning grass, a sudden glow appeared in front of him, followed by the appearance of a jade book. This jade book only had 2 pages, and there was a line of words on the cover. Luck points, 3. This is the Book of Fate. Lu Ming's eyes moved as he secretly marveled. It was said that the War of Providence was extremely mysterious. The first year was not only the time to search for opportunities, raise one's cultivation level, but also the time to accumulate providence. Yes, accumulating providence. During the Battle of Providence, if one could find any relics, treasures, or inheritances of experts, not only would they obtain great opportunities, but they would also gain providence. During this period, even if one found a stalk of spiritual herb or a piece of precious material, they would accumulate providence. Some people were lucky and might casually find a treasure, obtain an inheritance, and obtain a huge amount of providence. Every person who participated in the battle of karmic luck would condense a book of karmic luck the first time they obtained karmic luck. The amount of karmic luck you accumulated, whether it was strong or weak, would all be converted into karmic luck and displayed on the book of karmic luck. It was said that providence was not only of great use to oneself. In the end, if one obtained enough providence, it would even be of great use to one's family and friends. It could make one's family and friends' providence stronger and even their talent stronger. It would also be of great use to one's sect. It was said that the one who would benefit the most was most likely the sect master of one's sect. This was also why the various major factions attached great importance to the War of Providence and did not hesitate to open up various cultivations' sacred grounds to nurture young geniuses. Providence was a mysterious thing, but it was extremely mysterious. In short, it had endless uses, and the more the better. Some people guessed that it might be a type of energy, an extremely mysterious energy. Moreover, if one hunted and killed the accumulated providence of others, one could also take a portion of their providence. Therefore, in the end of the War of Providence, there was bound to be a bloody massacre to seize the providence of others. Boom! Suddenly, there was a rumble in front of him, as if someone was fighting. Lu Ming restrained his aura and rushed over. When he was not far away, Lu Ming rushed up a big tree and hid among the branches, looking ahead. This is... At a glance, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted in shock. In front of him, there were 2 tall and burly creatures covered in black scales besieging a human genius. The 2 creatures had 2 horns on their heads and an eye between their eyebrows. Lu Ming was too familiar with such creatures. The 3-eyed divine tribe. This was actually the 3-eyed divine tribe that Lu Ming had encountered on a small island in the heaven realm. How was this possible? Why would he encounter the 3-eyed divine tribe here? Could this be the heaven realm? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The 2 3-eyed divine tribe members were both at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm, while the human genius was at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. He was no match for the 2 three-eyed divine tribe members at all. He roared repeatedly, but it was useless as he was completely suppressed. Swoosh! The third eyes of the 2 three-eyed divine tribe members shot out 2 beams of light. One was a beam of light flickering with lightning, and the other was a beam of light flickering with fire. The 2 beams of light pierced through the void and killed the genius. Lu Ming did not appear to save him. Unless it was someone from the Talisman Puppet sect, otherwise, 2 of the other 3 forces wanted to kill Lu Ming, and the other was the Heavenly Corpse sect, which also had a great grudge with Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming make a move? These humans have appeared again. They will appear once every 20 years. Let's go back and report to the leader. One of the 3-eyed divine tribe members said. Then, the 2 3-eyed divine tribe members soared into the sky and left. Lu Ming flew out, and the power of devouring erupted, devouring the energy of the human genius. From their tone, the 3-eyed divine tribe members should be here permanently and should be very familiar with this area. If I want to find treasures, cave dwellings of experts, and so on, I don't know how long it would take to wander around blindly. Obtaining information from these 3-eyed divine tribe members is the best choice. With this thought, Lu Ming's figure moved, and he chased in the direction of the 2 3-eyed divine tribe members. After more than 10,000 miles, Lu Ming saw the other 3-eyed divine tribe members in a mountain forest. There were a total of 11 people, and it was obviously a small team. The 2 3-eyed divine tribe members from before were reporting something to an especially burly 3-eyed divine tribe member. The strongest should be at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he rushed out. Shio! Shio! With a wave of his hand, more than 10 spears instantly condensed and pierced towards the 3-eyed divine tribe members. Poof! Poof! Immediately, 7 of the weaker 3-eyed divine tribe members were pierced by Lu Ming's spears, and they were killed on the spot. Chapter 904. Human, you deserve to die. A 3-eyed god race member in the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm roared. A golden light beam shot out from his eyes like a sharp sword, piercing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with a palm and scattered the light beam. Such powerful power! Lu Ming's eyes moved. He discovered that these 3-eyed god race members were very strong, generally stronger than humans, and even comparable to some human geniuses. Lu Ming didn't believe that the other party was a genius from the 3-eyed god race. It seemed that he was just an ordinary 3-eyed god race member. Lu Ming shattered the light beam and stepped forward. Circulating the suppressing hell heaven skill, he struck a palm on the 3-eyed god race member. A large part of the 3-eyed god race member's body suddenly caved in. His burly body was sent flying for thousands of meters, without any signs of life. Retreat! The remaining 3 3-eyed god race members saw that Lu Ming killed their leader in one move and immediately knew that they met an opponent that they couldn't defeat. They roared and fled separately. Want to leave? Say. 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Step. He instantly caught up with another expert in the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm and struck out with a palm. This time, Lu Ming didn't kill. He only heavily injured the 3-eyed god race member and then chased after the other 2. Cultivating in the ferocious beast secret realm for several months, Lu Ming had improved in all aspects. The 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Step was cultivated to the 6th step, and its power was comparable to the peak level of high-grade demigod martial arts. His speed was extremely fast. Not long after, the remaining 2 3-eyed god race members were injured by him. He threw the 3 3-eyed god race members together. Now, what do I ask you? What do you answer? Do you understand? Lu Ming glanced at the 3 3-eyed god race members. Don't even think about it, human. Kill me if you want, don't expect me to say a word. One of the 3-eyed god race members roared. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and opened its mouth. Devouring power erupted and enveloped the 3-eyed god race member. The 3-eyed god race member immediately wailed, and then his body rapidly shriveled up, turning into a dried corpse. All the essence was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Seeing this terrifying scene, the remaining 2 members of the three-eyed god tribe trembled in fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. What about you guys? Lu Ming looked at the remaining 2 members of the three-eyed divine race. Tell me, I'll tell you. I'll tell you anything you want to know. One of them shouted. Me too. The other one quickly nodded. Alright, let me ask you, where is this place? Are we in the heaven realm? Lu Ming asked. Heaven realm? I don't know. I was born here. According to the clan's legends, we've been living here for countless years. One of the three-eyed divine race said. Don't know? Lu Ming frowned. I once saw it in an ancient book of my clan. According to the ancient book, our ancestors didn't seem to have lived here in the beginning. They seemed to have been captured by someone and brought to this place. Later on, they couldn't leave, so they continued to live here and reproduce our clan. The other member of the three-eyed divine race was startled when he saw Lu Ming frown. He answered in a trembling voice. Your ancestors were captured and brought here? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. That's right. Moreover, we don't know when it started, but every 20 years, young humans would descend and hunt our clan. After a period of time, they would all disappear again. One of the three-eyed divine race said. Every 20 years, there will be young people from the human clan descending. That should be the Battle of Providence. However, the location of the Battle of Providence is different every time. Those who come and go should be from other regions or even other continents overseas. Lu Ming guessed. Are there any strange places around here? Lu Ming asked. Yes, there are some strange places. Some places are very dangerous and our clan doesn't dare to enter. Some places, as soon as we enter, will be killed. The three-eyed divine race answered. Do you have a map? Lu Ming asked. Yes, there's a map in our captain's storage ring. Now that we've said what we need to say, can you let us go? One of the three-eyed divine race members asked cautiously. Let you go? When did I say that I would let you go? Lu Ming sneered. With a wave of his hand, 2 spear lights flew out and killed 2 of the three-eyed divine race members. Then he controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the blood essence energy of the three-eyed divine race members. Then 11 storage rings appeared in his hand. At this time, Lu Ming's heart moved. A jade book flew out from between his eyebrows. It was the Book of Providence. Some words appeared on it. Killing a three-eyed divine race member gave him 313 luck points. Lu Ming's total luck points had become 316 points. Killing the three-eyed divine tribe actually gives me luck points, and so many of them at that? Lu Ming was shocked. He only got 2 or 3 luck points after obtaining 3 6th-grade spirit herbs. He didn't expect that killing 11 three-eyed divine race members would give him so many luck points. Then, his figure flashed and he left this place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence and energy. The three-eyed divine race members also cultivated the concept of heaven and earth. The light beam shot out from their third eye was condensed from the concept of heaven and earth and a different kind of energy from True Yuan. It was extremely powerful. Among the 11 members of the three-eyed divine clan, there were those who had comprehended the thunder concept and fire concept. A part of the rune of the heaven and earth concept was integrated into Lu Ming's rune. Lu Ming's understanding of the thunder concept and fire concept increased again. Thunder and fire concepts have already reached the limit of 2nd level perfection. I'm only 1 step away from 3rd level. Wind concept is about the same. As for earth concept, I haven't reached the peak of 2nd level completion. My current cultivation can only reach the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming thought. His current cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. After refining, Lu Ming took out the storage rings he got from the three-eyed divine race members and looked at them one by one. There were some miscellaneous things inside. Lu Ming put them all together. In one of the storage rings, Lu Ming found a map and opened it. There are several strange places within 1,000,000 miles. I should take a look at these places. First, I'll go to the Demon Tree Canyon that's closest to here. Lu Ming looked for a while and made a decision. The Demon Tree Canyon was tens of thousands of miles away. It was the closest. Keeping the map, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew towards the Demon Tree Canyon. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Demon Tree Canyon. In front of him, there was a huge canyon filled with fog. It was hazy. Lu Ming's moving figures suddenly stopped. At the entrance of the Demon Tree Canyon, he saw a group of figures. They were all young people from the outside world. There were people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and even the demon race from the Sky Demon Valley. The three parties stopped at the entrance of the canyon and seemed to be looking inside. Hearing the movement, everyone turned around and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you? A cold shout sounded. Di Feng. Chapter 905. Lu Ming saw Di Feng in the crowd. Di Feng, ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was the descendant of Martial Emperor Di. Seeing Lu Ming, Di Feng's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. At the same time, the demons from Sky Monster Valley also looked at him coldly. Lu Ming, Wang Yan said that he wanted to keep you outside, but he didn't succeed. Since you're wanted by Martial Emperor Ancestor, I can cripple you and bring you to Martial Emperor Ancestor. It'll be a great achievement. Di Feng's body emitted a powerful qi. His body emitted a sharp sword qi. I've said it before. If you want to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed by me. Since you're the descendant of Di, I'll collect some interest first. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Kill! Di Feng waved his hand and 7 figures pounced out from behind him. The 7 figures were all men of sacrifice in black robes and carrying long swords on their backs. In fact, there were about 20 people from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, but there were more than a dozen men of sacrifice. The rest were young geniuses. Obviously, Di Feng was the leader. The 7 men of sacrifice were all at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. The 7 of them worked together to form a perfect battle formation and attacked Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. The sword qi and sword radiance were like a net, enveloping Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, shattering the sword radiance. The powerful palm force made the 7 men of sacrifice vomit blood and fly backward. Devour! Lu Ming clenched his left hand and a terrifying devouring power burst out. The 7 men of sacrifice could not control their bodies and were devoured by Lu Ming. Their blood essence, genuine origin, and intent runes were all devoured by Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they were turned into 7 dried corpses. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Devouring people directly into dried corpses. This scene was too strange. What a domineering demonic skill! A genius from Heavenly Corpse sect shouted in horror. The cultivation methods practiced by the Heavenly Corpse sect were all evil and powerful. Some cultivation methods could also turn people into mummies, but the speed was definitely not this fast. It was too overbearing. Evil cultivators should be beheaded. Di Feng said coldly, his killing intent sharp. Clang. Di Feng stepped out as a terrifying sword might exploded forth. A beam of golden sword qi violently slashed towards Lu Ming. 4 kinds of intents surrounded him. Lu Ming struck with his palm, colliding with the golden sword gleam. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded, and the golden sword light dissipated. Lu Ming, you have some skills, but you're still too inexperienced to fight me. Di Feng roared as a golden battle sword appeared above his head. This battle sword had a golden dragon coiling around its hilt. Boundless sword light emitted from it. There were 4 golden chakras floating around the sword. 4th level divine level bloodline. Monarch sword, the unique bloodline of the Di clan. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. According to legend, the bloodline of the Di clan, led by Martial Emperor Di, was the monarch sword. Of course, the same bloodline had different levels. Some had 1st level divine level bloodline, while others had 2nd level divine level bloodline. The power was also different. Today I'll kill you. Di Feng's cold voice resounded. His body turned into light and merged with the monarch sword. Instantly, sword qi soared into the sky. With a move of the monarch sword, the wind and clouds were split in half. The terrifying battle sword slashed towards Lu Ming's head, wanting to split him in half. Di Feng was indeed very strong. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, and the cultivation method he practiced was undoubtedly a divine level technique. With the addition of the 4th level divine level bloodline, the power he could unleash was extremely terrifying. He could definitely fight against an expert at the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. However, Lu Ming's current battle power was far beyond the 1st level of the spirit embryo realm. Boom! Lu Ming directly unleashed a beam of dragon power, and scales appeared. He circulated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill and punched towards the battle sword. Clang! A melodious sound rang out. The monarch's sword vibrated continuously and was sent flying. The others were shocked. Di Feng, ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. How could Lu Ming's battle power be so terrifying? Could it be that his strength had already surpassed Di Feng's? Kill! Lu Ming strode forward, clenching his fist and punching towards the monarch's sword again. Sword of execution! Di Feng's angry roar came from the monarch's sword. The sword power was vast, and the murderous intent was fierce as it rushed towards Lu Ming. Clang! The sword and fist collided, and the monarch's sword vibrated even more violently. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming punched again. The monarch's sword vibrated continuously, and the sword power on the sword weakened continuously. Bang! Finally, the monarch's sword exploded, revealing Di Feng's figure. At this moment, his face was full of fear and disbelief. Lu Ming's battle power had actually surpassed his in all aspects. How could this be? He simply could not accept it. Back at the exchange meet in Nine Dragon City, although Lu Ming was strong, Di Feng was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. During this period, his cultivation had improved again, but he was no match for Lu Ming and was defeated by Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming's cultivation speed be so terrifying? So what if your cultivation is higher than mine? You're too weak to withstand a single blow. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode towards Di Feng. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Di Feng turned into a ray of sword light and flew towards another direction, frantically escaping. Although there were many people at the mouth of the canyon, Di Feng knew that no one could stop Lu Ming. If he stayed, he would definitely be killed by Lu Ming. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? Lu Ming stepped out and chased after Di Feng like a ray of light. Di Feng was terrified. He took out a LV7 spiritual weapon, but Lu Ming broke it into two with a punch. Boom! Lu Ming's punch pierced through the void, causing Di Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Di Feng was even more terrified as he ran for his life. At this moment, a ray of purple light was rushing towards him. Wang Yan! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. That figure was actually Wang Yan. Wang Yan, save me! Seeing Wang Yan, Di Feng was overjoyed as he rushed towards Wang Yan. Lu Ming, you're actually not dead. Wang Yan was shocked when he saw Lu Ming. Previously, when he was crossing the abyss, he had given Lu Ming a fatal blow and even ordered his men of sacrifice to snipe Lu Ming. In that situation, the round platform had already collapsed. He concluded that Lu Ming had fallen into the abyss and died. Now that he saw Lu Ming, he was naturally shocked. Wang Yan was like a ray of purple light as he instantly crossed the void and appeared in front of Di Feng. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. Alright, since that's the case, let me finish you off personally. Purple flames danced on Wang Yan's body. With Wang Yan as the center, it formed a black hole. In that place, other than him, everything else seemed to have been burned. I've said that I'll definitely kill you. Now that I've met you, it's just nice. Lu Ming did not stop as he pounced towards Wang Yan. Compared to Di Feng, he wanted to kill Wang Yan more. Chapter 906. The two fists collided, causing the air to tremble. Wang Yan's body trembled and he took 3 steps back. Lu Ming also took 2 steps back. However, Lu Ming's arm was covered in a layer of purple flames. The terrifying flames were terrifyingly hot and seemed to want to burn Lu Ming's arm to ashes. Even with the protection of the scales, Lu Ming felt a piercing pain. He activated the true dragon of combat arts and 4 different wills exploded and gathered on his arm. There was a sizzling sound on his arm before the flames were extinguished. What a terrifying flame. Die! Wang Yan roared and the flames on his body became even more terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a flaming man. Every strand of his hair was covered in flames. There was a dragon roar and Lu Ming unleashed 2 waves of dragon power consecutively. Wang Yan was very strong. His cultivation had reached the spiritual sea realm and was half a step into the spiritual embryo realm. His wills had also reached level 3. At the same time, his bloodline was at level 5 of the divine level. The bloodline martial techniques he had learned from his bloodline were also upper-class demigod martial techniques. It could be said that he was not much weaker than Lu Ming in terms of wills and martial techniques. As for his cultivation, it had increased by a large margin. Lu Ming's biggest advantage was his rich vital essence and dragon energy. After releasing 3 waves of dragon energy, Lu Ming was extremely powerful and his strength seemed to be endless. Boom, boom. He and Wang Yan engaged in a fierce battle. There were continuous explosions and a terrifying storm of energy swept in all directions. For a moment, the 2 of them were evenly matched. In the distance, Di Feng was extremely shocked. When Lu Ming fought with him, it was obvious that he did not use his full strength. However, Lu Ming was able to fight with Wang Yan. Wang Yan was ranked 98 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although he was only a few ranks higher than Di Feng, his strength was on a completely different level. Wang Yan was several times stronger than Di Feng and could easily kill him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Wang Yan was extremely shocked. Every punch of Lu Ming's seemed to contain infinite power. His body trembled and his vital energy and blood surged. If not for the fact that his flames were so terrifying that Lu Ming had to divert a portion of his energy to fend off his flames, he might not have been his match. A purple flame appeared above Wang Yan's head. It was similar to Wang Haoxian's pure purple heavenly fire, but it was many times more terrifying than Wang Haoxian's. 5 dazzling golden chakras flickered as Wang Yan performed bloodline fusion. Purple flames turned into a purple flame godly eagle that pounced at Lu Ming. With a dragon's roar, the 9 dragons' blood emerged. Lu Ming's body moved and merged with the 9 dragons' blood. Suddenly, he transformed into 9 dragons. With a long roar, he pounced on the purple divine eagle. He opened his mouth and roared. His devouring power burst out and enveloped the purple godly eagle. His huge dragon claws grabbed at the purple godly eagle. The purple godly eagle flapped its wings, and endless flames burst out. At the same time, it reached out its claws to grab the 9 dragons. Suddenly, a dragon and an eagle began to fight in the sky. In the distance, Di Feng was shocked to the extreme. How is this possible? Di Feng roared. During the battle in the 9-dragon city, Lu Ming had released the 9 dragons' blood. At that time, the 9 dragons' blood was still in the form of a 5-clawed true dragon. Di Feng had seen it from afar. At that time, he was extremely shocked because he had also seen Lu Ming release the suppressing prison steel's bloodline. Lu Ming actually had 2 types of divine-grade bloodlines. Later on, he even saw with his own eyes that Lu Ming's bloodline in the form of a true dragon self-destructed his chakra. But now, not only had Huang Xiaolong's bloodline recovered, it had even reached the 4th level of the divine grade and transformed into the legendary 9 dragons. All of this had shattered his understanding. Could it be that the martial emperor ancestor wants his bloodline? Di Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had once shouted loudly in 9-Dragon City, saying that a martial emperor, merely wanted his bloodline. Could it be this kind of bloodline? Di Feng's heart was in turmoil. The battle between Lu Ming and Wang Yan was still evenly matched. Now that Lu Ming and martial emperor Di were in the open, there was no need to hide the 9 dragons' bloodline. He should use it when he needed to. It's so lively here. At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. A young man carrying an ancient coffin walked over. He was an expert from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Shi Shao. Di Feng's eyes narrowed when he saw this person. Shi Shao was ranked 96th on the list of top 1,000 talents, 2 ranks higher than Wang Yan. Shi Shao, you've come at the right time. Let's work together to kill this person. Wang Yan's voice came from the purple eagle. Wang Yan work together with you? Why should I work together with you? Shi Xiao smiled coldly and stood to the side, watching with her arms crossed. Boom. After the 9 dragons and the eagle attacked, they retreated and stopped fighting. They looked at Shi Xiao with fear. Shi Xiao obviously wanted to watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming and Wang Yan turned back into their human forms and stood with Shi Xiao on 3 sides. Hee, why did you stop fighting? Shi Xiao licked his lips and looked at them coldly. Lu Ming looked at Shi Xiao and frowned. He felt a dangerous aura from Shi Xiao. This person might be even more terrifying than Wang Yan. He thought of Shi Mo, who was ranked 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Both of them carried an ancient coffin. Perhaps they practiced the same cultivation technique. Shi Xiao, do you want us to both be injured and then be killed by you? Wang Yan snorted. He was also wary of Shi Xiao. As such, all 3 sides were wary of each other and did not attack. Shi Xiao, Emperor Sky Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse sect have always been enemies. Why don't we work together to kill Wang Yan? What do you think? Lu Ming suddenly said. Shi Xiao's eyes flashed and he looked at Wang Yan coldly. Obviously, he was tempted. Wang Yan was shocked. He could not take down Lu Ming alone. If Shi Xiao joined forces, he would be in danger. Shi Xiao, Lu Ming is someone that Martial Emperor Di wants to take down. If you work together with him, I'm afraid he will think that you are his accomplices. Wang Yan hurriedly said. Shi Xiao's eyes immediately showed a trace of fear. Although Heavenly Corpse sect and Emperor Sky Divine Palace were enemies, Heavenly Corpse sect's Corpse Emperor would naturally deal with Martial Emperor Di. However, if Martial Emperor Di really targeted him, even the Corpse Emperor would not be able to protect him. Why would I work with him? You must be joking. Shi Xiao laughed and said, how about this? The demonic tree canyon is just ahead. Why don't we enter the canyon first? If there are treasures inside, we'll fight for them. But Lu Ming nodded. It was not a good idea to continue the stalemate. If 1 or 2 geniuses from the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents came, Lu Ming would be at a disadvantage. As for Wang Yan, it would not be too late to kill him later. I have no objections, Wang Yan said. Then the 3 of them and Di Feng returned to the canyon. However, they kept a distance from each other and were wary of each other. What's so dangerous about this canyon? Why don't you go in? Chapter 907. There are hidden dangers in this canyon. A few of our men have already died inside. Di Feng secretly glanced at Lu Ming, killing intent flashing in his eyes as he answered Wang Yan's question. Hidden dangers? Then send more men to test it out. You guys go. Wang Yan pointed at a few death warriors with long swords on their backs. These death warriors did not fear death at all. Hearing his words, they remained expressionless. 2 death warriors stepped forward, charging into the canyon. Within the canyon, there were clouds and mist surrounding it. Looking from afar, it was a blur. Shio! Shio! Right at this moment, something shot out from both sides of the canyon like lightning. Sword light flashed as 2 death warriors unsheathed their swords and slashed out beams of sword light. These death warriors all had decent battle power, reaching the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. They instantly shattered those things. Looks like tree roots. Wang Yan's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's expression changed. The things that rushed out from both sides of the canyon did look like tree roots. Shio! As the 2 death warriors pushed forward, more and more attacks came from both sides. The power was also getting stronger and denser. Gradually, the 2 death warriors could not hold on any longer and were entangled by countless tree roots. Something similar to tree roots. It should be a plant-type life form. Let the Earth Death Warriors block it while we charge in together. Wang Yan said. Di Feng nodded and waved his hand. A few death warriors with hammers on their backs charged in. Similar tentacle-like things stretched out. The death warrior with a sledgehammer on his back smashed the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a row of stone walls appeared on the ground, blocking the attacks of the tentacles. Charge! Right at this moment, Wang Yan, Di Feng, Shi Xiao, and the others charged in. They are death warriors that have trained in the earth mentality. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. These death warriors with hammers on their backs were all death warriors that had trained in the earth mentality. This made Lu Ming's heart move. If he could devour their mentality runes, his earth mentality would definitely rise to another level. At that time, his cultivation would increase by another level. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged in as well. Xiao. The walls on both sides of the canyon seemed to have come alive. Things that looked like tentacles kept extending out from the walls. They were tough and sharp, constantly piercing towards them and entangling them. The Earth Death Warriors controlled the earth and blocked with stone walls. Di Feng waved his hand, and endless sword chi poured out, severing those tentacles one by one. As for Wang Yan, with a wave of his hand, terrifying flames spread out and turned those tentacles into ashes. As for the corpse puppet, it was rather unique. It was as if it wasn't afraid of death and charged forward recklessly. It waved its hands and broke the tentacles that came into contact with it. This body, no, it's like a refined corpse. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He felt that the corpse puppet's body was not like a human body, but more like a refined corpse. It was extremely terrifying. Several tentacles wrapped around Lu Ming, but were broken by Lu Ming with a wave of his hand. Bright red liquid flowed out of the tentacles. Just like the roots of a tree. Lu Ming realized that these tentacles were similar to tree roots, but they seemed to be alive. The deeper they went, the more tree roots there were. However, with everyone working together, and with experts like Wang Yan, the corpse puppet, and Lu Ming, they were naturally fearless and pushed forward. Suddenly, the tree roots on both sides retracted. They had reached the end of the canyon. In front of them, a few huge figures blocked their path. They were a few huge demonic beasts, no, ferocious beasts. In fact, there was no difference between demonic beasts and ferocious beasts. However, demonic beasts would come into contact with humans often and would understand human language and transform into human form. As for ferocious beasts, they were more primitive beasts and were more ferocious. They disdained to transform into human form and kept their beast form. 3 of them appeared in front of them. They were ferocious beasts and emitted a powerful aura. The aura of a grade 7 first tier was equivalent to that of a spiritual embryo realm first tier. 3 grade 7 first tier ferocious beasts. How about we each take one? The corpse puppet looked at Wang Yan and Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. That's fair. Wang Yan sneered and secretly transmitted his voice to Di Feng. When we make our move later, you guys take the opportunity to rush in. There are probably treasures in this canyon. All right. Di Feng replied telepathically. Kill. Suddenly, the corpse puppet and Lu Ming charged forward at the same time. The 3 ferocious beasts roared and charged towards them. Wang Yan also made his move. Each of them took on one beast. Lu Ming faced a ferocious beast that looked like a rat. Its body was completely black and it was extremely fast. Its teeth, claws, and tail were all extremely powerful weapons. Swoosh, swoosh. The rat's tail twitched like a soft whip cutting through the air, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw out a punch with a domineering aura. Bam! His fist landed on the rat's tail, and the tail almost exploded. The ferocious beast cried out in pain and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out another punch. At the same time, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet were also fighting with the other 2 ferocious beasts. Charge! Di Feng took the opportunity and brought his people to rush in. The other weaker prodigies from Heavenly Corpse Sect and Sky Demon Valley also rushed in. Boom! Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on the rat's claw. The violent force exploded and the rat screamed as it was sent flying. Swoosh! Lu Ming followed suit. A long spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it out. With a pucci, the spear pierced through the rat's mouth and killed it. A first-tier 7th grade ferocious beast was easily killed by Lu Ming. Almost at the same time, Wang Yan and the corpse puppet also ended their battle and killed their respective beasts. Even though they had not entered the spirit embryo realm, their battle power was so strong that they could easily kill those at the first tier of spirit embryo realm. Even if they were facing those at the second tier of spirit embryo realm, They would not lose and could even win. At this moment, a few screams came from within the canyon. Wang Yan's expression changed and he hurriedly rushed in. Lu Ming sneered and rushed in as well. Inside the canyon was a rather large and spacious area. In front of them, a towering tree rose from the ground. It was very eye-catching. Di Feng and the rest were surrounded by a few ferocious beasts and there were already a few corpses on the ground. There were a total of 6 demonic beasts and each of them was at the first tier of 7th grade. However, the 3 of them, Lu Ming, Wang Yan and the Shi Hao, were attracted by the huge tree. On the tree, there were 10 bright red fruits that gave off a mysterious aura. Myriad fruit, that's the myriad fruit. Wang Yan shouted, his eyes filled with greed. Lu Ming was also shocked. It was the myriad fruit. Chapter 908. If he had a complete 2nd grade intent, he would have a high chance of breaking through to the 3rd grade after consuming the manifestation fruit. Once he reached the 3rd grade, he would be able to make great progress in his intent. It was a rare treasure that couldn't be found in the outside world, so Lin Yun didn't expect to see it here. I must get it. Lu Ming roared in his heart. The manifestation fruit was too important to him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared into the sky and pounced towards the manifestation fruit. At the same time, Wang Yan and Shi Xiao also soared into the sky. Get lost. The manifestation fruit is mine. Wang Yan hollered. Flames surged as he threw 2 consecutive punches toward Lu Ming and the corpse puppet. As for the corpse puppet, it also launched 2 attacks toward Lu Ming and Wang Yan. They wanted to block each other and take the manifestation fruit for themselves. You're the ones who should get lost. Lu Ming circulated the suppressing hell martial art and threw out 2 punches, exchanging blows with Wang Yan and Shi Xiao. The 3 of them retreated at the same time. In the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and 2 huge puppets appeared, charging towards Wang Yan and Shi Xiao. The 2 puppets emitted a powerful aura. The 2 puppets were both in the 1st grade of the 7th grade. Lu Ming had bought this at the 100 Treasure Pavilion of the Talisman Puppet Sect before he participated in the Battle of Providence. He wanted to use it at critical moments. Given his current mental strength, it was more than enough to control the level 1 puppet. Damn it! It's a puppet! You're an inscriber! Wang Yan was infuriated as he unleashed a barrage of attacks towards the puppet. The corpse puppet did the same as it slashed towards the puppet. On the other hand, Lu Ming's figure flickered and appeared on the tree. With a wave of his hand, dozens of manifestation fruits were collected by Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Shi Xiao, let's work together and kill Lu Ming. Wang Yan roared as his killing intent surged. Alright, let's work together. Shi Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming actually wanted to take the manifestation fruit for himself? How was that possible? Boom. Bang. The 2 Class 1 LV7 puppets couldn't stop Wang Yan and Shi Xiao for long. They were beaten until they were deformed and lost the ability to fight. However, this was enough. Lu Ming's figure flickered, rushing out of the canyon. Lu Ming was about to rush out. Stay here. At this moment, a huge figure rushed in from outside the canyon and let out a furious roar. A huge pitch-black fist was hurled at Lu Ming. This fist was about the size of a water tank. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying pressure brought by the fist made it difficult for Lu Ming to breathe. This was very sudden. Lu Ming wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Lu Ming didn't even think about it and punched out. In this punch, Lu Ming had used his full strength, erupting with the strongest power of the suppressing hell heavenly art. He didn't care about the huge consumption of true essence, because this punch was a grave danger to him. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with the huge pitch-black fist. In an instant, Lu Ming felt an unimaginable force rushing towards him. His body flew back like a cannonball and crashed heavily into the tree. Boom! The tree exploded and wood fragments flew everywhere. A burly figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a huge ape, about 10 meters tall. Its body was pitch black and shone with a metallic luster. This was the genius of the Sky Monster Valley. It possessed the bloodline of the ancient great ape and was extremely powerful. It had definitely reached Class 7. It wasn't even Class 1 LV7. It was at least Class 1 LV7. Hand over the manifestation fruit. The giant ape roared furiously. It took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. Its huge palm grabbed toward Lu Ming. Boom! Wood fragments flew everywhere. Lu Ming soared into the sky and waved his hand. A huge puppet blocked in front of the huge ape. Boom! The huge ape slapped the Class 1 LV7 puppet into pieces. However, this block gave Lu Ming a chance to catch his breath. With the 9-dragon sky stomping step, Lu Ming rushed out of the valley. Stay here! Wang Yan and the corpse puppet acted at the same time. They blocked in front of Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming with their strongest move. Behind him, the huge ape rushed over. Lu Ming's expression changed. He made a sharp turn and changed his direction, dashing toward the 5 to 6 beasts. The 5 or 6 beasts were chasing after Di Feng and the rest. At this moment, Di Feng was in a miserable state. Most of the people who came in had been killed by the 5 or 6 beasts. Only Di Feng and 1 or 2 geniuses were still running for their lives. Seeing Lu Ming rushing towards him, Di Feng was shocked and instinctively slashed out with his sword. Boom! Lu Ming punched out and destroyed Di Feng's sword radiance. His fist landed on Di Feng's chest. Di Feng screamed as his body was thrown into the air. A beast caught him and tore him in half. Poor Di Feng, a genius and 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, had died in the claws of a beast. After tearing Di Feng apart, the beast went berserk and pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure changed, dodging the attacks of the ferocious beasts. The giant ape caught up with him from behind. It threw a huge punch, killing all the demonic beasts. Lu Ming used the 9-dragon sky stomping step and his body flashed. At the same time, he secretly released his devouring power and devoured the blood essence of the corpses on the ground. At this moment, Lu Ming and the huge ape circled the area. Lu Ming then rushed towards the entrance of the valley. However, at the entrance of the valley, Wang Yan and Shi Xiao were blocking the way. Lu Ming, hand over the plenitude fruit and I'll let you go. You're too greedy to take it all for yourself. Wang Yan sneered. That's right. The 3 of us can share the plenitude fruit equally. If we join forces, we might be able to fight this huge ape. Shi Xiao said. All of you must die. The giant ape let out an incomparably violent roar. Is that so? Lu Ming dashed straight toward Wang Yan and the corpse puppet. Don't even think about breaking through. Wang Yan and Shi Xiao joined forces and attacked. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground. Suddenly, the ground of the valley was filled with rays of light and formations appeared. Although Lu Ming was running just now, he was not running randomly. With every step he took, he secretly set up inscriptions on the ground. He had purposely taken such a long detour to set up an extraordinary array formation. It was a level 7 array formation. Endless sword light rose and blasted towards the giant ape from all directions. The huge ape waved its iron fists and dispersed the rays of sword chi. However, there were even more rays of sword chi that shot towards the huge ape. For a moment, the huge ape was obstructed. Formation? When did you set up this formation? Wang Yan and Shi Xiao were extremely shocked. They did not realize that Lu Ming had set up a formation without them noticing. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward and a large formation appeared on the ground. A terrifying ray of sword light shot towards Wang Yan and Shi Xiao. Their faces changed. They could feel a terrifying aura from the ray of sword light. It was an aura that could kill them. They had already made their move. It was too late to retreat now. Chapter 909. However, after flying for some distance, these shattered flames actually gathered together and reformed into Wang Yan's appearance. However, his face was pale, without a trace of blood, and his body was covered with over a dozen sword wounds. Fresh blood flowed from them, a horrible sight to behold. Let's go! Wang Yan did not dare to stay any longer. He turned into a streak of fire and rushed out of the canyon. Compared to Wang Yan, the corpse puppet was in a worse state. Although he had used all his means, one of his arms was still chopped off. He screamed as he ran out of the canyon. Boom! Boom! Inside the canyon, the giant ape continued to clash with the array. This giant ape's strength was indeed shocking. Every time it punched out, a large amount of sword chi would be shattered. Even if there were a few sword chi that landed on the giant ape's body, it would only leave a shallow mark. This giant ape has at least 50% of the ancient great ape's bloodline. His body is extremely strong. This array won't be able to hold him for long. I'll leave first. There was a flash of thought in his mind. Lu Ming stepped into the void and left the place like a flash of light. As expected, not long after Lu Ming left, the array collapsed. The giant ape rushed out and let out a furious roar. Then, it turned into a burly young man. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he roared, "Lu Ming, I'll kill you!" After saying that, he rushed out of the canyon. Lu Ming unleashed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and his speed was extremely fast. After exiting the canyon, he randomly chose a direction and headed forward. Not long after, he traveled more than 100,000 miles and found a secluded mountain forest. He flew down and set up an array around him. Lu Ming began to refine the energy. Lu Ming had devoured the blood essence and energy of the geniuses, men of sacrifice, and even the demonic beasts who had died in the battle in the canyon. He circulated the 9 dragons' bloodline and refined them. The earth intent and wind intent are the most. The other intents are useless to me. Lu Ming's mind stirred. He got rid of those useless intents and turned the earth and wind intents into his own. Most of the earth intent and wind intent came from the death warriors. Those death-sworn with hammers on their backs cultivated the concept of earth, while those with long swords mostly cultivated the concept of wind. Lu Ming's concept of earth and concept of wind rose rapidly. Not long after, his concept of wind reached the limit, and he was only a step away from the 3rd level. As for the concept of earth, it had also reached the peak of the 2nd level of greater mastery. His intent realm was improving, and the quintessential essence and other energies were constantly being refined and transformed into quintessential essence. Lu Ming's cultivation began to rise, and soon, the aura on his body flourished greatly, breaking through to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier in one go, and it was still rising, all the way to the peak stage of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier before stopping. In one go, he had risen by 1 level. There are impurities in the true essence, and there are distracting thoughts in the intent domain. Suddenly, Lu Ming frowned. He felt that his quintessential essence was somewhat impure, and his intent realm was also somewhat impure. When he circulated it, there was a hindrance. Although this hindrance was still very weak, there would definitely be a big problem in the long run. I know. Other people's quintessential essence and blood all have their own characteristics. I've refined them, but there are still remnants. It's even more so for the intent realm. Every intent realm comprehended has a distinct individual will. After I've refined it, there are still some remnants. This is very normal. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and found the problem. He thought of his earliest days, when he often relied on swallowing quintessential essence to raise his cultivation. Similarly, that would cause his cultivation foundation to be unstable, and he needed time to condense it. Later, when he used all his quintessential essence to raise his bloodline and relied on swallowing spirit crystals and origin stones to raise his cultivation, he didn't have such concerns. Spirit crystals and origin stones were all born naturally and were extremely pure. It seems that every time I advance, I'll have to stop and spend time to condense and purify my quintessential essence and intent realm to stabilize my foundation. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't give up on the heaven-defying ability of the 9 dragons bloodline just because of this small flaw. At most, he would just have to spend more time to stabilize it. Immediately, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to condense his quintessential essence and polish his intent realm. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming's quintessential essence and intent realm had once again become pure and condensed. There seems to be signs of a breakthrough in the intent realm of wind. With the purity of the intent realm, Lu Ming felt that the intent realm of wind seemed to have touched upon a mysterious realm. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Time passed day by day. In a canyon tens of thousands of miles away from Lu Ming, a shocking flame suddenly shot up into the sky. A figure appeared in the flame. This figure was Wang Yan. Haha, I've finally broken through to the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming, the next time I see you will be the day you die. Wang Yan faced the sky and laughed loudly. His aura was extremely terrifying and his eyes revealed a cold, murderous intent. Last time, after being injured by Lu Ming, not only did he recover from his injuries after 10 days, he even broke through to the spirit embryo realm in one go. His strength had skyrocketed. That Lu Ming will definitely go to some strange places nearby to seek opportunities. This place is the closest to the Double Moon Mountain. I'll head there and stop him halfway. Finishing his words, Wang Yan's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. In a dark cave, corpse chi suddenly filled the air. The corpse puppet carried an ancient coffin and stepped out of the cave. Last time, his arm had been chopped off by Lu Ming using an array. However, what was shocking was that the corpse puppet's arm was completely intact as if it had grown back. Furthermore, the aura on his body was extremely powerful. It was the aura of the spirit embryo realm. That Lu Ming will definitely go to some secret places to seek opportunities. This place is the closest to the Divine Bird Cliff. I'll go there to stop him. Finishing his words, the corpse puppet took a step forward and disappeared into the sky. At a place unknown distance away from Lu Ming, there was a majestic city. In the city, everyone was from the three-eyed god race. In a huge palace, some three-eyed god race members were discussing matters. These three-eyed god race members were all tall and sturdy and had strong auras. Another 20 years have passed. Another group of youngsters from the outside world have come to hunt our race. Damn it, they really treat our race as a test subject. At the top, a furious roar came from the mouth of a three-eyed god race member. Below, many three-eyed god race members trembled in fear and did not dare to speak. According to the ancient records, in the outside world, our race ruled the world and humans were just food for our race. However, our ancestor was captured and brought here to become a test subject for the youngsters of the human race. I will not allow it. I will kill all of them and not leave a single one alive. Pass down my orders. Gather armies everywhere to hunt down those youngsters of the human race. Once they are found, kill without mercy. The three-eyed god race member at the top gave the order. Yes. Below, the other three-eyed god race members received the order and left. Lu Ming naturally did not know all of this. He was still cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Lu Ming had been in seclusion for 20 days. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and revealed a smile. His wind concept had successfully broken through to the 3rd level. This was the first step for Lu Ming to break through to the spirit embryo realm. 20 days have already passed. The next step is to continue searching for those mysterious places and look for opportunities to obtain more luck points. Chapter 9-10. With a thought, the Book of Destiny appeared. Lu Ming's luck points had increased to 2,500 points. This must have been due to the dozens of manifestation fruits he had obtained previously. It had increased by more than 2,000 points. This showed how amazing the luck points one could obtain from finding strange places and seizing opportunities were. With a thought, the Book of Destiny disappeared. Lu Ming took out the map he had obtained from the three-eyed divine tribe and started to look at it. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, only Double Moon Mountain and Divine Bird Cliff are strange. There might be treasures or opportunities there. Lu Ming looked at the map for a while before putting it away. I should go to Divine Bird Cliff first. Lu Ming randomly chose a place. According to the map, he soared into the air and flew toward the Divine Bird Cliff. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. In front of them was a huge cliff that towered into the clouds. They could see it from afar. That was the Divine Bird Cliff. Just as Lu Ming was about to fly over, 2 powerful auras burst out from Divine Bird Cliff. Boom! With a roar, a figure rushed into the sky with a corpse aura. Corpse puppet has broken through to the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's expression changed. He immediately retracted his aura and landed in the forest below to watch from afar. At this moment, Corpse Puppet's face was filled with fear and looked a little embarrassed. Corpse Puppet die. A domineering voice was heard. Demonic aura filled the sky as a young man in a black robe appeared in front of Corpse Puppet. This young man had a cold gaze and a strong demonic aura. His aura was much stronger than Corpse Puppet's in the spirit embryo realm. Luoli, don't go too far. Corpse Puppet roared. Luoli, little demon lord Luoli. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he looked grave. In the Imperial Sky Guards of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, there were two peerless geniuses who were brothers. Demon Lord Luo Tian and Little Demon Lord Luoli. Demon Lord Luo Tian was extremely talented and ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. While Little Demon Lord Luoli was slightly less talented, he was still very powerful and ranked 61st on the list of top 1,000 talents. Ah, what a joke. The weak can only say such words. So what if I bully you? Today you will die and your luck points will belong to me. Luoli laughed. Black fog rolled around him, and his demonic aura was extremely strong. He stepped out, and his demonic aura completely enveloped the Corpse Puppet, forming a demonic territory. Charge! The Corpse Puppet did not dare to meet the attack head-on. Corpse Chi burst out, forming a sword light, wanting to break through the demonic might and escape. Die! Luoli shouted coldly. A ray of black light shot out. The saber light seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. It was unstoppable. Puff! The Corpse Puppet could not even block a single strike. Its head was chopped off, and its corpse fell to the ground. However, the ancient coffin on the Corpse Puppet's back trembled and quickly flew into the distance. The human corpse transformation technique is useless against me. A cold voice emerged from Luoli's mouth. A blade light cut through the void and slashed at the ancient coffin. The ancient coffin exploded, and a skinny figure appeared from the coffin. It panicked and fled for its life. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was the true body of the Corpse Puppet. The one before was just his refined corpse. However, the refined corpse was no different from a human. It could speak and communicate with people. It was amazing. A blade light slashed at the Corpse Puppet again. No! The Corpse Puppet roared. In the next moment, it was cut in half by the blade light. The Corpse Puppet, who was ranked 96th on the list of top 1,000 talents, was killed just like that. It showed how cruel the battle of luck was. This was only the beginning. It would be crueler later. It was not an exaggeration to call it the burial ground of talents. After killing the Corpse Puppet, Luoli waved his hand and put away the Corpse Puppet's storage ring. Then, he looked in the direction of Lu Ming with his sinister eyes. Lu Ming's expression changed. Could he have been discovered by Luoli even though he was so far away? However, Luoli only glanced at him and sneered. He then looked away and landed on Divine Bird Cliff. It seems that I can't go to Divine Bird Cliff. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Luoli's cultivation was too strong. Compared to Luoli, the difference was too great. He could only avoid Luoli. Quietly turning around, Lu Ming headed in the direction of Twin Moon Mountain. Soon, he was only a few thousand miles away from Twin Moon Mountain. Lu Ming retracted his aura and approached slowly. Who knew if there were powerful talents on Twin Moon Mountain? Lu Ming had to be careful. Boom! Suddenly, a purple flame shot up to the sky from below and blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's countenance changed. He took a step back and retreated rapidly, dodging the attack. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Wang Yan. Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that Wang Yan's aura was extremely terrifying. It was not the aura of a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, but that of a Spirit Embryo Realm cultivator. Wang Yan had also broken through to the Spirit Embryo Realm. For a genius like Wang Yan, breaking through from the Spirit Sea Realm to the Spirit Embryo Realm was not just a small increase in strength. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Wang Yan's gaze was extremely cold. Last time, he was severely injured by Lu Ming and almost died. He hated Lu Ming to the bone. A mere trash dared to injure him. It was unforgivable. The flames on his body were several times more terrifying than 20 days ago. The terrifying temperature caused even the air to distort. Even though there was a distance between them, Lu Ming could feel a sharp pain on his body. It was as if his entire body was burning. Shio! With a flash of fire, Wang Yan crossed through the air and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He punched towards Lu Ming. A dragon roar sounded. Lu Ming did not hold back and instantly released all of his dragon energy. 4 dragon energies exploded and the true essence in his body roared. 4 different concepts surrounded him as he activated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill and punched out. Boom! A ray of fire soared into the sky and Lu Ming's body was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his arm was in pain. The dragon scales were burnt and cracked by the flames. The surface of his arm was charred black and emitted the fragrance of barbecued meat. Too strong. Wang Yan broke through to the spirit embryo realm and his battle prowess increased by too much. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit sea realm, he was still far from being Wang Yan's opponent. His breakthrough was only a small breakthrough, while Wang Yan's was a breakthrough of a large realm. They could not be compared. If Lu Ming had not broken through, he would not even be able to take a single punch and would be severely injured. I'm not his opponent now. Let's go. Lu Ming turned around and executed the 9 dragons' heaven trampling steps. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Want to run? It's not that easy. You will die today. Wang Yan roared and turned into a ray of fire, chasing after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. However, in terms of speed, Lu Ming was still faster. The distance between the two slowly increased. Damn it! Wang Yan roared. But at this moment, Lu Ming's gaze froze. Chapter 9:11. It was a young man in black. His entire body radiated a sharp aura, as if he was a peerless divine weapon. Jiang Taichong. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Jiang Taichong's ranking on the list of top 1,000 talents was even higher than Wang Yan's. Lu Ming did not expect to meet Jiang Taichong here. It could not be so coincidental. Jiang Taichong might have met Wang Yan long ago and was lying in ambush nearby, waiting for Lu Ming. Ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to escape. Wang Yan laughed excitedly. Lu Ming die. Jiang Taichong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He swung his arm and a terrifying sword radiance slashed towards Lu Ming. With Jiang Taichong in front and Wang Yan behind, Lu Ming was in a desperate situation. With a wave of his hand, a Class 1 LV7 puppet pounced forward, but it was split in half by Jiang Taichong's sword radiance. Jiang Taichong's combat strength was stronger than Wang Yan's. I have no choice but to fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming used bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons and charged towards Wang Yan. The 9 dragons roared and a terrifying devouring power erupted, enveloping Wang Yan. At the same time, 9 dragon claws stepped out consecutively. 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. Transforming into 9 dragons and using the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps was the purest form of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. Its power could only be maximized. He took 6 consecutive steps and a terrifying force blasted towards Wang Yan. Trying to break through from my side? What a joke! Wang Yan's body was covered in flames and a terrifying flaming fist radiance blasted out. Boom! The flaming fist radiance shattered the power of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps, but the remaining power was greatly reduced. It landed on the 9 dragons, causing them to tremble. However, they ignored it and continued to charge towards Wang Yan. You're courting death. Wang Yan threw out another punch. However, Lu Ming ignored this punch. His dragon claws stepped into the air and took 6 consecutive steps. A powerful force blasted towards Wang Yan. He was fighting with his life on the line. Boom! The terrifying fist chi landed on 9 dragons' body. In an instant, the scales on 9 dragons' body exploded and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A huge wound appeared on 9 dragons' body. His flesh was badly mutilated and the scorching hot flame chi flowed through the wound and rushed inside. However, the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was also directed towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan's expression changed as he was pushed back by the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Whoosh, whoosh. The 9 dragons and 9 claws stepped on the air. This time, it displayed its extreme speed. The huge dragon body instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed over Wang Yan's head, flying rapidly in the direction of the Twin Moon Mountain. Damn it! Chase after them! Wang Yan furiously roared as he chased after Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung also chased after Lu Ming. One chased while the other fled. The distance of several thousand miles was crossed in an instant. The Twin Moon Mountain was right in front of him. There is indeed a powerful formation in the Twin Moon Mountain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Twin Moon Mountain was formed by the intersection of two mountain peaks like two moons. At the intersection of the two mountain peaks, there was a huge stone door that seemed to be a cave residence. The area in front of the stone door was filled with formations. Previously, he had heard the three-eyed divine race briefly mention the Twin Moon Mountain. The three-eyed divine race did not know anything about arrays. However, from his words, Lu Ming deduced that an array should have been set up in front of the Twin Moon Mountain. Therefore, Lu Ming rushed over here. With a formation, it was Lu Ming's opportunity. Lu Ming transformed back into his human form and rushed into the Twin Moon Mountain. After charging in, his figure flashed continuously, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, slowly advancing forward. In the next moment, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung arrived. When the two arrived, they stopped with ugly expressions. They had arrived a few days ago and already knew that there was a formation here. This little bastard is proficient in the inscription Dao. This formation can't stop him. Wang Yan's expression was extremely ugly. Watch how I break it. Jiang Taichung strode forward as a formation appeared on the ground. Numerous crescent-shaped saber lights slashed towards Jiang Taichung. Jiang Taichung's palms slashed out continuously. The sharp and terrifying sword lights collided with the crescent-shaped saber lights continuously. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. After a while, Jiang Taichung retreated with an ugly expression. He could not rush in at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through layers of inscription formations and arrived at an empty space in front of him. There was no formation in the innermost area. Come in if you have the ability. Lu Ming turned around and sneered at Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung. Damn it! Wang Yan roared. Unfortunately, there were formations in this area and even in the air. There was no way they could rush in. Lu Ming sneered as he sat down with his legs crossed and began to treat his injuries. Previously, he had transformed into 9 dragons and received Wang Yan's punch head-on. However, he was still injured and had to treat his injuries as soon as possible. Circulating his battle dragon true energy, Lu Ming began to treat his injuries. Outside, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung's faces turned dark. Lu Ming was treating his injuries right in front of them, causing them to almost explode from anger. The formation here has been around for many years, and its power is not that strong. We only need to attack it continuously to deplete its energy. Once the energy of the formation is depleted, we will be able to rush in and kill Lu Ming. Jiang Taichung took a deep breath to calm himself down as he analyzed the situation. Wang Yan's eyes flickered as he said with joy, "Not bad, not bad. The formation here is not that strong. We can definitely resist it. As long as we continue to attack it, we will definitely be able to break it. Let's begin." Jiang Taichung nodded his head. Bang! Bang! A powerful aura burst out from the two as they stepped forward and entered the area of the formation. Instantly, the formation appeared and countless crescent-shaped saber lights were emitted, slashing toward the two. The two of them then attacked and clashed with the crescent-shaped saber lights. Lu Ming opened his eyes and glanced outside, before he closed his eyes again and began to treat his injuries. He was well aware of Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan's plan, but his priority now was to treat his injuries before thinking about anything else. After a day and a night, Lu Ming's injuries were fully healed. Meanwhile, Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan continued to break the formation after resting for a while. Lu Ming rose from his seat and walked toward the stone door at the intersection of the two mountains. Damn it! Wang Yan let out a furious roar after seeing this. Don't worry, we will block him from the outside. Even if he manages to find a fortunate encounter, he will not be able to escape from our grasp. Jiang Taichung was much calmer than Wang Yan as he spoke. Wang Yan calmed down too and continued to break the formation. Lu Ming walked to the stone door and reached out his hands to push it with all his might. It did not budge. The stone door did not budge. Lu Ming took a step back and dashed forward with a kick, throwing a punch at the stone door. Bang! It was as if the entire ground was shaking, but the stone door did not budge. So hard. Chapter 9:12. Just now, he had used all of his true origin energy and executed the hell-suppressing heaven art. Yet he was still unable to break the stone door. This stone door was terrifyingly hard. In the next moment, Lu Ming released his dragon energy. Scales appeared on his body and his muscles bulged. He was filled with explosive strength. Boom! A heavy punch landed on the stone door. The stone door shook violently. The two mountains beside the stone door also shook violently, but in the end, the stone door remained intact. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was like a ferocious beast in human form. He continued to punch the stone door, but he was still unable to break it open. It's too hard. With my cultivation, there's still a gap. I can't break it open. Lu Ming frowned. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. It's better for you to obediently wait for your death outside. Seeing this, Wang Yan laughed arrogantly. Jiang Taichung also smiled. Lu Ming frowned. He turned around and stopped attacking the stone door. Instead, he started to inscribe a formation on the empty ground. You want to inscribe a formation to protect yourself? Dream on. Wang Yan sneered. Since they had seen it, they would definitely be more careful. How could they step into Lu Ming's formation so easily? Lu Ming spent 3 hours setting up a large formation before stopping. Indeed, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung had seen him inscribing the formation. No matter how strong the formation was, the two of them wouldn't be fooled by it. Thus, the formation he inscribed wasn't a powerful killing formation. It was a formation that aided in the cultivation of spirit flame. The only path he had now was strength. As long as he was strong enough, he wouldn't have to fear Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung. Thus, he had to break through on his own. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the peak of Spirit C level 9. There was still Spirit C Great Circle before he could break through to the Spirit Embryo realm. It was almost impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. Lu Ming estimated that the formations on the Twin Moon Mountain would only be able to stop Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung for 5 days. It was almost impossible for him to break through to the Spirit Embryo realm in 5 days. Now, only the Tao of Inscription was possible. Originally, Lu Ming had already ignited 10 blue mind lamps and was only a step away from becoming a level 7 inscriber. As long as his inscription Tao reached rank 7, Lu Ming's strength would soar. At that time, he would be able to fight or even kill Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung with his inscription Tao. Originally, now was not the time for a breakthrough. It was not perfect yet. He needed to cultivate for a period of time before he could naturally break through. However, he couldn't care less right now. Lu Ming had to use some methods to break through in 5 days. He sat down cross-legged, and a pill appeared in his hand. Lu Ming had purchased the explosive spirit pill from the 100 Treasure Pavilion of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Consuming this kind of pill would cause one's spirit fire to go berserk. It would allow one's spirit fire to grow for a short period of time and achieve the effect of breaking through to the next realm. However, there was a risk here. If he failed to break through to the next realm, it might cause a few of his spirit lamps to be extinguished. It would be very difficult for him to cultivate back. Even if he were to succeed in his breakthrough, his foundation would still be unstable. This would affect his future cultivation, and he would have to spend some time to make up for it. However, he couldn't care less right now. He had to get through this crisis first. Lu Ming had to break through to the next realm in 5 days. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming swallowed the explosive spirit pill and started cultivating with the underworld god observation method. In his sea of consciousness, the spirit fire started to go berserk, burning even more vigorously. On the ground, the array shone brightly. This kind of array could also allow the spirit fire to erupt with greater power. Time quickly passed. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, The spirit fire had already gone berserk and was about to turn into a raging dragon. As the spirit fire went berserk, the flames of the 10 spirit lamps started to fuse and condense into a ball, burning fiercely. Right now, he had to make the blue spirit fire turn purple. Once it turned purple, it would mean that he had broken through to the 7th grade. Time quickly passed, minute by minute, second by second. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong constantly bombarded the array. The array shattered one after another. They would soon break through the array and enter. Looks like this brat knows that he can't escape and is waiting for death. Wang Yan sneered. Let's be careful later. This brat might counterattack before he dies. Jiang Taichong said, what's there to be afraid of? No matter how he counterattacks, he's still a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist. What kind of threat can he pose to us? Wang Yan sneered. Jiang Taichong also nodded his head. That was indeed the case. They were all geniuses among geniuses. It was common for them to kill someone above their level. Moreover, their cultivation level was now higher than Lu Ming's. No one could defeat them when there was a huge difference in cultivation level. They constantly bombarded the array. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached a critical moment. In his sea of consciousness, the spirit fire constantly condensed and shrunk. Slowly, when it had shrunk to the limit, a wisp of purple light spread out. A small purple spirit fire slowly burned on the first spirit lamp. It looked very small and didn't burn hot. However, the spirit fire emitted from it was 10 times stronger than before. The purple spirit fire has finally broken through. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile. He now felt that as long as he willed it, his boundless spirit fire would be able to surge out. Looks like they haven't broken through yet. Let's wait for them. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer. He closed his eyes and activated the underworld god observation method to consolidate his cultivation. Half a day later, with a boom, Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong finally broke through the array. They stood a few dozen meters away from Lu Ming. However, they didn't immediately attack Lu Ming. This was because they had seen Lu Ming inscribing a large array. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Lu Ming, your death is here. Wang Yan revealed a sinister smile. Is that so? Come and kill me if you have the ability. Lu Ming revealed a disdainful smile. Do you think that you can protect yourself by inscribing a large array? Watch how I break it. Wang Yan took a step forward and a stream of flames surged towards Lu Ming along the ground. The stream of flames was unobstructed. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the stream of flames. Wang Yan was slightly startled before he burst out laughing. So you're just trying to be mysterious. You don't even have an array. After saying this, Wang Yan's figure flashed and charged towards Lu Ming. Jiang Taichong didn't move. Instead, he guarded the surroundings to prevent any changes or prevent Lu Ming from escaping. A dragon's roar could be heard as Lu Ming unleashed his dragon force and threw a punch at Wang Yan. With a boom, Lu Ming was knocked back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stamped his feet on the ground. Ha die! Wang Yan laughed as a terrifying stream of flames surged towards Lu Ming. Chapter 9:13. Jiang Taichong blocked in front of Lu Ming, while Wang Yan rushed up from behind. Lu Ming had nowhere to run. But at this moment, Lu Ming's face was extremely calm, and there was even a trace of killing intent. No! For some reason, Jiang Taichong's heart skipped a beat. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger, but he couldn't figure out where it came from. Lu Ming? Impossible. With Lu Ming's cultivation, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. Wang Yan was already closing in. At this moment, Lu Ming stomped his foot heavily and dense inscriptions appeared on the ground. A few large arrays appeared. You want to deal with us by carving an array in an instant? Dream on. Wang Yan sneered, but in the next moment his face changed. No, this is a level 7 array. How can you carve a level 7 array in an instant? Wang Yan cried out in disbelief. Carving a level 7 array in an instant wasn't something an ordinary level 7 inscription master could do. Only a level 7 inscription master with profound mental energy could do it. How could Lu Ming do it? Not good. Retreat. Jiang Taichung's face changed, and he was about to retreat. But it was too late. The array shone brightly, and golden vines condensed, wrapping around Jiang Taichung and Wang Yan. Break! Jiang Taichung's body emitted an extremely sharp aura, and with a wave of his hand, a sharp sword aura shot out, slashing at the vines. But with a single slash, he could only cut a few vines. These vines were called golden vines, and they were formed from a level 7 array, the Golden Vines array. They were extremely tough, and were impervious to fire and water. Wang Yan also roared, and flames spread out, trying to burn the vines. Although they could be burned, it was very slow. The two of them were entangled for a moment. Lu Ming sneered, and he continued carving the array. Countless inscriptions shone from Lu Ming's feet and palms, and a purple mental energy fire jumped between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Level 7 Inscription Master. He is a Level 7 Inscription Master. Charge out, we must charge out. Jiang Taichung roared in shock, and charged out with all his might, cutting the vines one by one. A few golden vines array naturally couldn't completely trap Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung, but Lu Ming's goal was to stop them for a moment, and that was enough. On the ground, another array appeared. This time, it was a Level 7 Intermediate Ice Hunting Array. Arrays were arrays of Level 7, level, and level. For example, a 7th level elementary formation was enough to deal with practitioners at the 1st to 3rd level of Spirit Embryo Realm. If used well, it could even kill practitioners at the 3rd level of Spirit Embryo Realm. However, even though Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung were only at the 1st level of Spirit Embryo Realm, their battle prowess allowed them to kill those at the 4th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. 7th level beginner formations were of little use to them. However, it was a different story for a Level 7 intermediate array. A 7th level middle grade formation could deal with strong practitioners of the 4th to 6th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. However, although Lu Ming's spiritual energy was incomparably dense and far surpassed other inscribers of the same level, he had only just broken through to the 7th level. It was still impossible for him to instantly inscribe a mid-7th level formation. He would need some time. The time the Golden Rattan Grand Array was able to hold off Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung was enough for him to inscribe a Level 7 Intermediate Array. 12 long spears condensed from ice appeared and emitted an extremely cold aura. They pierced through the air and pierced towards Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung respectively. Boom! Wang Yan punched out with both of his fists. Terrifying flames filled the air as he tried to melt the ice spear. However, what shocked him was that the ice spear had only shrunk a little after piercing through his fists. It was not completely melted, and it continued to fly towards Wang Yan. On the other hand, Jiang Taichung did his best to continuously hack at the ice spear. Although he managed to block it in the end, it was still extremely difficult for him. A layer of white frost appeared all over his body. His entire body trembled as if he was about to be frozen solid. What made them despair was that more ice spears were condensed. This time, there were 24 of them. Each of them had 12 ice spears. The two of them tried their best to block, but the ice spears were too powerful. Although they managed to block it, they were both injured. However, more ice spears soon appeared. Then 2 screams of despair were heard. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung's bodies were pierced through by a few ice spears. Their bodies stiffened as they were frozen on the spot. "No, don't kill me!" Wang Yan screamed in fear. Although the Battle of Fortune was dangerous, it was also filled with opportunities. No one participated in the Battle of Fortune because they wanted to die. They all wanted to obtain a huge opportunity and endless fortune. Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung were naturally the same. They wanted to obtain a huge opportunity in the Battle of Fortune and obtain a huge fortune. They wanted to stand out and surpass those stronger geniuses. Who would have thought that they would die less than a month after the Battle of Fortune had started? How could they accept this? Wang Yan, have you forgotten what I've said? I said that I will definitely kill you. Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. He then waved his hand and an ice spear appeared, stabbing towards Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung. No, no! Wang Yan and Jiang Taichung screamed in fear, but they could not change the outcome. The ice spear pierced through the space between their eyebrows. Then, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and devoured the 2 of them. It did not take long for the refinement to be completed. Jiang Taichong cultivated sword intent, which was useless to Lu Ming. Wang Yan's fire intent would allow Lu Ming's fire intent to break through and enter the 3rd level. However, Lu Ming's bloodline did not increase. Prison suppressing steel bloodline, 3rd level divine grade. 9 dragons bloodline, 4th level divine grade. After the refinement, Lu Ming exhaled and stood up. The Book of Fortune appeared in front of him. He realized that the fortune points on the Book of Fortune had increased by 2,000. This was because Lu Ming had robbed Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong of their fortune points after killing them. Lu Ming's fortune points were now close to 5,000. Then he looked at the stone door. He had to break open the stone door. Lu Ming began to inscribe an array in front of the stone door. This time, it took half a day for Lu Ming to inscribe an advanced level 7 array. Lu Ming could now instantly cast a beginner level 7 array. If given enough time, Lu Ming could even cast a top level 7 array. The array glowed and formed a giant hammer that smashed towards the stone door. The hammer formed by the advanced level 7 array was many times stronger than Lu Ming's own attack. Boom! The stone door shook violently, as if it was about to break open. Continue! The giant hammers formed one after another and smashed on the door. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions was endless. After a dozen or so attacks, the door was smashed open with a bang, revealing a dark passage inside. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and a puppet walked in first. Seeing that there was no danger, Lu Ming also stepped in. Chapter 9:14. This seemed to be the cave of an expert. In the secret underground room, there were tables, chairs, beds, and everything else. There were also a few bookshelves. Lu Ming walked around and found that there were only some books on the bookshelves. Lu Ming walked over and picked up a book. Heaven's Zigzag Battle Art. This was a cultivation technique. Lu Ming opened it and his eyes widened. Then he was overjoyed. This was actually a deity-grade cultivation technique, a low-grade deity-grade cultivation technique. How precious was a deity-level cultivation technique? For example, the core cultivation techniques of the 6 ancient families of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were low-grade divine cultivation techniques. A deity-level cultivation technique could almost support an ancient aristocratic family. Lu Ming had the true dragon battle art and didn't need to cultivate other cultivation techniques. Lu Ming didn't know if the true dragon battle art that he cultivated was low-grade or high-grade divine cultivation technique. However, the cultivation requirements were extremely harsh. Others couldn't cultivate it at all. Lu Ming had 2 disciples, family, and friends now, but they couldn't cultivate the true dragon battle art. However, he could impart other divine cultivation techniques to them. Lu Ming was overjoyed and kept it. Then he looked at the other books. There were a total of more than 10 books. Among them, there were 2 divine cultivation techniques and the rest were demigod-level martial skills. There were low-grade and high-grade demigod-level martial skills. This was an unimaginable wealth. Lu Ming kept all of them happily. He continued to walk around and found that the secret underground room was empty. There was nothing else. At this time, Lu Ming left the secret underground room reluctantly. Then he randomly chose a direction and soared into the sky. Swoosh! Not long after Lu Ming left, a figure with overwhelming demonic aura descended on the Twin Moon Mountain. It was the little demon lord, Luoli. The array here has been broken. Someone has been here. Luoli whispered. His eyes flashed coldly. He stepped out and rushed into the secret underground room. After a while, he appeared outside again. As expected, someone beat me to it. Damn it. Luoli growled and soared into the sky. The direction he chose was coincidentally the direction Lu Ming had left in. As Lu Ming flew, his muscles and bones wriggled. After a while, his physique and appearance changed greatly. Then, the inscriptions on his body shone as he laid down a formation to restrain his aura. Not a single bit of aura leaked out from his body. Right now, both the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace and the Heavenly Fiend Valley wanted to kill him. Temporarily changing his identity would be more convenient for him to act. Moreover, Lu Ming was still no match for the top geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Once his cultivation improved and he was no longer afraid of them, he would no longer need to disguise himself. Lu Ming flew all the way. His speed wasn't very fast. He mainly wanted to see if there were any spirit herbs and the like and pick them along the way. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying sonic boom came from behind. A vast demonic might spread out from behind. Stop! Then, a loud shout was heard. Lu Ming frowned. He stopped and turned his head to take a look. Luo Li appeared not far from Lu Ming with his vast demonic might. Lad, you came from that direction? Luo Li pointed in the direction behind him. That's right. Lu Ming frowned. Have you been to Twin Moon Mountain? Luo Li asked. Twin Moon Mountain? What Twin Moon Mountain? Lu Ming played dumb. Luo Li frowned slightly. He could see that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 9th tier of the spiritual sea realm. There was no way he could break the formation of Twin Moon Mountain. The treasures in Twin Moon Mountain shouldn't have been obtained by Lu Ming. You haven't been to Twin Moon Mountain? Then did you see anyone passing by? Luo Li asked. No, I've been looking for spirit herbs in this area. I didn't see anyone else. Lu Ming said. Well, then you can go. Luo Li waved his hand. Lu Ming nodded and turned to leave. The moment he turned, a trace of killing intent flashed in Luo Li's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming exploded with dragon power. He turned around and punched out, colliding with the saber light. His body trembled and he retreated madly. What are you doing? Lu Ming shouted. Restrain your aura and sneak around. Let's kill first. Luo Li snorted, but a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although his move just now was a casual slash, almost no one under the spirit embryo realm could block it. He didn't expect Lu Ming to block it. Lu Ming's battle prowess surprised him. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were really domineering. Just a little bit of suspicion and they wanted to kill. Luckily, he was prepared. The moment Luo Li made his move, he sensed it. Shio. Luo Li's demonic aura churned. His palm slashed out again, and a black saber light slashed violently toward Lu Ming. A purple flame flashed in the heart of Lu Ming's brows. He waved his hands and formations appeared in the air, forming golden vines that coiled towards Luo Li, inscribing formations in the air. You are a 7th grade inscription master. Looks like the treasure of Double Moon Mountain is yours. That. Luo Li's killing intent surged as he shouted. His saber light flashed. The incomparably sturdy golden vines instantly shattered, unable to block Luo Li's attack. Lu Ming took a few steps and waved his hands. Formations appeared one after another. They were all 7th grade elementary formations. However, Luo Li was really too strong. With a slash of his saber, there was nothing it couldn't break. Those formations shattered one by one. Peak of the 3rd level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming's pupils contracted. Little Devil Lord Luo Li's cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of Spirit Embryo Realm. However, with his battle prowess, even if he was 3 levels higher, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a normal martial arts practitioner at the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. He was simply too strong. And this was only at the Spirit Embryo Realm. If he was at the Spirit Ocean Realm, it would be easy for him to kill an enemy 4 levels higher. 7th grade elementary formations didn't pose any threat to Luo Li. Kill! The pitch-black devil saber gave off a terrifying aura. The formations shattered and Lu Ming was swept by a saber light. The scales on his skin shattered and one of his arms was almost chopped off. The formation on Lu Ming's body that was concealing his aura collapsed and his original aura leaked out. You are Lu Ming? My luck isn't bad. If I kill you, the Supreme Elder of Wang family will reward me handsomely. Luo Li laughed loudly. His devil aura surged and a terrifying saber light slashed through everything. The formation in front of him instantly shattered and the terrifying saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hands and 2 puppets rushed out. They were easily split into 2 by the saber light. Lu Ming, consider yourself unlucky to have met me. Today, you will definitely die. Luo Li laughed loudly. However, Lu Ming waved his hands again. This time, more than 10 puppets appeared and rushed towards Luo Li. These puppets were all at the first and second grade of 7th grade. Behind the puppets were 9 puppets that looked like white birds. They followed the puppets in front and rushed towards Luo Li. The 9 puppets at the back were all at the 4th grade of 7th grade. These were the highest grade puppets that Lu Ming had bought from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. If he hadn't become a 7th grade inscription master, he wouldn't have been able to control them. Luo Li's devil saber slashed out and the puppets in front of him were all chopped into pieces. But at this moment, the strongest puppet arrived behind him. Explode! Chapter 9:15. As Lu Ming uttered the word, explode, the 9 level 4 4th level puppets glowed all over and exploded with a loud bang. Puppets self-destructed. 9 level 4 level 7 puppets self-destructed, forming a terrifying energy storm that surged toward Luo Li. Lu Ming turned around and used the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomp to leave the place. Rumble! Luo Li's angry roar could be heard from the raging energy storm. After a few breaths, Luo Li rushed out. He was in a sorry state. His clothes were in tatters, and there were many wounds on his body that bled profusely. His face was charred black as if it had been charred. He looked around, but there was no trace of Lu Ming. "Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you!" Luo Li roared angrily. A moment of carelessness had cost him a great deal. Luo Li's desire to kill Lu Ming was extremely strong. Lu Ming used the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps and moved forward quickly. The explosion of the 9 puppets was powerful, but Lu Ming knew that it would not be able to do anything to Luo Li. It's still not enough to rely on the path of inscription alone. Lu Ming frowned. His path of inscription was already very strong. He could instantly cast a beginner grade 7 formation and coordinate it well. Even an ordinary martial artist of the 4th Spirit Embryo realm would be killed by him. He had just become a grade 7 inscription master, which was already terrifying. However, Luo Li was not an ordinary martial artist. He was a prodigy among prodigies. I have to break through to the Spirit Embryo realm as soon as possible. Only then can I combine martial arts with inscription to be confident of fighting prodigies like Luo Li. Breaking through to the Spirit Embryo realm was imperative. With Lu Ming's current combat ability, he could easily deal with ordinary prodigies, or even most of the God-level prodigies. However, the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents, or even those higher up, were all monsters. He was far from enough. After flying for 100,000 miles, Lu Ming landed. After circulating his energy for a while, the injury on his arm was completely healed. Afterward, Lu Ming took a look at his luck points. His luck points had exceeded 10,000 and reached 10,800. After obtaining the secret manuals from the Twin Moon Mountain, his luck points increased by more than 5,000. I've finished exploring the strange land within a radius of 100,000 li. I need to go further. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before choosing to fly west. After flying for a while, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly paused. A group of figures appeared in front of him. There were about 100 members of the three-eyed divine race flying at high speed in the sky. At this moment, the three-eyed being had caught sight of Lu Ming as well. It's those human youths. Kill them! Kill them! As soon as the three-eyed divine race saw Lu Ming, they roared and rushed towards Lu Ming. The strongest seems to be at the 4th level of Spirit Embryo realm. In that case, shall all of you become my nourishment? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He took several steps forward, and the inscriptions continued to seep into the void. The speed of the three-eyed divine race was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, they had already closed in on Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a heavy step in the void, and the inscriptions shone. Formations appeared and condensed into sword lights that slashed forward. This was a 7th level formation, and its power was extremely strong. The three-eyed divine race who were below the Spirit Embryo realm were instantly split into 2 and killed on the spot. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared, and with a roar, the power of devouring burst forth. The blood essence, runes, and energy of the dead three-eyed divine race were all devoured by Lu Ming. Even those who weren't dead had their battle prowess greatly reduced under the devouring power of the Nine Dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming continued to inscribe formations and unleash attacks that were like a storm. Some of the three-eyed divine race who were at the first and second level of spirit embryo realm found it hard to defend themselves. Under the storm-like attacks, they were killed. Retreat, retreat. The leader was a three-eyed divine race who was at the fourth level of spirit embryo realm. He was tall and sturdy and had a powerful aura. At this moment, however, he was filled with fear as he screamed. Bush, bush. Sword light flashed, and the three-eyed divine race were killed one by one. Bang. In the end, only the three-eyed divine race who was at the fourth level of spirit embryo realm managed to escape the area covered by the formation. He frantically fled into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. The rest of the three-eyed divine race were all killed by Lu Ming. What a pity! Lu Ming muttered. If he had focused all his attacks on the three-eyed divine race who was at the fourth level of spirit embryo realm, it would have been enough to kill him. However, the attacks just now were too scattered, which was why he managed to escape. Lu Ming put away all the storage rings and controlled the bloodline of the Nine Dragons to devour over 100 three-eyed divine race into mummies. He then left the place. 10,000 miles away, Lu Ming dug out a cave in a huge mountain. He inscribed formations at the entrance of the cave and sat cross-legged in the cave, beginning to refine. Although most of the three-eyed divine race were at the ninth level of Spirit Sea realm or at the perfected Spirit Sea realm, their energy was still astonishing. Lu Ming continuously refined them. Lu Ming's focus was on the concept. The concepts that he didn't need were directly eliminated and refined those that were needed. Among them, the concept of fire was the most. There was also the concept of thunder and some concept of wind. There weren't many concepts of earth, but there were still a few. There was even a three-eyed divine race who was at the second level of spirit embryo realm who had comprehended the concept of earth. The concept of spirit embryo realm was definitely at the third level. This allowed Lu Ming's concept of earth to break through to the second level of perfection. As the concept of earth broke through to the second level of perfection, the huge amount of energy was continuously converted into Lu Ming's cultivation. Not long after, the aura on Lu Ming's body increased drastically, breaking through to the perfected Spirit Sea realm. Immediately after, the bloodline of the prison's suppressing monument appeared, emitting an ancient and heavy aura. 3 golden chakras lit up, and in the next moment, the 4th chakra appeared. The bloodline of the prison's suppressing monument also leveled up, reaching the 4th level of the God realm. 2 hours later, Lu Ming finally refined all the energy. The concept of wind and the concept of fire improved the most, constantly nearing the 3rd level of the lower tier. The concept of thunder also broke through to the 3rd level. Only the concept of earth was still at the 2nd level of perfection. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the perfected Spirit Sea realm, only a step away from the spirit embryo realm. This time, he had gained a lot. Moreover, his luck points had increased by a few thousand. Killing these three-eyed divine race members is really a big gain. Lu Ming revealed a smile. The 2nd level of perfection of the concept of earth, now is the time for the myriad fruit to come in handy. Lu Ming pondered, and in the next moment, a myriad fruit appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. Lu Ming's mind moved, and the myriad fruit entered Lu Ming's body, turning into a mysterious energy. This energy seemed to follow Lu Ming's thoughts, turning into an extremely rich concept of earth. The myriad fruit could change everything, and it was really mysterious. Lu Ming used the myriad fruit to cultivate the concept of earth, and his progress was extremely fast. After using up 1 myriad fruit, Lu Ming took out the next one. Last time, Lu Ming had obtained a total of 12 myriad fruits. 3 days later, after Lu Ming swallowed 7 myriad fruits, his concept of earth finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the 3rd level. Chapter 9:16. However, Lu Ming's cultivation wasn't over yet. He spent another 2 days to refine the remaining 5 myriad fruit. His earth concept had advanced to the middle stage of level 3. However, the more I eat, the worse the effects of the myriad fruit. Lu Ming thought. The myriad fruit was the most effective during the first 5. Towards the end, the body seemed to be immune to the myriad fruit, and the effects would become worse. If there were more myriad manifestation fruits, the effect would be negligible if he continued to eat them. All 4 concepts had reached level 3. The next step was to condense the spirit embryo. Condensing the spirit embryo meant condensing the spirit seed into a round shape, like a placenta. That was why it was called a spirit embryo. A spirit embryo could give birth to a spirit god. It wasn't easy to condense a spirit embryo as it required a large amount of energy. Lu Ming had a large amount of origin stones on him. However, Lu Ming didn't want to waste them. Weren't there many 3-eyed divine tribe members outside? Why waste them? Lu Ming exited the cave and found a majestic and obvious mountain peak. Lu Ming began to inscribe formations at the peak of the mountain. Endless inscriptions continued to seep into the mountain peak. This time, he spent a total of 2 days. In 2 days, he only managed to inscribe a single formation. However, this grand array was a top-notch level 7 grand array. Its power was incomparably terrifying. After inscribing, Lu Ming spent some more time inscribing some level 7 intermediate formations. Then he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. He planned to wait here for the 3-eyed divine tribe members to come. Since he needed time to condense and polish the concept in true yuan, he might as well wait for the enemy to take the bait and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming closed his eyes and cultivated quietly at the peak of the mountain. 1 day, 2 days, and 3 days later, there wasn't a single person. However, Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry. His true yuan and concept were slowly becoming pure, but it wasn't enough. He still needed to condense and polish quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Lu Ming sat there for 6 days. Swoosh, swoosh. On the 7th day, a piercing sound could be heard as over 20 figures appeared not far away from the mountain. There were more than 20 figures, all of whom were young. Some of them were young geniuses, some carried long swords on their backs. Wrapped in black robes, these were death warriors. These were the geniuses of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. There's someone on the mountain. One of them looked at the mountain peak and said. Everyone else looked toward the mountain peak. That person looks familiar. It's Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. Someone shouted. It really is Lu Ming. I didn't expect him to be sitting on the mountain in broad daylight. Brother Luan, why don't we attack and kill Lu Ming? In the end, the young men all looked at a young man in armor. He was a god-level genius from the ancient Luan family and ranked 139th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was the leader of the crowd. At this moment, Lu Ming also opened his eyes and looked at the geniuses of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace with a cold smile. Since he had set up the array, Lu Ming did not disguise himself. If the geniuses of the other forces wanted to kill him, he would not mind killing them to obtain their luck points. The genius from the Luan family frowned slightly. Back at the exchange meet in Nine Dragon City, Lu Ming had displayed his powerful combat strength, which was not much weaker than his. Now that more than half a year had passed, although he had made great progress, Lu Ming must have become stronger as well. He was not confident. Moreover, Lu Ming was sitting on the mountain peak in broad daylight, which made him feel uneasy. Lu Ming is very strange. To be honest, I'm not completely confident. Moreover, he's just sitting there. I'm afraid there's a trap. Let's leave Lu Ming's life to those stronger experts. We just need to spread the news. The genius from the Luan family said slowly. The others fell silent for a moment before nodding their heads. Since the genius from the Luan family had said so, the weaker ones would naturally not dare to make a move. Let's go. Let's leave this place. The genius from the Luan family said. Then, the group flew forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. These people were really cautious. He had no choice but to continue waiting. However, less than 2 hours later, there was a loud, piercing sound in front of him. Lu Ming saw that it was still the group of people from the Luan family. However, at this moment, they were panicking and in a sorry state. They were fleeing for their lives. Behind them, there were many tall and burly figures chasing after them. The three-eyed divine race. Behind them, there were 500 to 600 three-eyed divine race pursuing them. Among the three-eyed divine race, there were many powerful existences with terrifying auras. Die, humans! How dare you use us as a test subject? The three-eyed divine race shouted as they chased after them. They did not use their full strength, and it was like a game of cat and mouse. Stop fooling around. Kill these ants quickly and look for other humans. There will be great rewards for every one of them killed. A deep voice sounded. The strong practitioners of the three-eyed divine race answered and increased their speed. They broke through the air and rushed in front of the genius from the Yuan family, blocking their path. These people were all at the third level of the spirit embryo realm. As for the youth from the Yuan family, he was only at the great circle of the spiritual sea realm. At this moment, his face was filled with despair. There's a human on the mountain peak. Go kill him. At this moment, the three-eyed divine race discovered Lu Ming. The leader waved his hand and a three-eyed divine race at the first level of the spirit embryo realm immediately rushed up the mountain peak and rushed towards Lu Ming with a sinister smile. Die! The three-eyed divine race's killing intent was cold. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming stood up and struck out with his palm like lightning. Boom! This three-eyed divine race at the first level of the spirit embryo realm was directly split into pieces by Lu Ming's palm. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the great circle of the spiritual sea realm. It was easy for him to kill an expert at the first level of the spirit embryo realm. I must control the suppressing hell celestial skill well. I can't let it explode too much. Lu Ming warned himself secretly. As the suppressing hell steel bloodline was upgraded to the fourth level of the god level, the power of the suppressing hell celestial skill reached the level of a low-grade god level martial technique. Its power was terrifying. However, the amount of vital essence consumed was unimaginable. If Lu Ming used the white hair suppressing hell celestial skill at full power, his vital essence would be sucked dry in an instant. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to unleash much power. Seems like I have to stop upgrading the suppressing hell steel bloodline and focus on upgrading the Nine Dragons bloodline. Otherwise, the suppressing hell celestial skill will be too powerful and my cultivation will be too weak to unleash its full power. I have to raise my cultivation first. Thoughts ran through Lu Ming's mind. On the other hand, the genius from the Yuan family was dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually killed a three-eyed divine race at the first level of the spirit embryo realm in one move. He was too strong. His battle power was definitely above his. However, facing so many three-eyed divine race members, he still had to die. Yes, his battle power is not bad. All of you, attack together and kill him. Chapter 9:17. These 7 to 8 three-eyed gods were all at the first or second level of spirit embryo realm. There was even one at the third level of spirit embryo realm. It was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. The 8 three-eyed gods were tall and sturdy. They were covered in scales and their gazes were cold, like demons from the abyss. They stepped on the void, causing it to tremble as a terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. At this moment, the three-eyed divine tribe members who were about to kill the prodigies of the Yuan family stopped in their tracks and looked in Lu Ming's direction. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would be killed. They wanted to make the prodigies of the Yuan family even more fearful. Bang! Bang! The 8 three-eyed gods landed on the mountain peak, causing it to rumble. The 8 of them landed in 4 different directions and surrounded Lu Ming. Die! A three-eyed god race that was at the second level of spirit embryo realm gave a cold shout and shot out a beam of light from his third eye. This beam of light was formed from cold ice, and wherever the beam passed, a white passage would appear in the space. It was all ice crystals. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and a huge formation appeared on the ground. 2 long ice spears formed. One of them destroyed the beam of light shot out by the three-eyed god while the other pierced through him. Not good, it's a formation. On the mountain peak, the expressions of the other 7 three-eyed gods changed drastically. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The cold air was oppressive. In an instant, over 20 long ice spears formed and enveloped the 7 three-eyed gods. Whoosh, whoosh. The long spears pierced through the air at an unparalleled speed. The 7 three-eyed gods screamed as they were killed one after another. This was a 7th-level intermediate formation. It was more than enough to kill the three-eyed gods who were at the 3rd level of spirit embryo realm. The expressions of the other three-eyed gods changed. The leader of the three-eyed gods had a grave expression. Then, a cold, murderous intent spread out. So there's a formation here. Do you think it's useful just because you laid a formation? You're still going to die. Let's attack together and kill him from a distance. The leader of the three-eyed gods ordered. The three-eyed godly tribe immediately surrounded the mountain that Lu Ming was at. It was impenetrable. On the other hand, no one cared about the geniuses of the Luan clan. Let's go further away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the prodigy of the Luan clan and the others flew far away and hid in a secluded mountain peak to observe. If anything went wrong, they would run away immediately. Kill! The leader of the three-eyed god clan gave the order. All of a sudden, the third eye of all the three-eyed god clan members lit up. Beams of light pierced through the air and shot toward Lu Ming. 3,000 meters is enough. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Although the three-eyed divine race had surrounded the mountain, they were still within 3,000 meters of the mountain. This was enough. With a single step, a huge array formation appeared on the mountain peak. This array formation was formed from countless runes. This was the peak 7th grade array that Lu Ming had spent 2 days inscribing. This array formation was called the Star-Chasing Moon-Chasing Array. When the array was activated, countless arrows were formed and shot in all directions. Every arrow was like a beam of light that pierced through the void. It was as if they could chase after the stars and the moon, hence the name of the array. Bam, bam, bam. The beams of light shot out from the eyes of the three-eyed divine race were all shattered. The arrows continued to shoot toward the three-eyed divine race in all directions. The power of a peak 7th grade array formation was terrifying. The three-eyed divine race were all pierced through and shot to death in the air. Retreat, retreat quickly. The remaining three-eyed divine race screamed in fear. They wanted to escape, but what welcomed them was even more arrows. Blood splattered everywhere and miserable shrieks were heard. No matter if they were at the spiritual sea realm or spirit embryo realm, or if they were at the 1st or 2nd level of spirit embryo realm, or even stronger, they were all killed by the arrows in an instant. No! The leader of the three-eyed divine race screamed in fear. A boundless aura burst forth from his body and a terrifying black light that had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The leader of the three-eyed divine race had the cultivation of the 7th level of spirit embryo realm and was extremely powerful. However, under a peak 7th grade array formation, it was still useless. He was pierced through by the densely packed arrows and turned into a hornet's nest. A peak 7th grade array formation could kill a strong practitioner at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm and above, let alone a peak 7th grade array formation. This was something that Lu Ming had spent 2 whole days to set up. Far away, the prodigies of Luan family and the rest were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their bodies were trembling in fear. They recalled that they had wanted to kill Lu Ming previously. Luckily, they were afraid and didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would have been dead long ago. This Lu Ming is too strong. He can actually set up such a terrifying array. We better not provoke him in the future. If others want to kill him and obtain the rewards, let them go. The prodigies of Luan family said with lingering fear. That's right. Such a monster isn't someone we can deal with. Let's leave this place first and look for other opportunities. Another person said softly. That's right. Let's go. Then, the prodigies of Luan family carefully left the place. At this moment, all the three-eyed divine race around the mountain peak had been killed by the array formation. Lu Ming glanced in the direction that the prodigies of Luan family had left and ignored them. That was just a clown. At most, he was only at the peak of the spiritual ocean realm. Even if he killed him, he wouldn't gain much. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared and a violent devouring power erupted. The blood essence, energy, and runes of the three-eyed divine race were all devoured by the bloodline. Let's go and find a place to refine. Lu Ming moved and left the place. He found a secluded place and started refining. The rolling energy was continuously converted into vital essence and poured into his spirit sea. The blood essence was used to upgrade the bloodline of the 9 dragons. It's enough. I have enough energy. Let's break through to the spirit embryo realm now. Circulating the true dragon battle art, Lu Ming started to break through to the next realm. The spirit sea realm was the continuous expansion of the spirit sea. The larger the spirit sea, the more vital essence it could store. However, the spirit embryo realm was completely different. It required the spirit sea to be condensed into a ball, like an embryo. This was the spirit embryo realm. As one's cultivation increased, the spirit embryo realm would become smaller and smaller. However, it would become more and more condensed and eventually give birth to a spirit god. Rumble. The spirit sea started to vibrate and change shape. Lu Ming started to break through to the next realm. This process was slow and required time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The spirit sea in Lu Ming's dantian had disappeared and was replaced by a huge ball. This ball was transformed from the spirit sea and was completely condensed from vital essence. A vast and powerful aura was emitted from the ball. Lu Ming's body also emitted a powerful aura. He had broken through to the spirit embryo realm. However, this wasn't the end. The energy from the hundreds of 3-eyed divine race that he had devoured was too abundant. Lu Ming had broken through to the first level of spirit embryo realm, but the energy wasn't completely depleted. Lu Ming's cultivation was still rising rapidly. Chapter 9:18. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the second level of spirit embryo realm, and his strength had increased exponentially. Lu Ming felt his body brimming with power. Dragon roars resounded as the 5 golden chakras on the 9 dragons' bloodline shone brightly. The 9 dragons' bloodline had also increased by another level, reaching the 5th level of the divine level. This was all thanks to the 3-eyed god clan leader who was at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. He was really powerful. Be it his blood essence or his energy, they were all extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lu Ming to have such a huge improvement. Also, the concepts of wind, fire, and thunder are all at the peak of the 3rd level, just one step away from the 3rd level of the initial stage. The concept of earth is also at the late stage of the 3rd level. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. The ability of the 9 dragons' bloodline was too heaven-defying. It allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to increase exponentially, and it was completely possible for him to cultivate more concepts in the future. This time, both my concepts and true essence have increased too much. I can already feel that there are some impurities in my concepts, and the same goes for my true essence. I won't be able to devour for the next period of time. I need to stabilize my foundation. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, Lu Ming didn't want to cultivate in seclusion all the time. He wanted to look for treasures and opportunities while slowly polishing his foundation. After all, 1.5 months had passed since the Battle of Destiny. There was less and less time left. Lu Ming ended his seclusion and flew into the sky. His body moved, and his true essence erupted. Lu Ming's figure was dozens of miles away. My true essence is too strong. With my current cultivation, I can definitely fight Little Devil Lord Luo Li and even kill him. Lu Ming's face revealed a confident smile. Compared to the last time he met Luo Li, Lu Ming had improved too much. His 4 concepts had all broken through to the 3rd level, and the advancement of the 9 dragons' bloodline had given him an additional dragon force. In addition to his cultivation reaching the 2nd level of spirit embryo realm, his battle prowess had increased too much. Xiu. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Next, Lu Ming searched for spiritual herbs and precious materials while polishing his foundation and stabilizing his cultivation base. Although Lu Ming's speed was not too fast, he still flew hundreds of thousands of miles. Along the way, he encountered people from the 3-eyed divine race several times, but he did not attack and flew past them. There were powerful existences among the 3-eyed god race. There were quite a few of them who were above the 7th level of spirit embryo realm. and in the spirit embryo realm, it was undoubtedly even more difficult to fight someone of a higher level. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was confident that he wasn't afraid of strong practitioners at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm. However, if he was surrounded by many strong practitioners of this level, it would be troublesome. Moreover, his foundation was not stable yet. Even if he killed the three-eyed divine race, he would not be able to devour them. Therefore, he did not make a move. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a large tree, condensing his true essence and polishing his concepts. Suddenly, in the distant sky, two figures rapidly flew forward. They were two youths, a man and a woman. Inscriptions flickered on their bodies. Xing Cheng had a pair of wings. They flapped their wings and continued to fly forward. However, their expressions showed that they were panicking and in a sorry state. People from the Talisman Puppet Sect. Lu Ming's expression flickered. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered disciples from the Talisman Puppet Sect since he entered. There were very few people from the Talisman Puppet Sect participating in the Battle of Providence, so the chances of encountering them were naturally low. However, these two people from the Talisman Puppet Sect were clearly fleeing. There were people chasing after them. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 or 4 streaks of light streaked across the sky and chased after them. They were 4 youths. Judging from their attire, they were actually from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. The two forces had actually joined forces to chase after the people from the Talisman Puppet sect. Hee, you can't run away. Come with us obediently. A genius from the Heavenly Corpse sect who was surrounded by corpse chi sneered. This person's cultivation was at the perfected spiritual sea realm. It had been more than a month and a half since the Battle of Providence had started. In such an environment, Lu Ming was not the only one who was improving. Everyone was improving. Many people's cultivation was also advancing by leaps and bounds. When they had first entered, only Wang Yan and around the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents were at the perfected spiritual sea realm. Even Di Feng was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm at that time. However, many people had already broken through to the perfected spiritual sea realm, and some had even begun to break through to the spiritual embryo realm. As for the geniuses who were originally above the spiritual embryo realm, naturally, they had also broken through. Everyone was improving. If they did not, they would be eliminated. Among the 3 youths who were chasing after them, one of them was at the perfected spiritual sea realm, while the other 2 were at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. The 4 of them were extremely fast and quickly approached the 2 disciples from the Talisman Puppet sect. Fight it out with them. The girl from the Talisman Puppet sect shouted angrily and stopped. More than 10 inscription talisman scrolls appeared in her hands. Her spiritual fire spread out, and the inscription talisman scrolls glowed. They exploded with attacks and attacked the 4 people who were chasing after them. Child's play. A flash of saber light shot out from a youth in purple from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The youth in purple was another expert at the perfected spiritual sea realm. There was no doubt that this person was a god-tier genius who had awakened his god-tier bloodline and had extremely powerful battle prowess. As the flash of saber light slashed out, the inscription talisman scrolls attacks of the girl from the Talisman Puppet sect were all defeated. In the end, the flash of saber light landed on the girl's body and broke her protective barrier. The girl spat out a large mouthful of blood and her body floated back. Junior sister hi. The youth from the Talisman Puppet sect supported the girl with a face full of worry. Hee, I said that you guys can't escape. Come with us obediently. The youth from the Heavenly Corpse sect stepped forward and sneered. The 4 youths from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect had already surrounded the 2 disciples from the Talisman Puppet sect. Don't even think about it. You guys captured the disciples of our Talisman Puppet sect just to help you guys break the array in the ruins. That array is extremely mysterious and dangerous. Even if we tried to break it, there is a high chance that we would die. The treasures that we obtain in the end would still belong to you guys. Don't even think about it. The girl from the Talisman Puppet sect was extremely unyielding as she berated loudly. Don't you guys understand? The only purpose of the Talisman Puppet sect in the Battle of Providence is to help us break the array in the ruins. Otherwise, we would have killed you the moment we saw you. Why would we have kept you alive until now? The youth in purple said coldly with a condescending look on his face. Kong Mingshang, if you want to kill me, just kill me. I'll help you break the array. After this one, there will be another one. I'll die sooner or later. Why don't you kill me now? The girl shouted coldly. Kong Mingshang was a genius from the Kong clan, one of the 6 great ancient families. He was ranked 198th on the list of top 1,000 talents and was a true god-tier genius. You want to die? Not so easy. You're pretty and we can enjoy you. Let's see if you'll beg for mercy under my crotch. The youth from the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered as a trace of evil fire flashed in his eyes. This made the girl's face turn pale. Everyone, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Chapter 9:19. Cheng. No, Lu Ming Zongzi. The two from the Talisman Puppet sect were pleasantly surprised when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. Kong Mingshang and the others were shocked when they saw Lu Ming. When Lu Ming was at the exchange meet, his combat power was already very terrifying. Kong Mingshang and the other 3 could not help but gather together, looking at Lu Ming with a grave expression. What? Do you think there's no one in the Talisman Puppet sect? Lu Ming's face turned cold and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. There are 4 of us. We don't have to be afraid of him. Furthermore, our cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds during this period of time. Perhaps we have improved faster than Lu Ming. If we join forces, we will be able to kill him. Kong Mingshang's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness and greed. He was very tempted to kill Lu Ming and be rewarded handsomely by the Wang family supreme martial artist. The other 3 were also tempted by Kong Mingshang's words. Lu Ming was strong in the past, but it did not mean that he would always be strong. They had improved greatly during this period of time and did not believe that the 4 of them could not kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Kong Mingshang with a faint smile and a hint of contempt flashed across his eyes. Let's attack together and kill him. Kong Mingshang growled. Kong Mingshang felt very uncomfortable when Lu Ming looked at him in such a way. He was a god-level genius ranked 198th on the list of top 1,000 talents. How could Lu Ming look at him with such contempt? Who was Lu Ming to him? Kill! The 4 of them roared and attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Dazzling saber gleams and majestic corpse aura shrouded Lu Ming. Zongzi, be careful! The 2 disciples from the Talisman Puppet sect exclaimed. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. He did not move and merely took a step forward. Countless inscriptions spread out from under Lu Ming's feet and a large formation appeared out of thin air. A flaming tiger appeared and roared at the sky. Kong Mingshang and the others were shocked and their pupils constricted. He's a level 7 inscriber. This is a level 7 formation. No, please spare us. The 4 of them screamed in horror. The Talisman Puppet sect. But in the next moment, the flaming tiger pounced on them and tore them apart. Naturally, after killing the 4 people, Lu Ming's luck value increased again. The 2 disciples from the Talisman Puppet sect were dumbfounded. Lu Zongzi, you've become a level 7 inscriber? The young lady was overjoyed. The young geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect knew that Lu Ming had lit up 10 spirit lamps for the first 5 levels. Later on, Lu Ming entered the observatory and lit up the spirit lamps for the 6th level. Given such a foundation, Lu Ming would definitely be very powerful when he broke through to become a level 7 inscription master. Naturally, they were happy. Lu Ming nodded and asked, "What's your name?" "Zongzi, I'm Hai Fei and he's Lu Guang." The young lady said. The 2 of them looked quite intimate and should be lovers. I heard you guys say that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect captured our Talisman Puppet sect's disciples to help them break the formations in the ruins. What exactly happened? Lu Ming asked. It's like this. The Heavenly Corpse sect, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace discovered a huge ruin. However, the surroundings of the ruin were filled with formations. Those formations were incomparably powerful, and the half-baked Tao of inscription of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were unable to break them. Therefore, they set their sights on the disciples of our Talisman Puppet sect. The three of them joined forces to capture the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect and help them break the formations. Hai Fei gritted her teeth. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. They were using the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect as tools. Are there no experts from the Talisman Puppet sect to fight against them? Lu Ming asked. Hai Fei shook her head and said, the 13 Zongzi candidates aren't here. Their opponents are too strong. Even if someone fights against them, it's a dead end. That's right. I've heard that many talents from the three sects have gathered at the relic. Many of them are ranked in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. The strongest ones are Little Demon Lord Luo Li, Li Fire Sword Brother Li Tian, Blood Sword 7 and Blood Sword 9 from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and 2 talents from the Sky Demon Valley who are on par with Li Fire Sword and Little Demon Lord. Lu Guang added. Little Demon Lord, Brother Lidin? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Among these people, Brother Lidin ranked the highest on the list of top 1,000 talents, 51st, 10 ranks higher than Little Demon Lord Luoli. Of course, it had been more than 4 years since the last update of the list of top 1,000 talents. Brother Li Tian's combat strength might not be stronger than Little Demon Lord's, but he was definitely not to be underestimated. Where's the ruin? Lu Ming asked. Zongzi, do you want to go? But they're so strong. Hai Fei was a little worried. But are you scared? If you're scared, tell me the address and I'll go alone. Lu Ming said. He would take control of the Talisman Puppet sect sooner or later. In his opinion, these geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect would become the pillars of the Talisman Puppet sect in the future and become powerful helpers. How could he let them die here? Lu Ming was definitely going to save them. Also, it was time to settle the score with Little Demon Lord for wasting so many puppets. No, I'm not scared. If Zongzi wants to go, I'll go with him. Lu Guang, what about you? Hai Fei gritted her teeth and then looked at Lu Guang. If you're going, I'm going too. Lu Guang's resolute gaze warmed Hai Fei's heart. Ha, good. Lead the way. Let's go together, Lu Ming said with a smile. The three of them immediately cut through the void and headed toward the ruin that Hai Fei had mentioned. There was a huge ruin hundreds of thousands of miles away from Lu Ming and the others. It was a group of palaces that looked very ancient. Some places were already in ruins. The palace complex was surrounded by formations. All kinds of killing formations, illusions, and reality overlapped. It was very dangerous. This place was first discovered by the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, they couldn't enter at all and even lost many of their men in the arrays. In the end, they could only gather the nearby geniuses to break the arrays. In the end, more and more geniuses came. In the end, even the geniuses of the Sky Demon Valley joined in. However, they discovered that if they were to forcefully break through these formations, it was too difficult. Even if they were able to break through, it was unknown when they would be able to do so. Thus, they started to target the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect and went everywhere to capture disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect. Outside the ruin, the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley numbered more than 300. They surrounded the dozen or so disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect in the middle. All right, we've rested enough. Let's go and continue to break the arrays. Little Demon Lord Luo Li glared at the people of the Talisman Puppet sect. Don't even think about it. If you want to break the arrays, you can do it yourselves. We won't go again. In the past 3 days, we've already lost 6 of our senior and junior brothers trying to break the arrays. A clear voice rang out. Chapter 920. Not going? Sure, I'll kill all of you now. And you're as beautiful as a fairy. I don't mind giving you a good time. The Little Demon Lord's eyes were filled with evil fire as he stared at Bai Chi Shui. If it weren't for the fact that there were people from the Sky Corpse sect and Sky Demon Valley here, he would have killed Bai Chi Shui on the spot. Bai Chi Shui's face turned pale when she saw the Little Demon Lord's evil eyes. She didn't dare to make a sound. The The few of you go ahead and break the array. The little demon lord pointed at 5 of them and said coldly. The 5 of them sighed with ugly expressions. They had no choice but to break the array. If they did, they might have a chance to live. If they didn't, they would be killed. Previously, 2 disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect had offended the little demon lord and had been cruelly killed by him. Who didn't know that the big and little demon lords of the Sky Emperor Divine Palace were cruel and merciless? The 5 disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect walked into the ruins while the 3 factions of the Sky Emperor Divine Palace watched them closely. After a while, light began to shine inside. The disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect had started to break the array. But not long after, a scream was heard. What's going on? The little demon lord's voice spread far and wide. A disciple of the Talisman Puppet sect broke the array and was killed. A disciple of the Sky Emperor Divine Palace came to report. What trash? The little demon lord shouted coldly. Bai Qi Shui and the other disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect looked miserable. Among the 4 factions, the Talisman Puppet sect was the weakest. Now that the other 3 factions had joined forces to deal with them, they had no power to resist. These disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect are too weak. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to break the array. A youth in blood-red clothes and carrying a blood-red sword said coldly from the Sky Corps sect. His name was 7th Blood Sword, and he was ranked higher than the little demon lord on the list of top 1,000 talents. That's right. If we catch one of the 13 Zongzi candidates from the Talisman Puppet sect, our chances of breaking the array will be greatly increased. A genius from the Sky Demon Valley licked his lips. I wonder where those fellows are. I haven't seen a single one of them in the past few days. 7th Blood Sword said. That's right. The others nodded in agreement. As for the Talisman Puppet sect disciple that was killed while dealing with the formation, they didn't care at all. Moreover, they felt that the disciple was a piece of trash that couldn't even deal with the formation. While they were chatting, their expressions suddenly changed as they looked towards the eastern sky. 3 rainbow-colored lights flew over. The rainbow-colored lights dispersed, revealing 3 figures. It was Lu Ming, Hai Fei, and Lu Guang. Lu Ming, it's you, you bastard. Little demon Lord Luo Li was the first to speak, his eyes full of anger. Last time, he was actually injured by Lu Ming's puppet explosion. He wanted nothing more than to pull out Lu Ming's tendons and peel off his bones. He never thought that Lu Ming would suddenly appear here. Lu Ming, it's him and 2 other Talisman Puppet sect disciples. Ha, someone actually delivered himself to my doorstep. The others cried out. This was especially so for the Sky Prides of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were burning with passion. There was a huge reward for killing Lu Ming. Lu Ming, why are you here? Hurry up and leave. They want to capture our Talisman Puppet sect disciples to help them break the array. Hurry up and leave. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Bai Qi Snow shouted anxiously. There were too many Sky Prides from the 3 forces here, and they were too strong. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he was no match for them. Lu Ming smiled at Bai Qi Snow. He scanned the surroundings, and killing intent flashed across his eyes. Swoosh, swoosh. In a flash, the Sky Prides of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley moved. They appeared around Lu Ming, vaguely cutting off his escape route. Lu Ming, let's see where you can run this time. If I don't peel off your skin and pull out your tendons, my name is not Luo Li. Little Demon Lord looked coldly at Lu Ming. Don't you want to break the array here? Let me help you break it. Lu Ming glanced at Little Demon Lord indifferently and said, You can break it? Blood Sword 7's eyes lit up. Lu Ming stretched out his palm, and a ball of purple mind fire jumped in Lu Ming's palm. 7th grade inscription master. Even more people's eyes lit up. How about it? I can help you break the array, but I have a condition. Let go of the other Talisman Puppet sect disciples. Lu Ming said loudly. Let them go? Impossible. Lu Ming, what right do you have to negotiate with us? Little Demon Lord said coldly. That's right. This Lu Ming is really an idiot. He actually delivered himself to us. Just as well. After we capture you, you will have to obediently help us break the array. A young man to the right of Lu Ming sneered. This young man was called Quan Fei, and he was also a peerless genius of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was ranked 109 on the list of top 1,000 talents, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. He was extremely powerful, and even though Lu Ming was a 7th grade inscription master, he was not afraid at all. He strode forward and closed in on Lu Ming. Obediently surrender and break the array for us. Quan Fei sneered and strode forward, striking a palm at Lu Ming. This palm was extremely powerful, and the enormous palm energy locked onto Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming turned and looked coldly at him. Scram! Suddenly, Lu Ming roared and took a step forward. Boom! The earth rumbled as Quan Fei's palm energy collapsed. Then Lu Ming slapped out. Smith. A slap landed on Quan Fei's face, causing him to cry out in pain. His body flew thousands of meters away like a broken sack before crashing into the ground. He lay on the ground, continuously twitching. Gasps could be heard as everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. One slap had sent Quan Fei, who was at the peak of the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm, flying. How could Lu Ming's battle power be so strong? Although Quan Fei had been careless and did not use bloodline fusion, Lu Ming's battle power was still extremely terrifying. How dare you injure a genius of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? I'll cripple you now. Little Demon King was furious, and his demonic aura surged into the sky. He took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. He slashed his palm in the air, and a terrifying blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he was not afraid at all. He exploded with a burst of dragon power, and a layer of scales covered his body as he punched forward. Boom! The fist light and the blade light clashed, and there was a violent explosion. Lu Ming and Little Demon King both took 3 steps back. Impossible! Little Demon King roared, and his voice was filled with disbelief. He had never expected Lu Ming to be able to push him back in one move, although he had not used his full strength in the previous attack. 4th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Little Demon King Luo Li was stronger than before. He had broken through to the 4th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, which was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's current level. However, so what if it was 2 levels higher? Lu Ming was still confident. Around him, Blood Sword 7, Blood Sword 9, Distant Fire Sword Brother Distant Heaven, and the geniuses of Sky Demon Valley all had grave expressions. Chapter 921. Bai Qi, Shui, and the other disciples of Talisman Puppet Sect were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against Little Devil Lord Luo Li. This improvement was too great. Kill! Little Devil Lord roared as Devil Qi churned on his body. His blade light soared into the sky. The shocking blade light sliced through the air and slashed towards Lu Ming. This slash was a lot stronger than the previous one. Let's see how you block it. Little Devil Lord's cold voice rang out along with the blade light. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward. The aura on his body became even stronger as a second dragon force burst forth from his body. Boom! Just like before, a loud boom rang out as the energy rumbled. Bang! 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 This time, Little Devil Lord also retreated 3 steps while Lu Ming only retreated 2 steps. Little Devil Lord was actually at a disadvantage. Everyone was astonished. Now, they could see that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of Spirit Embryo Realm while Little Devil Lord was at the 4th level. Lu Ming was actually able to surpass 2 levels and suppress Little Devil Lord. How was this possible? It was simply inconceivable. Who was Little Devil Lord? A genius among geniuses. Ah, die, die, I want you to die. 9 deaths, Devil Blade. Little Devil Lord roared as his killing intent surged like a tide. His blade light slashed out with terrifying devil might. With just you, it's still not enough. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards Little Devil Lord. Another dragon force burst forth from his body. Lu Ming's strength became even stronger. Every punch caused the space to tremble violently as though it could break apart at any time. Lu Ming and Little Devil Lord fought fiercely, causing the entire area to tremble violently. Swoosh! The two of them fought from the ground to the sky, exchanging dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. Bang! Next, a figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was Little Devil Lord Luoli. He was injured, actually injured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the air, hovering in the air. His gaze was cold as he looked down at the little demon lord. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, Brother Blazing Heaven and the two powerful geniuses of the Sky Demon Valley moved and surrounded Lu Ming. Lolly, let's take down Lu Ming together. Li Tiangu said. That's right. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. The Sky Pride of the Sky Demon Valley added. Blood Swordsman 7 and Blood Swordsman 9 also looked at Lu Ming unkindly. Haha. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? Li Tian said coldly. Do you think you can take me down by joining hands? What a joke. If I really fight to the death, I have enough confidence to kill one of you. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept over Blazing Heaven Brothers group. For some reason, they felt a chill in their hearts when Lu Ming's gaze swept over them. They didn't doubt Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming and Little Devil Lord had fought just now. Although Little Devil Lord hadn't used his full strength and hadn't used Bloodline Fusion, Lu Ming hadn't used Bloodline Fusion either. Moreover, none of them knew if Lu Ming had other trump cards that he hadn't used yet. If he had more powerful trump cards, it was still possible for him to kill one of them. Who would be willing to die together with Lu Ming? Thinking of this, their faces turned ugly. I've said that I'm here to cooperate this time. Let the disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect go and I'll help you break the array. After that, the treasures inside will depend on your own abilities. How about that? If we really fight, no one will be able to get the treasures inside the ruins. Lu Ming said. This time, the scene fell into silence. The seventh blood sword and the others wore solemn expressions as if they were in deep thought. Lu Ming wore a faint smile on his face. This was strength. Only when one was powerful could they talk about cooperation. Right now, Lu Ming had already displayed his powerful strength. Without strength, it would be a joke to talk about cooperation with him, as they would be suppressed by him immediately. It's impossible to let the disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect go. If we really let them go, we might not be able to stop you no matter what tricks you try. Li Tiangu said. That's right, we can't let them go, but we can ask them to help you break the array. Li Tiangu said. If the disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect were to help Lu Ming break the array, they would be on guard in the surroundings. This way, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to pull any tricks. Alright, let's do it. Let the disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect come here, and let the disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect who are trying to break the array go. Lu Ming said. Li Tiangu and the others nodded. They then let the disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect come to Lu Ming's side. Zongzi! Lu Ming Zongzi! The disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect came to Lu Ming's side and looked at Lu Ming with gratitude. Lu Ming nodded. He casually looked to the front and said coldly, There's one more person, why don't you let her go? Bai Qi Shui was still in their hands. We can't let this girl go. I can see that she has a special relationship with you. In order to prevent you from pulling any tricks, we have to keep her in our hands. Little Demon Lord walked to Bai Qi Shui's side and said with a cunning smile. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly. These people were all geniuses with deep thoughts and meticulous thoughts. Of course, they wouldn't completely trust Lu Ming. Alright, let's go break the array now. Lu Ming said and strode into the ruins. The other disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect followed closely behind him. Let's go, don't let him pull any tricks. Little Demon Lord said, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He hated Lu Ming to the core. The geniuses of the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse sect also nodded. The three parties left a few people outside to keep watch. They all moved and followed Lu Ming's group. Little Demon Lord even took action personally. His fingers clasped Bai Qi Shui's shoulder, not giving her a chance to escape. After a few thousand meters, Lu Ming stopped. In front was the area densely covered with arrays. This area was about 10,000 meters deep. After crossing this area, they would reach the core of the palace. In other words, this 10,000-meter area was densely covered with arrays. Lu Ming lightly stepped on the ground. Rows of inscriptions slithered forward like small snakes. In the next moment, complex arrays appeared on the ground in front of him, shining with a 7-colored light. Lu Ming's eyes stared at those arrays without blinking. He looked for the weaknesses of the arrays and thought of a way to break them. After a while, he stretched out his finger and waved it in the air. Inscriptions flew forward and entered those arrays. Suddenly, several arrays collapsed, turning into light and dissipating. Brother Blazing Heaven, Seventh Blood Sword, and the other's eyes lit up. In just a short while, Lu Ming had broken several arrays. There was hope for them. At the same time, their eyes revealed a dignified expression. Lu Ming's level of inscription was above their imagination. Bully, keep a close eye on that woman. This Lu Ming is well versed in the Tao of arrays. We have to be careful and prevent him from playing any tricks. Chapter 9:22. I know. Don't worry. With me watching her, Lu Ming won't have a chance. Luo Li nodded. Zhongzi is amazing. The disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Some of them had been cracking the formations here for a few days and knew how difficult it was to crack them. In the past few days, many disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect had been killed by the formations. However, Lu Ming had only been here for a short while and he had already cracked a few formations. They knew that Lu Ming was much better than them in terms of formations. Lu Ming continued to observe. This time he spent less time. He waved his fingers and another array formation in front of him collapsed. Lu Ming discovered that the array formations that appeared in the world of the Battle of Providence would not be particularly advanced or difficult. There would not be array formations that were far beyond their capabilities. It was as if they were doing it on purpose to give them a chance to gain experience. Lu Ming was very curious about the Battle of Providence. He had a feeling that there was a pair of invisible hands behind the scenes that were manipulating everything. He shook his head. These were not things that he could think about now. It was useless to think about it. It was said that the Battle of Providence was going on in the other continents. What was the use of thinking about such a powerful ability to control the land of infinity to carry out the Battle of Providence? Even martial emperors would obediently nurture the geniuses of their sects to obtain luck. Did those martial emperors not want to find out the secret behind it? Of course they wanted to, but they did not have the ability. Lu Ming shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind and continued to crack the formations. His speed of breaking the formation was very fast. As he broke the formation, he walked in. In just a day's time, they had advanced 3,000 meters. The little demon lord and the others followed closely behind Lu Ming. Their eyes were shining with a fiery light. This ruin was filled with so many formations. It was definitely extraordinary. The treasures inside were definitely extraordinary. If they could obtain them, it would be a great opportunity. Furthermore, the providence points would be very high. They were all looking forward to it. However, Lu Ming's speed of breaking the formation slowed down. The deeper he went, the more complicated the formation became, and the harder it was to break it. After that, it took them 2 days to advance another 3 kilometers. He was still 4,000 meters away from the palaces. Lu Ming spent a total of 5 days on the final 4,000 meters. From start to finish, Lu Ming had already broken the formation for 8 consecutive days. At this moment, they were only about 100 meters away from the palaces. But here they stopped. In front of them, the formation shone brightly. Flames, ice, lightning, and poisonous gas flickered continuously, blocking their line of sight. They couldn't see what was in front of them at all. Lu Ming had been standing there for 3 whole hours. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Why haven't you broken the formation yet? Little Demon Lord berated. I can't break the formation here. Lu Ming shook his head. You can't break it? Little Demon Lord and the others were stunned. Lu Ming, you better think of a way to break it. Otherwise, none of your Talisman Puppet sect can leave. You will all die here. Little Demon Lord said coldly. Idiot! Lu Ming looked at Little Demon Lord and suddenly berated. What did you say? You bastard, what did you say? Little Demon Lord roared. Lu Ming actually called him an idiot? His anger soared. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? I said that I can't break it, but it doesn't mean that we can't enter. In the Tao of formations, there is life and death. As long as we find the path of life, there is no need to break it. If you don't even know this common sense, then what are you if you're not an idiot? Lu Ming sneered. Little Demon Lord's face flushed red and he almost vomited blood. If not for the fact that he needed Lu Ming now, he would have killed Lu Ming with a palm. Bastard, just you wait. After entering the palace, I will kill all the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect and enjoy this woman in front of you. Little Demon Lord roared in his heart, his eyes incomparably cold. Lu Ming, you've been watching for so long. Do you see where the path of life is? Brother Blazing Heaven asked. Over there. Lu Ming pointed forward. The expressions of Brother Blazing Heaven and the others changed. Lu Ming, are you joking? Brother Blazing Heaven said with a sullen face. This was because the direction that Lu Ming was pointing at was a sea of fire. Terrifying flames were burning. Just one look at it was terrifying. That is the path of life. If you don't believe me, you can send people ahead and try. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Do you think we're stupid? Let the people of the Talisman Puppet sect go first. Little Demon Lord said coldly. That's right. Let the people of the Talisman Puppet sect go first. Seventh Blood Sword said coldly. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly. You guys go first. Lu Ming said to the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect. The disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect looked at each other, fear in their eyes as they looked at the flames in front of them. Let's go. Zongzi won't harm us. Hai Fei took the lead and walked forward, followed by Lu Guang. Then, the other disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect followed and stepped into the sea of flames. The moment they stepped into the sea of flames twisted and the figures of the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect disappeared. It is indeed the path of life. Hurry up and follow them. Don't let the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect escape. Little Demon Lord quickly ordered. A few of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's geniuses led a dozen men of sacrifice and rushed into the sea of flames. But the moment they rushed into the sea of flames, they let out miserable screams as they were burned by the flames and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The power of the flames was extremely terrifying. What's going on? Damn it, Lu Ming, you cheated. You're courting death. Little Demon Lord immediately roared. Brother Blazing Heaven, Seventh Blood Sword, and the others also emitted a terrifying killing intent that enveloped Lu Ming. What do you mean by I cheated? You're just too anxious. The array here is overlapping and constantly changing. The path of life is also constantly changing. It was a path of life just now, but now it's a path of death. It's normal. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Why didn't you say so earlier? Little Demon Lord roared. You didn't ask me? Why should I tell you? Also, didn't I tell your people to go first? I originally planned to let a group of your people go in first and wait for the path of life to change and find another path of life to enter. You were the one who insisted on letting the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect go first. Then, before I could say anything, your people rushed forward. Who's to blame? Lu Ming curled his lips and looked at Little Demon Lord with disdain. Little Demon Lord was so angry that his body trembled. All right, Lu Ming, why don't you find another path of life? Brother Blazing Heaven said with a frown. At the same time, they watched Bai Chi Snow even more closely. Now, the Talisman Puppet sect only had Bai Chi Snow in their hands. Lu Ming continued to watch. After a while, he pointed at a place full of lightning and said, That's the path of life. Let's go from there. You guys go first. Little Demon Lord pointed at a few men of sacrifice. If you want to go, go more. Don't go in a few. The more this array operates, the more changes there will be. After a while, even I won't be able to break it. Chapter 9:23. All of you go together. Don't worry with us here, he won't dare to play any tricks. The Little Demon Lord pointed at some of the geniuses. As for Blood Sword 7 and the geniuses of Sky Monster Valley, They also arranged for a group of people to follow Lu Ming's directions and rush in. Sure enough, nothing happened. As soon as these people rushed into the thunder area, their figures flashed and they all vanished. As a result, the complexions of Brother Blazing Heaven and the others improved a bit. Then, Lu Ming continued to look around, looking for a way out. After a while, Lu Ming pointed at an area covered in ice and said, "Let's go this way." However, the little demon lord, Brother Blazing Heaven, Blood Sword 7, and the others didn't move. These strongest geniuses didn't trust Lu Ming. If what Lu Ming said was false, wouldn't they die an unjust death if they went in? Although they had Bai Chi Snow in their hands when it came to their own lives, they naturally had to be cautious. "I think that it's best if we go in together." The little demon lord looked at Lu Ming and slowly pushed Bai Chi Snow forward. Brother Blazing Heaven and the others nodded. This was for the best. If there was a trap, then Lu Ming and Bai Chi Snow would be in danger. That's for the best. "You and Qi Shui go first and I'll go in the middle. You can rest easy like this." Lu Ming took several steps back, as if he wanted to step aside. "Good. Lu Ming, you better not play any tricks, otherwise both of you will die," the little demon lord coldly said. He held Bai Chi Snow's shoulder and walked forward. Lu Ming stood there, motionless. Only then did the little demon lord relax and walk towards the ice area. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the ground began to shine. At some unknown time, an array formation had appeared. Several sharp sword energies pierced towards the little demon lord's forehead, their speed as fast as lightning. The little demon lord's heart had just relaxed, so he didn't expect this move. He subconsciously let go and retreated in order to protect himself. Whoosh. At this time, Lu Ming moved. His body was like a stream of light as he charged at the little demon lord. His terrifying fist energy was like a storm as it bombarded the little demon lord. "Lu Ming!" The little demon lord roared and slashed out with his saber. Bang! The little demon lord retreated again and again. "Damn it, block the exit." Brother Blazing Heaven, Blood Sword 7, Blood Sword 9, and the Sky Monster Valley's Sky Prides all roared. Among them, one of the Sky Prides from the Sky Monster Valley was the fastest and was the closest to the ice area. His figure flashed and appeared at the entrance of the ice area, preventing Lu Ming from entering. As for the others, they all made their moves and charged towards Lu Ming. Brother Blazing Heaven, Blood Sword 7, Blood Sword 9, and the prodigies of the demon race from Sky Demon Valley were all at the 4th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Especially Brother Blazing Heaven and Blood Sword 7, who had reached the peak of the 4th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. With everyone joining hands, their power was terrifying, as if they wanted to crush Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming did not hesitate and directly exploded with 5 dragon forces. His body was filled with power. "Qi Shui, go to the poison area." True essence burst forth as Lu Ming pulled by Qi Shui and pushed her into the poison area. No one stopped them in front of the poison area. Lu Ming had said that the ice area was the way out, but that was a lie. In fact, the poison area was the way out. His goal was to distract the other party. Bai Qi Shui's figure entered the poison area and disappeared. No one stopped her at all. Damn it! Brother Blazing Heaven and the others knew that they had been tricked. Boom! Boom! While pushing Bai Qi Shui away, Lu Ming threw out a few punches to stop Brother Blazing Heaven and the others, stalling for time and waiting for the way out. Everyone attacked each other, and the terrifying light drowned Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated. "Ah, damn it, stop him!" Little Demon Lord roared and rushed towards Lu Ming. This was the truth. He did not dare to rush into the poison area. Who knew if the way out had changed? He could only take down Lu Ming and ask him to lead the way. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and an array appeared. Then he threw out a series of punches, sending out a terrifying fist energy. His array and martial arts combined to stop the other Sky Prides. "Lu Ming, you can't leave today. So what if you saved the people of the Talisman Puppet Sect? You have to stay here too." Brother Blazing Heaven's eyes were cold as a flaming sword condensed in his hand, emitting a shocking heat. This was the Li Fire, an extremely terrifying flame that was not inferior to the Wang family's pure purple heavenly fire. At the same time, Blood Sword 7 and Blood Sword 9's bodies were covered in blood-red light. The blood-red sword light emitted a strong smell of blood as it cut through the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. A sky pride from the heavenly demon valley turned into a fierce tiger and clawed at him. At the same time, Little Demon Lord and a sky pride from the heavenly demon tribe also attacked. The 6 sky prides worked together and their power was shocking. The 6 of them attacked Lu Ming from different directions. Lu Ming didn't take the attack head-on. He directly rushed towards Blood Sword 9, who looked the weakest. Boom! A punch landed on the blood-colored sword gleam. Blood Sword 9's body shook violently and he continued to retreat. Lu Ming took big strides forward. His figure flashed continuously, avoiding the attacks of the various prodigies and dashing toward the Thunderbolt area at top speed. Oh no, the lightning area is the way out. He wants to go in. Stop him. Li Tianhe roared. That ferocious tiger roared. With a kick of its 4 legs, it pounced toward Lu Ming at lightning speed. However, Lu Ming's body paused and he suddenly retreated, avoiding the ferocious tiger's attack and dodging to the other side. Stay here! Little Demon King hollered furiously. A pitch-black saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body paused again. He dodged Little Demon Lord's attack like a slippery loach and dodged to the other side. He was extremely agile and dodged left and right. He didn't want to fight them head-on. In addition, they had to guard against the array in front of them to prevent Lu Ming from breaking out. They couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Damn it! The 6 sky prides were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. As for the others, they couldn't stop Lu Ming at all. After being hit by Lu Ming, their bones were broken and their tendons were broken. Swish! Lu Ming's figure flashed again and he dashed toward the flame area. They thought that the fire area was the way out and tried to stop him. However, Lu Ming suddenly turned and rushed towards the poisonous area. This time, Lu Ming shook them off and stepped into the poisonous area. In a flash, his figure disappeared. This is the way out. Rush in. The green-robed young man from Sky Demon Valley was the fastest. He followed Lu Ming and rushed into the poisonous area. However, as soon as he rushed into the poisonous area, he immediately let out a scream and turned into a green divine eagle. He burst out with all his strength and rushed out. However, his body was green and he was poisoned. If it weren't for his high cultivation and powerful combat strength, he would have died inside. Obviously, the reason why Lu Ming was running around with them just now was to calculate the time. He had calculated the time. When the poisonous area was about to become the way out, Lu Ming rushed in. When the green-robed young man followed him in, the way out had changed into a dead end. Lu Ming had calculated all of this. Ah, damn Lu Ming bastard beast, I will kill you.